This is Mitsumi Makoto, whose luck is extremely bad. Despite being sent to other worlds, the leaders and kings of these worlds are very evil. However, it seems that this world is full of adventures and numerous wars. We know that his family is of mixed human descent. As for his journey, he follows in the footsteps of his parents, who constantly lived with him. As for me, I make a living as a skilled merchant. The scene then shifts to the opening of a new store at the Rotes Guard Academy. Mitsumi is walking in the town of Opet with a tall man with red hair named Shiki. While they are on their way, they talk about the city and the need to be cautious enough, as if they don't, they might find themselves involved in a big battle. Shiki then informs Mitsumi that he will find a room to rest in and offers him a meal. Mitsumi agrees, expressing his desire to eat. Next, the scene transitions to the blue-haired girl named Tamai, talking with Mayo about cooking and food. It seems they cooked something unpleasant, and we see a man lying on the table unable to move. Mio and Tamai argue about who prepared the food, and an old man struggles to eat the green dish again but can't move. The scene shifts to Makoto at the restaurant, where customers ask him about his face. Makoto explains that he has been cursed by demons before and reveals that the dish called Intelligent Slime is delicious and in high demand. He mentions that he caught many of them and presented them to the guild. The restaurant owner is delighted and asks Makoto to catch more for him. Makoto explains that he is registered with the guild but primarily works as a merchant and is on his way to Rotes Guard, a long journey. The scene then moves outside, where Makoto walks through the city and people are surprised by his strange appearance, questioning whether he is of mixed human descent or cursed. Then we see Makoto very sad and contemplating wearing a mask so that people won't look at him in that way again. Makoto enters the guild to register, and when the receptionist looks at his card, he questions how he completed a mission of a special rank while being at level 1. When everyone around hears that he's still at level 1, they are shocked because he is considered very weak. We then see him standing in front of the quest board, where he finds a slime hunting quest of rank Slime B, which he cannot take since he is at rank E. At this time, he hears a girl screaming in front of people, saying that the moon above the shattered castle is under attack. Makoto doesn't understand this immediately, but the girl clarifies that she is ready to offer a reward. However, everyone here refuses to do anything or offer assistance. The receptionist responds that no one can do anything immediately because there are wild monsters with more than 100 members, and they lack sufficient forces. She should wait until next month, and then they should be prepared. The girl cries because no one wants to help her. Then, 2 boys come to mock her, saying she won't be able to do anything without adventurers accompanying her. She shouts at them to leave her alone, knowing that there are many like them, and they treat all humans with cruelty. When Makoto hears this, he remembers his past experiences and the mistreatment he faced. We then see the girl again, and one of the men tries to approach her, saying they will consider her request if she pays a special fee. The girl leaves them and stands in front of Makoto, urging him to move and do something. Makoto doesn't respond, and the girl, frustrated, goes on her way angrily. After that, Makoto leaves the guild to wander through the streets, thinking to himself that he shouldn't have paid a full gold coin. He senses something strange happening in the area and releases his magic. He discovers that 3 men from the bar are following him, and 4 others have left the guild. Soon, he realizes that the men from the guild are holding the same girl who is screaming at them, and they are trying to beat a young boy named Ito. Without hesitation, Makoto intervenes, striking all the highwaymen in the area. The short-haired girl is overjoyed that someone was able to save them. Makoto approaches her, and using gestures, he asks to treat her friend Ito. She tells him that, despite his appearance, he is what she needs. Makoto proceeds to heal Ito's wounds, showcasing immense and amazing power that his leader gave him. He then learns that the girl's name is Luna from the village of Taba, and the one with her is Ito, the werewolf. Makoto is surprised because he used to think that werewolves had various shapes and sizes. He helps Luna by carrying Ito on his back, and they discuss the moon attack over the shattered castle. Luna had to wait for any group to come and help them overthrow the attackers. She reveals the tragic story of their village, how the strongest fighter, Berkoli, was tortured to death. His wife was killed, and the rest of the village was slaughtered. The attackers looted everything, and now Taba is no more. At this moment, Ito wakes up, and Luna calls him to check on him. She asks if the guild will help them, but Ito sadly says they've never helped before. Makoto reflects on how he has become accustomed to death, having killed people with his own hands, which was not normal in his previous world. He thought he had accepted it as normal in this isekai. Then Makoto falls silent for a moment and asks Luna about the location of their village because he intends to accompany them there. Luna responds that their village is near those mountains, which would take a long time to reach. Makoto doesn't seem to care about this and proceeds to carry them on his shoulders, flying them to their destination. During the flight, Luna, Ito, and the others express fear and amazement. Luna questions Makoto's identity, finding it impossible for his story to be true. Finally, they arrive at the village, and Mitsumi comments that it's smaller than he expected. Luna thanks him for helping and mentions that she will go ahead and explain the situation to the villagers. Mitsumi then talks to Ito, asking why he didn't enter the village. Ito is surprised and asks if Mitsumi can speak the language of the werewolves. Mitsumi responds that the common language is the only one he can speak and questions if Ito is from that village. She explains that his village is in the forest, and Luna and some others are friendly, but most people don't welcome half-humans in the Huma village. Mitsumi agrees but says they can't worry about it now. Q is shocked and asks if Mitsumi's sense of smell is keen enough to know what's happening in the village. Mitsumi confirms that he can smell the scent of blood, not from one or two people, but likely due to the moon over the shattered castle making an example of some villagers. Ito asks him again, "Who are you?" Mitsumi responds that he's told them he's an adventurer and trader, wanting to say something else but refrains. Later, Mitsumi regrets sounding harsh and tells Ito that if he wants to be with Luna, he should protect her. He then notices Kai investigating and realizes that they are close. He leaves Ito and goes off to stroll in the mountains, and Ito warns him that it's suicidal. Mitsumi is surprised, and Ito questions if he knows what's in the mountains. Mitsumi responds that there are also things in the mountains, and asks if Ito did this for them. Ito is taken aback, and Mitsumi, with a hint of regret, says that the moon over the shattered castle is the name of a song he liked from his previous world. He expresses disapproval of using highwaymen for such purposes and reveals that there are half-humans working in his trading company. He suggests that if they come to Taba village or Ito's village, he should invite them for a delicious meal. Then the scene shifts to Mio, who thought she had chosen the best meat and vegetables. Monsters and people are seen lying on the ground due to the food they consumed. The pig exclaims, "I expected this to happen, so I brought some medicine with me." Mio is surprised by what she sees, and Momori tells her that she must be joking. Komori is then asked about the menu for the day, and she mentions salted chicken skewers and fish sway. Mio comments on the toxicity of potato eyes used in soup, and the boy eats the food but doesn't like the taste, saying the vegetables felt like they were cutting inside his mouth. Akaya mentions deadly herbs and monsters using them to cut their prey, but they can't eat them. Mio realizes that preparing monster meat requires special skills. The pig introduces frapahastos oil, a rare lubricating oil, stunning the girls as it's meant for industrial use. Tomo tells Mio that good ingredients don't guarantee a delicious cooked meal, as tastes vary. Agares prefers raw food, Lady prefers salty dishes, and they all agree on bananas. Mio is shocked and believes that cooking is too complicated. Tomo advises her to cook to please the little lord's taste, suggesting asking Lime's opinion since he's a human. AOI states that it would be a burden for Lime alone, and in times of trouble, strong solutions emerge. Tomo proposes the idea of Mio traveling around the world to explore the secrets of cooking and diverse ingredients. Everyone is delighted with the idea, and Mio expresses her gratitude. In the evening, the group gathers and their leader asks what the villagers are doing. One responds that they are collecting money, and another suggests they must submit to him quickly. Each member contemplates how many they can kill today to spread chaos. At that moment, our hero, Makoto, appears wearing his mask again, surprising them as they didn't expect him to put it back on. He activates the power of the silent Kai, preventing any of them from talking, shouting, or hearing any sounds. He starts killing them one by one with arrows, and none of them can speak or scream. Makoto himself reflects, saying, "I said I didn't want to get too involved with the Huma, and here I am getting rid of bandits for them. But I decided to follow my heart, even though I'm not confident in what I'm doing." He successfully eliminates most of them except their leader, who says that Makoto didn't intend to kill them, but used cursed arrows to incapacitate them. The leader tries to attack Makoto with his sword, but it has no effect. Makoto notices that there is still a group of bandits with their leader. He decides to conceal his arrows, not wanting to waste too many of them, and uses the magical fire ability taught by Ima. Although initially unsure of his mastery over it, he launches many of these magical fire projectiles at the remaining group, causing a large explosion that everyone in the village witnesses. The leader of the bandits, realizing the dire situation, requests to spare his life. Makoto informs him that he won't kill him but warns him not to harm the village again. Before leaving, Makoto advises them to pray to the moon above the broken castle once more. After that, he binds them and departs from the scene. The villagers arrive to witness what happened, finding the entire gang tied up with ropes. They are astonished by this sight and realize that the hero is the one who did all this. Lena is overjoyed by this, along with the werewolf who was with her. On the other side, we see Makoto, and Shiki asks him, "Where were you, my young lord?" Makoto informs him that he was outside handling a simple task. Shiki inquires if he found an inn, to which Makoto responds affirmatively. He can accompany Shiki to that modest inn, but it costs 3 gold coins per night. Makoto mentions that those 3 gold coins equal 30,000 yen, which is quite expensive. Shiki tells Makoto that he has heard that heroes are warmly welcomed by the kingdom of Lemia and the Geradonia Empire. Shiki, being Makoto's follower, cannot allow him to be the only one forced to live in poverty. Makoto reminisces about the queen mentioning finding suitable heroes for her world. He wonders when he will encounter these heroes, perhaps somewhere in this world. And with that, our episode concludes. Stay tuned for the next episode with very exciting events. However, we kindly ask you to subscribe to the channel and activate the notification bell to receive updates on new content. After that, the story goes back to before Makoto was called to another world. A girl named Haiki Tanishi comes up to Makoto as he walks around the school as he always does. They talk about how the date on the paper he just got from the student council is wrong, and she gives him the right papers instead. He tells her thank you and then leaves. Habi then thinks that Makoto Masumi is told to be the hero who joined the student council, but he is just average and doesn't fit in with the other guys. He doesn't think Joe Habi looks like a hero, but she does admire him. She keeps trying new things because she believes that if she works hard enough, she can get anything she wants. But she never fails and everything goes well for her. She believes her life is very simple, but it's really very dull. Haiki is then called to another world out of the blue. She asks the goddess where she is, and she tells her that she is in another world. She says that the world she is protecting is being attacked by demons and is in a crisis unlike any other. She hopes that Haiki can help her by being strong, and she says that her plan is to send Haiki and someone else to her world as heroes. She says she will do her best to give Haiki some power. But Haiki turns down the goddess's offer and tells her to find someone else to do the job. Her life has been pretty good up to this point, she says. She has a lot of friends. The goddess then asks her if she wants to spend the rest of her life with friends that she has in common. Haikai has no connection with the goddess, so she asks her what her point is. The goddess tells Haiki that the world she is in now is too small. The goddess says that Haiki must have wanted a friend who would always have her back and a life that was worth taking risks for. This piques Hai's interest, and she promises to give Haiki strong magic and make her stronger. She will be able to lead with charisma, and she will also have a divine item. The goddess tells Haiki that she has high hopes for her and sends her to the magic kingdom with a silver belt. In the meantime, in Lemia Kingdom, the king hears from the goddess about the hero's children and grandchildren. He believes that this means that Lemia will finally be free from the demon's pain. Habi is then teleported to the kingdom, where she sees a lot of people waiting to greet her. She tells everyone that she is the hero and asks them to be nice to her. It's hard for Haiki to believe that she is in a different world. She wants to know if this is all the goddess has to say. Makoto was still wandering around the wastelands during all of this, and days after Habi was called, no one was there to greet him. She sees the map of the continent and thinks that it looks like Japan. She says that the goddess's people made the demons live on a barren land, but that they have grown their territory over the past 10 years. The kingdom of Elion fell because of this. Then, the Liami Kingdom joined forces with the Goronic Empire to make one last line of defense. She then remembers that the authorities didn't like it when she told them there was another hero in the Goron Empire. It seems normal to her that countries close by would not be friendly. So she thinks she should be ready for the worst. After the battle with the demons is over, she says that the goddess gave her a belt that had a wolf spirit in it, which she says she did not expect. Then Habi remembers that she has to pick her party members from a group of mercenaries tomorrow. She sees that, based on the king's suggestions. The confirmed members are Woody, the court magician, and Norst, a rising star among the knights. The next day, a girl named Navel notices Haiki during the recruitment, and Habi thinks she doesn't smell blood on her. The scene then cuts to her choosing the people who will be in her party. She doesn't think Haiki should be on the battlefield, so she tries to leave, but Woody, the court magician, stops her. He asks her if she's already leaving, and Navel tells him that she doesn't want to be an elite student's bodyguard because she just wants to kill demons. Herbe stops her when she tries to leave again, and she says that Navel seems like the strongest fighter here. It sounds like she wants her to join her party and learn how to play sword play. She also says she wants her to be her battle partner and watch her back. Nabal says that she is willing to give her life to someone who needs sword training from her. And Haiki tells her that she knows Nabal only wants to kill demons, and that if she follows her, she can kill as many as she wants on the front lines. Haiki says that this is better than turning down Nabal's offer and not being able to stay in this country. Nabal says yes to Hayat's offer, and a knight named Norse tells him that Hayai is so beautiful that he needs to find a way to stay with her. In the middle of all this, Makoto fought a dragon, and the dragon fell in love with him. When the scene cuts to the border of the Linnea Kingdom, Haiki and her group are there to choose a priestess from the Laurel Commonwealth. Then they see that the priestess's carriage is having trouble and that calls are all around her. It is said by Norse that these are monsters that get stronger by eating mana, and they are very strong. Rudy says it's amazing that the priestess from Laurel can keep so many enemies away. Narbel looks over her shield and sees that there are 4 kobolds. She tells them that they all need to kill one of them, and if they don't hurry, they might scream for help. The Navel asks Haiki, because she has never killed a monster before. Haiki asks her if she will be okay, and she says she will be. After that, they all attack the kobolds and kill one of them. Haiki tries to kill him but fails, so the kobold asks her to save him. This makes Haiki think twice about killing it, and the kobold screams to call for help. Several other kobolds and Navel and the others then come running. Haiki is told to back off by Navel. Fight. The kobolds are stronger than them, and they almost break through the priestess's wall. She kills the kobolds out of anger because she thinks it's all her fault. Her words make it clear that she is the hero and that everyone else must follow her lead to defeat all the kobolds. Haiki cries over the damage she did, and Navel tells her she did a great job for her first time. The priestess then tells the hero her name is Chia and thanks him for saving her. Everyone is shocked when she asks to join the hero's party. They try to stop her, but she tells them that Chia cut her hair. If her people see her hair, they might think that the people of Limia have done something bad to her, and the people in her party can't believe she is making threats. Shia says all she wants is for this war to end, and Habi tells her that her threat is too confusing. She says Shia should not have cut her pretty hair, and Shia replies that her hair would only get in the way in battle. In this case, Haiki and Navel said they should also cut their hair. Shia told them they didn't need to because they were already very strong. Haiki tells her that Chia feels the same way because her magic shield was so powerful. She then asks Chia to teach her how to use magic. He agrees with Chia, and Haiki says that after that, they won many battles against the demons and never lost one until they met the Black Spider of Calamity. Though they try to fight the Black Spider of Calamity, they have no chance because it heals itself very quickly after being hurt. The spider then beats all of Haiki's party members one by one, while watching her party members get hurt. When Haikai fights the spider in rage, she hurts the spider's eyes, and the spider hurts her badly too. She faints because she is afraid she is going to die here. When she opens her eyes on a bed in the castle, she sees that everyone in her group has also lived. Even though they fought with everything they had, she is shocked that they lost, and she can't stand giving up. The Black Spider of Calamity helped her win this battle, and she tells it that she will do it again next time. A few days after Haiki was called, the story goes back in time to show some guys picking on a boy named Tomoki Ise. The guys are trying to get money from Tomoki, who turns them down, but Haiki agrees to work with them. The guys try to beat him up, but some girls stop them. Haiki runs away because he feels bad about being saved by girls. The scene then cuts to him playing video games at home. He is still mad about what happened earlier, though, so he throws down his game. As he lies down, he sees an Isekai noble next to him. This makes him think that even he could be brave if he had a cheap power in another world. The goddess then takes him to a different world and introduces herself. He hears her say that the world she guards is full of monsters and that she wants him to become a hero and save her world. She lets him know that he doesn't need to worry because she sent someone else here and will give him her power too. He asks the goddess what kind of power he will get, and she tells him that he will get magical power and a body that can fight monsters. That's not even close to demons. Besides that, he will get the devil eye, which makes people do what he wants, and a pair of silver boots, which let him fly and make him feel no fatigue. Tomoki believes that all of these skills are cheats, but he thinks it's all just a dream. So he asks the goddess if this is all he gets. The goddess also tells him that she can give him a body that won't die at night, but you can only use this power when the moon is out. The goddess tells Tomoki that she can change his appearance into anything he wants. After that, the goddess changes his look and sends him to the Gran Empire. Pearl Lily, the princess of Gronia in the Empire, greets Tomoki and tells him that she is the second princess of Gronia. I also introduce myself as Tomoki. Lily asks him to come with her, because this is not a good spot to talk on the way. One of the knights, Shania, asks the princess if the prophecy came true. The princess then introduces Tomoki to her. After taking a close look at her, Tomoki says he has never seen a female knight before. Jania tells him this is rude. Tomoki gives her the devil's eye without meaning to, and Jania likes it. She doesn't mind that he's being rude. As soon as Lily sees this, she takes Tomoki to check his level and see if he can use magical items. He is tired, so Lily tells him that she will send someone to show him around the castle at night. After telling him to rest for now, the princess goes to see a doctor to find out how Tomoki's test went. The doctor tells her that Tomoki has some kind of magical eye that makes charming stronger. Lily asks the doctor to help her stop Tomoki's eye from working on her and the rest of the royal family. She tells him not to tell anyone else about this power, and she doesn't like how innocent the hero looks afterward. Yukin Natu is their alchemist, and Lily introduces Tomoki to him. She says that Yukin Natu wants to talk to Tomoki. It was exciting to see Yukin Natu. She told Tomoki that she is an alchemist but doesn't mix potions. She makes monsters called golems. When Tomoki hears this, he gets excited and gives her the evil eye by accident. Then Yukin Natu says she heard that Tomoki can use any magic item and she wants to talk to him in her room. Lily gets in the middle of them and says that they should talk another time. After that, the scene cuts to Tomoki walking around the castle and seeing a dragon. He sees a girl near the dragon and learns that her name is Mora and she is a dragon summoner. Tomoki then asks Mora if she lives with her family in the castle when they talk. Mora tells him she doesn't, and she says that demons attacked her family and that they only got here because Princess Lily took them in. Then Accident uses his evil eye on Mora too. She falls in love with him and asks him to marry her. The scene cuts to Tomoki telling Lily that he has put together a group of 3 people. She tells him that she wants him to be her family. Is it Jania, Yukin, Natu, or Mora? He tells her. Lily thinks that Tomoki still doesn't seem to be able to control his devil eye. Tomoki then asks Lily what she thought of him the first time she saw him. Lily says she knew he was the hero who would help them become great. She tells him that everyone looks up to him as a hero and then kisses him. After spending the night together, Lily thinks she would give up anything to get rid of the demons. She thinks that everything is happening for the sake of her mother, who believed in that wayward goddess. At the same time, Makoto makes a deal with the Black Spider. It was fun to watch parts 2. The rest of the parts will be on my channel. If you liked the video, please like and share it. Also, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and turn on the bell icon to get new videos. Updates on the anime recap. This episode of the anime begins with the protagonist, Tomoka, returning from the battle and being welcomed by Lily. Lily informs him that he displayed impressive combat skills again, and with that, they can soon reclaim the fortress of Stella from the demons. Tomoka tells her that they will fight alongside the Lemia army in the upcoming battle and finally meet their champion. Lily mentions that she heard the Lemia champion is exceptionally beautiful. The scene transitions to Lemia's champion. Hibiki-san and her friends standing outside gazing at the fortress of Stella. Hibiki declares that the war has begun. The focus then shifts to Hibiki and her friends discussing the final preparations for the battle to reclaim Stella. Naval mentions securing the routes to the fortress and boosting morale before the battle. It appears that Gratonia's champion will make a statement before the battle. Hibiki seems unhappy, and when asked by her friends, she reveals her curiosity about the champion from the Empire. She heard that they come from the same world and are close in age. The scene then moves to Queen Lily welcoming Lemia's champion, Hibiki, and everyone gathering for a strategy meeting. Lily discusses the plan, emphasizing the aid received from Aeon and the less-than-expected support from Laurel due to ongoing disputes. However, she remains confident in Lemia's strength, which is 5 times that of the demons. Hibiki questions why they chose to fight at night, and Tomoka explains that they are accustomed to it. Excited, Hibiki shares that their experience with night battles is limited. Tomoka asks if there is any news from the Lemia region, but Hibiki has none. They raise their drinks to enjoy the moment, and Tomoka advises them not to get caught up in formalities. Hibiki, however, is curious if they've met in the other world, but Tomoka denies any connection, surprising her. During dinner, Tomoka accidentally mentions his level, 605, and Hibiki reveals hers, 430. Tomoka asks her to stop calling him Tomoki-kun, suggesting Tomoki-san instead. Apologizing, Hibiki promises to be more cautious. Later, she reflects on Tomoka's peculiar way of speaking and wonders how he succeeded in a formal interview, expressing surprise at his refined manners. In the late night, Hibiki sits beside the tent, unable to sleep, and Naval joins her. Hibiki confesses her thoughts about the magnitude of the operation. Nafal asks Hibiki why she came to this world, and Hibiki explains that in her previous world, she was born into a good family and had favorable circumstances that allowed her to achieve anything with minimal effort. Nafal expresses surprise, recalling the elegant young lady who cried because she couldn't even kill a single kobold. Hibiki admits that it was the first time she had failed in her life. Hibiki then gets up and declares that she will face more challenges and difficulties from now on, but doesn't regret coming to this world. She extends her hand to Nafal, telling her to rest as they have a war to participate in. The scene transitions to the battlefield, where Tomoka motivates his army to kill the vile demons hurting their people and urges them to protect their homeland. The focus shifts to the fortress of Stella, where a guard reports to Rona-sama about the movements of Lemia and Gratonia forces. Rona-sama, expecting this, decides to join the battle and instructs the guard to inform Aeon. The scene then moves to the army, with Nafal warning them about the formidable fortress, but assuring them of victory through sheer numbers. During the battle, Tomoka orders his army to attack, swiftly defeating the enemy soldiers. Hibiki is surprised by their quick victory and orders Hibiki, Woody-san, and Chia-chan to establish a defensive barrier as a precaution. The narrative shifts to Rona-sama, who receives a report that both targets have entered the activation range. Rona uses a powerful magical force, revealing it to be a demonic trap. She unleashes a massive explosion, creating a deep crater, and the enemy soldiers fall into it. However, Tomoka uses an anti-gravity force to avoid the trap, displaying his strength. The focus turns to the remaining 3 enemies, beside the champion Makoto. Makoto informs them that both objectives are now within the activation range. Rana uses an incredibly powerful magic force, which seems to be a demonic trap. In that moment, she triggers a devastating explosion, creating a deep crater, and most of the soldiers fall into it. Tomoka, however, counteracts with a gravitational force, avoiding the trap effortlessly. The scene transitions to the remaining 3 enemies beside the champion Makoto. Makoto initiates another attack using the laser cutter, but Rona retaliates with considerable force. The dragon Naji, summoned by Mora, swiftly arrives at their aid. Makoto employs the laser cutter again, but Rona responds with a powerful counterattack. The dragon descends and Makoto instructs them to support from the rear. Meanwhile, Janipia encounters a massive opponent identified as the Giant, who attacks Makoto easily. Despite Makoto's attempts, the Giant remains unaffected. Makoto decides to introduce herself as the hero of Lemuria, Atanashi Hibiki. The Giant, identified as the 3rd Battalion General of the Demon King's forces, acknowledges her. The battle intensifies as Makoto launches another attack, successfully severing the giant's arm. However, it becomes apparent that the giant won't be defeated with a single blow. Odanashai then encourages others to join the fight, and Naji attacks the giant from the rear. Genopia engages in a fierce battle, but the giant effortlessly counters her attack. In a dramatic turn, then we see Ayo creating a new arm. Both he and the princess are amazed at the rapid recovery, comparing it to a black spider. Ayo then uses a tremendous power emanating from his ring, controlling everyone in the area. However, it seems like this giant is just getting started, preparing to unleash a massive force that will destroy them all. Makoto realizes that they are doomed, as this giant possesses overwhelming power. He instructs Otonashi to withdraw immediately, but she protests, stating that they have reached their leader and should now escape. Makoto explains that this is necessary because the giant's strength surpasses theirs significantly. They need to regroup and return to fight another day. However, Otonashi declares that she will never retreat and will face the giant alone. Despite her determination, Makoto and his friends decide to flee the scene, riding on the dragon. Meanwhile, Otonashi is left to face her fate alone. Still, she reassures Makoto that she is not alone at that moment. Suddenly, her friends, 4 girls and 1 male, come to her aid. A fierce battle ensues with Otonashi and her group holding their ground for over 5 hours until morning arrives. They launch another attack, and Otonashi manages to injure the giant's left shoulder. However, when she tries to retrieve her sword, the giant grabs her and hurls her towards her friend on the ground. Her friend quickly tends to her injuries, and Otonashi rises again, ready to resume the fight. In that moment, Otonashi reflects on her own strength, realizing that it may not be enough, and doubts whether they can defeat the giant so easily. The scene shifts to Rona and her friends, witnessing a massive beam of light piercing the sky. They express astonishment and wonder whether this is a divine or demonic force. The other girl attacking the giant fails to affect it, and Otonashi acknowledges that they won't surrender because they have the will and determination to fight with all their strength. She emphasizes the importance of unity and collaboration, stating that if individuals make decisions on their own without consulting or informing others, it's a mistake that will eventually lead to losing everything. Then, the young girl named Chia begins to support her friend Nafal with her special magic. Subsequently, Nafal activates her rose enchantment, granting immense strength to its wielder, surpassing their natural abilities by far. However, the price for this power is the user's life, as they die shortly after. While Nafal's friends continue to fight the demonic monster, suddenly their comrade falls, caught off guard, leading to Nafal launching a surprising attack on the monster. The monster sustains severe injuries, as it didn't anticipate Nafal becoming stronger with this enchantment. Hibiki, Nafal's friend, is astonished by the sudden increase in Nafal's power and asks her about the enchantment she used. Nafal explains that she utilized a special catalyst and encourages Hibiki to stand behind her, along with Sandini. The rose emblem on Nafal's neck glows intensely, surprising Hibiki, who recognizes this enchantment and realizes its significance. The monster admits that he didn't expect to encounter unfamiliar enchantments in this world. Nafal expresses her surprise as well, as they haven't defeated the first demon leader yet. Encouraged by the news that they are facing the strongest demon in the battle, Nafal attacks the monster vigorously. However, neglecting her defense, she is struck by the monster's foot. Suddenly, her friend intervenes with a protective shield, and Hibiki delivers a powerful blow, but it has little effect. Val, the monster, remarks that he didn't anticipate using his full power in this battle. Despite Nafal's successful strikes, Val transforms and releases a massive power, catching everyone off guard. Nafal calls for a retreat, and her friends use their magical abilities to transport themselves to a different location. However, Hibiki insists on stopping the enchantment, expressing her desire to fight alongside Nafal. Nafal explains that the rose emblem she used grants the user strength beyond their capacity at the cost of their life. Meanwhile, Val comments on Nafal's surprising enchantment and expresses his intention to pursue the hero. Hibiki convinces Nafal to stop the enchantment, and at that moment, the rose emblem descends onto Nafal's chest and the rest of her body. Val mocks Nafal, believing she can no longer fight. Still, Nafal reveals that she hasn't given her all yet. She declares that as a woman who found nothing but a battlefield to spill her enemy's blood, she discovered tenacity, like steel in the midst of battle. She affirms her choice to choose the place of her death, to give meaning to her demise, and most importantly, to remain alive in the memories of her friends. What a tremendous sacrifice. It goes in vain with the swing of that demonic sword. At that moment, the demon strikes her with a powerful blow, but she unexpectedly retaliates, hitting his grip with her sword. She then activates the flames of death, causing both her and the demon to be engulfed in flames. In her final moments, Hibiki hears Nafal say, "Hibiki, I've enjoyed our friendship." Suddenly, a massive explosion occurs, witnessed by her friends, revealing that their friend sacrificed herself for them. Hibiki, overwhelmed with grief, sheds tears, screaming in agony. On another front, we see the hero who withdrew from the battle moments ago, encountering Lily. He expresses regret, feeling he should have fought alongside the hero of Lemia as well. Lily reassures him, stating that his continuous presence gives hope to the people of Gritonia. The hero vows to become stronger to fight without relying on anyone and promises to stand by her. In another scene, the demoness who seemed to have perished earlier confronts the demon leader. She tells him to rise, revealing that she still has to repair the rift. Despite her defiance, the demon leader regains his original form. Back to the hero Makoto, who is being treated for severe injuries by his companions. Tomo informs Mio that she will lose her arm during the regeneration process, but Mio dismisses it, expressing indifference to what happens to her. Meanwhile, Makoto, oblivious to the ongoing events, has his wounds tended to. The demoness Mio, claiming that Sophia is dead, shatters the rocks covering the demon leader, who returns to his original form. The demoness informs him that Sophia is gone. Simultaneously, Makoto's treatment progresses and the journey to the academy reaches its conclusion. As they approach the academy, the narrator teases the audience about the upcoming thrilling events and urges them to subscribe to the channel and activate the notification bell for the latest updates. The English translation provides an overview of the significant developments and sets the stage for the next exciting episode. The episode begins with Tomo and Mayu at this late hour, where the moon appears in a mesmerizing light tonight. They seem very happy with their beautiful journey under the quiet moonlight. Miu expresses her wish to hear the voice of her little lord, to which Tomo responds, thinking that Minyu wanted to surprise him by learning to cook. Then Tomo asks where she wants to go, and Miyu replies that she wants to go to the coastal town of Koran as she decided to obtain seaweed used in Japanese dishes that he loves. She then asks about her investigation into the battle site against the dragons, and Tomo reveals that she has indeed investigated and found a massive lake after their battle. They need to figure out the reason behind it, so they will be alone for a while. Tomo mentions that Shiki informed her that her little lord has arrived in Rotsugard, and once things settle there, they can return to the secondary space. Therefore, they need to be patient until that time comes. The scene shifts to the center of the city of Rotsugard, where Makoto is with Shiki. Shiki talks about the wide variety of shops and goods in the city, emphasizing the highly competitive nature of work there. Makoto agrees, acknowledging the need to gather information by exploring the town. Meanwhile, a group of men is seen harassing a humanoid girl, and Makoto understands that humans always tend to persecute humanoids. Shiki explains that it's very normal, as there are some half-humans in the city. Upon hearing this, Makoto remarked that humanoids usually act as if they are the only victims in such situations. However, when he looked into the eyes of the girl, he saw a certain resignation in her expression. He felt compelled to intervene in this battle and tried to keep Makoto away from the skirmish, but he couldn't. The poor girl struggled to escape, but the men stopped her with extreme anger, even throwing her to the ground. Makoto asked them to leave her alone, but they ignored him completely. Makoto then called out to the boys, realizing that they were wearing Rotsugard Academy uniforms, wondering if they were associated with Tomo or Mayu, as they might have killed them. Meanwhile, Shiki spoke with Makoto and informed him that he could eliminate them all at once because they dared to insult them as idiots. Makoto tried to calm Shiki down, not wanting him to resort to killing immediately. Shiki suggested causing them great pain first, but Makoto, angered by this, requested him to convince them to leave peacefully. One of the boys spoke to Makoto, expressing apparent fear. Makoto asked them to talk to the girl without interfering with him. Shiki approached them, asking them to leave and promising not to kill them. However, the boys got angrier, feeling mocked by Shiki, and used their wind magic, surprising Makoto with their ability to wield such magic. Makoto was even more astonished when he saw them flying in the air. He questioned them about the reason for showing off, annoying the boys even more. Shiki then used his power to summon massive tree branches, striking the boys. After dealing with the branches, Makoto suspended the boys in mid-air. Shiki praised Makoto for the impressive display, mentioning that he would master anti-magic spells as well. However, Makoto showed no admiration for dispersing magic like that, as he still couldn't use it effectively in combat. Then he spoke to the girl and asked her to escape from this place immediately. She questioned why he didn't ask for her help, and he explained that he didn't need to make her indebted to him. She quickly fled before anyone could catch her, but not before revealing that she works as a waitress at the Douchuu restaurant located nearby. If he visits, he can thank her there as they serve excellent hot pot dishes. Makoto was delighted and asked Shiki to go there later. Shiki agreed and commented that despite saving her, the girl was insolent. Makoto couldn't understand why she didn't suspect the person who saved her without asking for anything in return. He then looked at the suspended boys and asked Shiki to bring them down. Shiki used his power to lower them to the ground. When they landed, they couldn't find the girl and quickly fled, threatening to harm Makoto in the future. Shiki, fearing the consequences, asked Makoto why he helped her. Makoto admitted knowing about their involvement but found a curious look in her eyes that made him want to assist her. After their conversation, they went in search of an inn. While wandering the city, Makoto told Shiki that the entrance exam was in 3 days, and he needed to register at the academy to be recognized as a resident and obtain a license to open a new shop. Shiki shocked Makoto by revealing that the exam he would be taking was not for new student admission, but rather a teacher recruitment exam. He explained that according to Rembrandt's documents, Makoto had to take this exam to become a teacher. This revelation left Makoto stunned. Shiki emphasized that it was clear in Rembrandt's writings that Makoto needed to undergo the teacher recruitment exam. Then we shift to Mr. Rembrandt with his assistant Morris, where he informs him that Makoto should have arrived in Rotsugard. Rembrandt doesn't understand what's happening, and Morris explains that he's been having difficulty reading small print lately, possibly due to aging. He suggests Rembrandt get reading glasses before making a mistake. Now it's time for teacher recruitment, and we find Makoto among the applicants, feeling very tense. Shiki advises him to calm down, and Makoto admits he would have run away if Rembrandt hadn't scolded him. Makoto then enters the interview room, and when asked by the receptionist, requests more information about the test. Makoto says, "I know these are teacher recruitment exams, but are there any other vacant administrative positions?" The man responds that they can't accommodate that request as many people have been applying for various positions, despite clearly stating that they are hiring teachers. Complaints, insults, and unofficial methods of application have been on the rise. Shiki becomes very angry at the man and uses his magic on him. Afterward, the man transforms into an old man. Makoto apologizes for Shiki's actions, but the man acts as if nothing happened. Makoto then asks if there are any other administrative positions available. The man reacts and Shiki confronts him, accusing him of disrespecting Makoto's lord and making him listen to his talk. The girl who witnessed the situation apologizes on behalf of the employee and criticizes the use of complaints or disrespectful language with the examiner. She addresses the employee, stating that filing complaints or using demeaning language with the examiner is unacceptable, even if the question was asked in an inappropriate manner. She adds that if they are hiring administrative workers, the response should be more understanding. The employee responded saying, "We appreciate your valuable input," and then asked Makoto how he would like to approach his exam. She mentioned that he could specify the ratio. He preferred between practical and written assessments, considering he had a recommendation from the Rembrandt Trading Company. Since he was applying to teach general tactics, it was presumed he must have significant achievements. She inquired if he preferred to focus on practical evaluation. Shiki then consulted with her about something on the paper, and she was visibly surprised, asking Makoto if he was confident about that. He responded, "Considering the rarity of those who pass this extremely difficult test, we will rely on a practical evaluation." The scene then shifts to the teacher, saying that the exam would take place in 3 days, and the examiners would now head to the testing area. As for the equipment they received, they could use the feather-shaped item to return, and use the bell-shaped item if they wish to withdraw from combat between the examiners. However, due to the physical distance between them, it was doubtful that they could be in the same place. So the organizers would provide equipment and machines while they had to secure their own food and other necessities. Monsters lived in the testing area, so they were warned to be cautious. The teacher continued, stating that anyone who met the conditions would pass the test, which involved catching the red, blue, and yellow balls. Instructions for catching the balls were provided along with the items given to them. He concluded by instructing them to return to the academy within 3 days, each holding one of the 3 balls. Then we see Makoto in the forest, which is the testing area. He uses his magic and finds that he is not worried about food and drink compared to the previous place he first arrived. However, this place seems like paradise, and it appears that the other examiners are very far away. Makoto then notices a ball and reads about it, learning that each ball can be damaged by specific attacks. After receiving sufficient damage, the ball will stop moving, and you can catch it using other means except the ones mentioned. The ball will explode only if physical attacks are effective against the red ball. Makoto decides to start gently and hits the ball, but it shatters and falls to the ground. He tries another ball using fire magic, and it also explodes. Then he notices the blue ball and says that ranged attacks are effective against it. He tries using a bow and arrow, saying it should be easy, but it also shatters. Makoto mentions that his attacks cause a lot of damage, but he realizes that he is always under the influence of a strengthening enchantment. He finds a red ball approaching, but when he touches it, it quickly shatters, and he screams at what he did. We see Makoto sitting sadly, contemplating his failure to catch the balls. He decides to create a painful barrier upon touching them and goes to sleep. The next day, he wakes up and wonders what the other examiners are doing. He then uses his special detection technique, allowing him to know everyone in the area. He notices that one examiner is missing, the elf, and speculates that they might have either finished the test in 1 day or withdrawn. He acknowledges that it's not a race, but he feels the need to hurry a bit. After that, he utilizes his exploration technique, discovering that one examiner is missing, possibly the elf who might have completed the test or withdrawn. He reflects that it's not a race, but he feels the need to be a bit faster. Then, the blue ball appears and Makoto realizes that it is vulnerable to ranged attacks. This time, he uses a bow and arrow, attempting to scratch it lightly with a feather to successfully drop it without shattering. After the ball falls to the ground, Makoto is overjoyed and quickly grabs it, elated that he has succeeded in catching a ball from the cliff. Suddenly, he learns that someone else has disappeared, and this time it's the human. Did he succeed, or perhaps he withdrew? In any case, Makoto decides to continue trying. Later, at sunset, he sees the white ball and attempts to catch it. He weakens himself using the Kai, adjusting his strength to be neither too strong nor too weak, focusing all his attention on it. He starts hitting the ball with moderate force and it falls to the ground. Overjoyed, he believes he still has a whole day and thinks he will succeed in the test. In the evening, he begins preparing his meal and grilling it over the fire. This is his first meal since the beginning of the test. Suddenly, while enjoying his delicious meal, he senses the appearance of a new person. He is surprised that the examiners are allowed to join the test while it's ongoing, but he doesn't mind as long as they don't bother him. In the morning, he wakes up with optimism, but suddenly notices someone in front of him wearing black. The person tries to attack him with small daggers, but Makoto easily deflects them. The person disappears suddenly, and Makoto, thanks to his special Kai, knows exactly where he is. When Makoto tries to move away, the person grabs him from his cloak and throws him to the ground, starting to attack him with daggers and a powerful weapon. However, as mentioned earlier, Makoto blocks the attacks with his hand and breaks the weapon. This infuriates the masked person, who then retreats a bit. Makoto confronts him, and the person reveals a message that indicates all this wasn't enough to harm him. Suddenly, Makoto looks at his hand and finds a severe wound, realizing he might have been poisoned because the dagger was toxic. Shocked, he tries to wash it quickly to hide the poison's effects. The masked person, enraged that Makoto easily broke his weapon, wants revenge. Makoto, worried about the poison, rushes to wash the wound. Then Makoto asks the masked person if he is targeting the examiners. The person confirms this, stating that the others have already left and he wasn't enthusiastic about working just because Makoto threatened him. However, he insists that Makoto will pay for breaking his weapon, which is imbued with a quick-acting venom, the person is likely to succumb to it. Makoto calmly informs him that he effortlessly neutralized the poison, stunning the masked man. The man questions the possibility of such an act, and Makoto replies that he will reveal how he nullified the poison if the masked person discloses his identity and employer. The masked person admits to having no communication with the client, only receiving jobs through the Assassin's Guild. Suddenly, the masked man finds himself unable to move entirely. Makoto explains that he temporarily paralyzed him because he interfered with his test. He instructs the man to leave immediately and not interfere again, warning that he will be delayed further if he reappears. The masked man, astonished, claims he cannot leave while unable to move. Just before Makoto departs, he informs the man that the poison had no effect on him due to an acquired ability. The masked person assumes Makoto is mocking him and expresses disbelief. In a swift move, Makoto rushes towards him, delivering a powerful blow that sends him soaring far into the sky. The scene then shifts to Makoto, who is desperate because his attacks are too powerful, shattering the balls with each strike. His body continuously releases mana, and even the borrowed bow is magically charged. In a moment of realization, he remembers the knife he had earlier when grilling the fish. He pulls it out, hoping it will succeed in capturing the balls intact. Suddenly, a ball appears, and Makoto strikes it with the knife. Surprisingly, it doesn't explode, but instantly teleports. He swiftly strikes it again, causing it to fall to the ground. Makoto grabs it, and more balls appear. He attempts to gather them, but they end up breaking. In the end, he manages to collect only 3 balls of different colors. The feather glows, transporting him back to the academy. At the academy, all the examiners are waiting, expecting Makoto to have withdrawn like the others. Makoto informs the guild employee that he has indeed collected the balls. The employee is astonished since usually people return with 3 balls of the same color. However, Makoto brought 3 different colors, something unprecedented. Shocked, Makoto then goes to his room and tells his maid about his temporary success. He reflects on the challenges he faced. Later, he suggests going to check out the hot pot restaurant for a meal. His maid rejoices at the idea. And unexpectedly, Makoto has become a temporary teacher, starting his life in the academy in this new role. The scene then shifts to the academy staff, who are amazed and puzzled by Makoto's success. They discuss how someone requested an increase in the exam difficulty in the challenge to collect all 3 colors. The staff is surprised that someone managed to accomplish it. The story concludes with the academy staff expressing disbelief and wondering what Makoto will encounter in the upcoming episodes. Our episode begins with Makoto when he finally obtained the opening permit for his new store in the new town of Ratsuguro. After many failed attempts, Makoto was very happy as he walked down the street, holding his official acceptance letter. While on the way, his friend Shiki asks him if the academy summoned him suddenly. Makoto tells him that's just the academy's way and there's no need to go until 3:00 p.m. They plan to arrive just after lunch. In those moments, they meet Loria, who warmly welcomes them. Makoto informs her that they'll visit again later in the day since she works at the large restaurant called Gustoso. Shiki then reminds her about his order for the usual hot pot, but with some spicy pepper and grilled chicken broth. While Makoto mentions he'll order the hot pot today without chili and pepper, just some spices and lots of lemon. Loria smiles lightly, calling them strange for sharing one hot pot among a group. Afterwards, as they leave, someone observes the place. Makoto, speaking to himself, notes that it's his 5th consecutive day eating at Gustoso. The scene shifts to Shiki, who has become obsessed with the restaurant. The focus then shifts to Ilamugen, a boy who seems to be jealous of Loria. A girl approaches him, a fellow academy student, wanting to discuss something. The scene transitions to when Makoto and Shiki finally arrive at Gustoso, and Loria has prepared the hot pots for them. Shiki is delighted with the beauty and sweetness of the food. Loria asks if they work at the academy, and Makoto confirms, stating they'll head there after this delicious meal. While they talk, another girl, a friend of Loria's, calls for her, leading to increased crowds as more customers arrive. Shiki continues to devour his hot pot and orders another meal, surprising Makoto with his fast eating, especially considering the ingredients come from magical creatures. The scene then shifts to the Ratsuguro Academy, where Makoto and Shiki talk to the secretary. Makoto, now an important teacher, is informed by the official that as long as he doesn't exchange currencies within the academy premises, there won't be any issues. The academy currently has hundreds of faculty members, and students pay silver coins to the teachers, around 9 silver coins per lesson. Part-time retired teachers can teach a maximum of 30 students in one go. The secretary mentions that Makoto can apply for his first departure next week. Makoto expresses his plan to give a lecture to fewer than 10 students next week, which seems unusual to the secretary. Most teachers try to gather as many students as possible to earn more money. However, Makoto insists on teaching with caution. At that moment, a man named Bright, a full-time lecturer, joins them. He listens to Makoto's plans and expresses his interest in teaching a subject focused solely on practical skills, emphasizing magic and supernatural abilities. Bright, who teaches combat techniques, mentions sending around 10 of his students who are interested in studying magic and supernatural abilities to Makoto. Grateful, Makoto thanks Bright and learns that this year has many enthusiastic students willing to pay for learning such extraordinary skills. The scene shifts to the library, where Makoto enters and a girl with brown hair and beautiful glasses greets him, asking how she can help. Makoto informs the library assistant that his friend is currently busy applying to use the facilities. He explains that he's here to look for materials for his new teaching assignment. The library assistant warmly welcomes him and offers to help him find any books. When Makoto asks for books on magical spells, the library assistant teasingly calls it trivial for someone like him who doesn't need books to learn. However, Makoto is taken aback, jumping away, and questions her identity, asking how she knows his name. The library assistant reveals that she is indeed the library attendant and knows the names of the teachers. Makoto expresses his surprise, stating it's difficult for her to know his name among the many teachers, especially since he's a new teacher. She explains that she heard about him while having a meal with one of the examiners. Makoto asks if that's all, and she confirms, mentioning Loria, who works at Gustoso, her little sister, told her a lot about them. Makoto gazes at her, noting her resemblance to Loria, and she introduces herself as Eva. She expresses her joy at meeting him, and Makoto imagines her somewhat resembling Mio. The scene then transitions to the coastal city of Koran, where Mio sits with Parita. Mio requests Parita to teach her how to cook, as she works in a restaurant and wants to learn. Parita reluctantly agrees, having received some money from the shop owner to teach Mio. However, she asks Mio not to wave a knife in the kitchen again. Mio assures her that she is proficient in using a knife in a visually appealing way. Parita then demonstrates how to remove the eyes of a potato using the knife's base, leaving Mio impressed. Parita explains they'll start with the basics, and Mio watches in awe as Parita skillfully cuts vegetables, making it seem as if she's cutting paper. Parita explains to Mio that the owner of the kitchen learned the skill of rotating slicing in Laurel and taught it to her. Mio is confused by the term, but Parita mentions that rotating slicing has useful applications even outside of cooking. A week later, we shift to Ratsugard Academy, where a group of students heads towards the location of their teacher, Makoto. They are unfamiliar with him, but they are surprised to learn that he will communicate with them through writing and has an assistant. The students are nervous as they feel this is not good for a practical magic class, but they are compelled to attend as their director instructed them to do so. Some students do not care about Makoto's actions as long as it makes them stronger. The scene then transitions to Makoto and Shiki, waiting for the students. They overhear the students' comments and realize they are making fun of them. Shiki mentions that Makoto's salary depends on the number of students, weakening his position as a teacher. Makoto then questions if he is sure they should not take the strict approach in the discussion, to which Shiki replies that if they are kind, the students won't take them seriously. Makoto decides to be the annoying teacher. At that moment, the gate opens and students approach, intending to train with Makoto. Shiki introduces himself, mentioning his plan to open a store in the last town. Makoto shares his experience as a merchant leading a trading caravan through a wasteland, surprising the students with his peculiar appearance. Makoto warns them that he will give a very challenging lesson and urges them to pay attention. One of the students claims expertise in manipulation, and Makoto asks another about their elemental affinities. The second student mentions proficiency in wind and a bit of earth and fire. Makoto then inquires about the girl's abilities, and she reveals mastery in fire and a bit of wind. He asks if anyone can use multiple elements equally well. Reflecting on his friend Tomo, Makoto hopes to find a student with a similar proficiency in multiple elements. Then he speaks again with the students, regretfully telling them that, given their current state, they won't be able to surpass mediocrity. The students are shocked by his harsh words, and Makoto explains that they were accepted into the academy based on their abilities. One student objects, stating that specializing in one element is common. Makoto responds that if they lose their only element, they will be dismembered, so they should at least master 3 elements. The students continue to protest, and Makoto informs them that he and his assistant, Shiki, will engage in a symbolic duel to assess their strengths. The duel begins, and when the students observe Shiki, they notice his abundant mana and multiple elemental abilities. However, when they look at Makoto, they sense no mana. Makoto then explains that he and Shiki will demonstrate their strengths, allowing the students to judge them accordingly. Shiki attacks Makoto, using his strength and multiple elements, but Makoto effortlessly deflects the blow with a powerful magical barrier. Makoto surprises everyone with his agility, recalling his recent training with Tomo and Mio, where he practiced running on water. The battle intensifies between Makoto and Shiki, both displaying formidable strength. Shiki utilizes the power of wood to strike Makoto, but Makoto easily counters, showcasing his incredible magical prowess. The students are astonished by the strength of Kuzunoa as Makoto and Shiki continue their fierce battle. Shiki attempts to use the power of light as a radiant sunbeam attack, but Makoto counters with a combination of earth and water, leaving the students in disbelief. The students marvel at the silent incantations and coordination of their powerful spells. As the battle reaches its climax, Shiki employs the power of celestial light, and Makoto counters with a shadow magic spell. The students witness the extraordinary display of magic, realizing the depth of their teacher's abilities. Kuzunoa then concludes the battle with a powerful spell, defeating Shiki and causing a spectacular explosion. Then Makoto informs the remaining students that the lesson for the day has concluded, leaving it up to them to decide whether they will attend the next lesson or not. He suggests that if they want to accompany him on a more challenging journey, they are welcome to join his team. After delivering this message, Makoto departs, but he asks Shiki to treat the injured girl with braids. Shiki agrees, and Makoto leaves, remarking to himself that he successfully countered all the attacks. Makoto's departure leaves a lasting impact on the students. The brown-haired girl expresses reluctance to participate in another lesson with him. On the other hand, the boys are impressed by Makoto's magic. Shiki treats the injured girl, and she is surprised by the cooling sensation of the ointment. Shiki reassures her that it's just regular medicine from their store. One of the boys mentions meeting someone deserving to be called a teacher for the first time since arriving at the academy. Makoto expresses concern to Shiki about the upcoming lesson, questioning if explaining to the students will be enough. Shiki suggests that understanding them might be the key. The scene shifts to the Star Lake, where Tomo and a man converse. Tomo inquires about the man's presence on the battlefield, and he confirms being part of the Hyuma, explaining that they punish those who deviate from the right path by using the blue and red cloak sorcerer. He describes the sorcerer's arrow of punishment, which destroys everything it touches. Tomo asks him to share his memories. The scene transitions to Mio, who sits alone, reflecting on Makoto's change in approach, finding joy in annoying others and embracing moments without boredom with her lord. Finally, the scene returns to Makoto with the remaining students. He introduces the first student, Maithra, from Rotskird, whose parents are affiliated with the temple. The second student is Dana, who is married despite his appearance. His wife is currently on maternity leave from the academy. The third student is Abelia. As for the person with slightly red hair, he is called Izumo, an ambitious sorcerer from the Republic of Laurel. The person with blue hair is named Jin Sato, ambitious and ranking first in his class in practical skills. Makoto questions Izumo about his usual communication through writing but casting spells during the last lesson. Speaking in a non-colloquial language, Makoto explains that he can't speak colloquially due to certain circumstances. He informs him that the first lesson is about understanding how mana expenditure affects the body. Izumo replies that spending half of one's mana leads to mental fatigue, and when only 20 remains, it causes lethargy. Completely depleting mana might result in vomiting, partial or complete loss of consciousness, and exceeding limits. The white-haired person adds that this lesson is for beginners. When asked why they are questioned about this now, Makoto reveals that he wants to know their combat limits. He assures them not to worry, as he has sufficient mana and a recovery potion for sale. Makoto suggests that they face him with all their strength. However, the unexpected happens as all the students collapse to the ground, unable to do anything to Makoto. Then, a girl uses a flame spear and Shiki stops her when she runs out of energy. The students are shocked to realize that Makoto wasn't fighting seriously, yet his attacks were immensely powerful. The girl, having used the last of her mana, acknowledges Shiki's request to stop. The remaining students stand again, noticing that the teacher wasn't fighting seriously. However, Makoto's attacks were still formidable. One student gives Makoto the last of his mana and falls to the ground. Then, Jin attacks Makoto, claiming that he wants to at least land one hit. However, Makoto strikes him, planting him in the ground like an onion. After the battle, the students express deep sadness at losing to their teacher, Makoto. He tells them that even if they know their limits, there's no use unless they test them. Now, they must provide a report on what they need to work on. Some students label Makoto as extremely evil. After that, the scene shifts to the young man named Illumigan-san, who managed to defeat his fellow students in the battle. He congratulates his classmate on the victory, acknowledging his excellent performance. Illumigan-san then remembers when the girl gave him a magical potion that significantly enhances his physical and magical abilities. Carrying this potion, Illumigan-san walks through one of the academy's corridors and is surprised to encounter Makoto. He fears that Makoto might have been appointed as a teacher in the academy, and he becomes frightened of him. The scene transitions to Makoto and his servant reading the students' feedback, where they express that the students exceeded their expectations. Shiki reads Izumo's note, stating that he used some complex spells. Then, it introduces the boy with white hair named Dana, who is married, intelligent, and has good judgment. The only girl using mana and having good physical strength is introduced as Abelia. The boy in the green robe, Methra, sacrificed himself to fight as a team with the others. Lastly, Jin remains standing until the end without exhausting all his mana, impressing Makoto. Makoto acknowledges their abilities and expresses his admiration for their teamwork. He humbly admits that he may not be qualified to be their teacher, but promises to do his best in whatever he decides to pursue. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the person defeated by Makoto, expressing dissatisfaction with the Assassin Guild's failed mission. The person defeated by Makoto apologizes but claims no one informed him that he would face someone capable of breaking the dragon scale blade, Mitsurugi. The leader of the guild tells him to get rid of the part-time teacher immediately. The episode concludes with a teaser about whether Makoto can deal with this group in the upcoming events. Our episode today begins with Makoto, who has been a teacher for 2 weeks now. Additionally, after opening a store in Tsuki, a new branch has been opened as Kanoa Commercial Company started operating in Raygard. The scene shifts to Makoto in the store talking to some girls and threatening to kick them out. The girls are shocked and begin to cry, wondering how he could say something like that. Makoto apologizes and informs them that they have plenty of staff, assuring them not to worry. They are very afraid of Tom, so they plead with him not to kick them out. Makoto agrees to not dismiss them and then proceeds to explain the items in the store. He points out the blue healing ointments, the poison antidotes, and the pain relieving and fever reducing medications. Then he turns to them and expresses his desire to encourage people to talk about their store, emphasizing that it is a pharmacy and general store that remains open even late at night to serve the people. He plans to work until midnight, alternating shifts with them and ensuring they have enough wrist breaks. He also mentions providing them with food expenses and no manager to nag at them. As the store has just opened, they won't be too busy, which delights the girls greatly, and they behave strangely to the point that Makoto almost loses his mind. Then the scene shifts to Makoto sitting and talking to himself, his work and lessons going. Well, then, he remembers that girl who spoke to him and asked him to marry her. The other with black hair also proposed marriage to him, while the one under the chair said the same words to him. Makoto was very annoyed by this because they only wanted to marry him to gain money back to reality. Makoto was once again astonished by those who wanted to marry him for their own gain. At that moment, the librarian comes to him and asks him who the people in the picture are. Makoto is surprised because she was behind him. Then he tells her that they were two girls who were close to him before. Then he owes them a lot. Then he talks to her about marriage, finding the students' idea of marriage very strange because they don't want to marry for love, companionship, and children. The librarian tells him that many of our students here are nobles, daughters, or merchants, so they might not want to marry for love, but for their personal interests. Makoto was amazed because they're still teenagers, so it's hard to believe that they think that way. The librarian tells him that he is too naive. Makuru is surprised by her words, then remembers his old friends who didn't want him for money and were much better than others. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Tommy talking to her servant and asking him how his investigation into the forest of trees is going. He tells her that it seems someone killed Aluka. The fall before the Battle of Fort Stale, Sophia Bolga was probably the Dragon Slayer. Then he asks her and tells her, "Madam, did you know anything about the ring that contains great power?" She told him that she didn't find any information about it. Although she thinks it is located in the Blue Star Lake as they speak, there is a knock on the door and the servant quickly anticipates the matter when asked who is at the door. Hearing a voice, he informs them that they are travelers and came to this place because they heard that someone owns a unique weapon. Then he allows them to enter and they open the door and greet them. The boy with white hair is surprised and says, "What's samurai sad?" Cosplay Tommy begins to introduce herself and tells them that the person with her is called Lime, and we guard the Koha Trading Company, the company located on the border. The redhead girl understands the matter and says, "So, you both obtain those grit weapons because you belong to that company." Then the white-haired guest asks her, "Tommy, how old are you?" as you speak in a strange and old-fashioned way. Tommy told him, "I don't know what you're talking about, but it's inappropriate to ask a woman about her age before mentioning your name. I still don't know your name." The strangers begin to introduce themselves. So the boy with white hair in the middle of them is called Asashi, while the other redhead is called Mura. As for the girl who introduced them, her name is Lime. Speaks to himself and says the second princess of Grona, meaning that this person is the hero and the one who protects her. Tommy asks them why they are in this place, so Lily tells her that they came to this place to study the lake that suddenly appeared. Ashai interrupts her as he wants to see this katana, the sword that Tommy wears. So she gives it to him when he tried to pull the sword out of its sheath. He couldn't do it. Tommy told him not to worry. He won't be able to pull the sword out of its sheath because it was specifically made with a certain fingerprint, so only I can draw it from its sheath. Ashai is amazed and says, "Impossible. How can this be when I am the hero who can use any weapon in this universe?" But this weapon is strange. Tommy pulls it out of him and tells him not to be violent because this sword is my companion. Then she takes the sword so they can see it and tells them. Its name is Shai Fuji. Everyone is amazed by this wonderful sword and the radiance it emits. Then she tells them that they have work now and are very busy, so she asks them to leave. Now, at that moment, Lily speaks to her and says, "Your weapon is very great. Specify the price that suits you and we will buy it from you." Tommy turns to her and says, "I told you that only I can use this sword." Lily begins to lose her composure, as she hoped this matter would remain a secret. But necessity tightens her grip, and then she introduces herself as Princess Lily of the Gronia Empire, and her friend standing beside her is the hero Tomoki, her assistant. She then asks her to cooperate with them, as there is no future for this factor without. Tommy speaks that she feels there is a hidden reason behind their desire for this sword. For example, she suspects that they intend to use it to develop their weapons, whatever they offer her. She will never give them this sword. Then she ends the conversation by saying that the hero Tomoki used his magic to influence Tay assist. He spoke to her and tried to persuade her that they are from the hero's party, and if they help them, the trading company will benefit from it. He is confident that he can use his own katan, but she refuses to listen to this speech again. Tawai talks to her, telling her that he is the hero who will defeat the demons and bring peace to this world. So he wants Tommy to help him. Then he tries to influence her as well. Tommy agrees and asks him not to look at her with those eyes, then continues to think to herself that she heard about the hero who came from another world but disappointed all her hopes. Tomoki talks to her and asks her to respond to his invitation, but Tommy refuses again because she is already helping another man. The princess understands that Tommy is not just any dragon. She seems to be a powerful dragon with great presence and the most powerful dragon in the area called Luca. The waterfall. Tommy replies that she's not Luca. The princess is shocked by this As she had read her thoughts, this girl tried to recruit Tommy to serve her breather. Tommy understands that she is a dragon summoner and warns her not to mess with dragons bigger than her. So the girl tries to attack Tommy, but she can bend off all her attacks. Then she asks him to stop this battle, and then Tomoki's friend wakes up from his daze as Tomoki used a magic to control everything. Then Tomoki's friend insults Tommy, which angers Tomoki a lot, and he beats him up a lot. Then Tommy scolds him and tells him he's still small and a-tempered. Tantrum Tomoki gets angry and says he is the hero of the empire, but Tommy responds that it is a hopeless case. Then she continues to look into his eyes, and he screams at her not to look at him like that. Then Tommy spoke to the princess, telling her that she would consider they never met if she failed to understand what she meant and acted recklessly again. She emphasized that the hero of the empire would become a bad news if she did. The princess spoke to herself that she is a mind-ordering dragon who uses fog and illusions. Then the hero Tomoki talks to Tom, telling her that she is a rare individual of the first rank. Then he screams at her again and asks her to stay with him. After the end of this conversation, Lime spoke apologetically, as he didn't know how to offer to that fool and give him the precious sword she gave him. Tommy replied and ordered him to be one of her clan members. Lime quickly agreed to this, surprising Tommy. He told her that he enjoyed becoming stronger, but he was powerless when needed. So he didn't want to choose regret again. Tommy was pleased with that and asked him to start training. The next morning we see Mayo picking crops, but she can't differentiate between them when she tastes one of them. She finds it very delicious as the dried pieces in it contain an umami flavor and are soft enough for humans to chew. But suddenly this wolf attacks her, causing her clothes to get wet, which makes her very angry. So she hits it and throws it away. Then this girl appears and saves the wolf. Mayo asks her if she owns it so she can die with it. The girl is worried about Mayo and asks her if she is okay or hurt because the wolf jumped on her suddenly. All of this is my fault. I will make sure to discipline him too. The girl says, then she asks the wolf to walk and the wolf obeys. Her Mayo is surprised, saying it's a kind of spirit. The girl replies that it's a monster guard. She doesn't know much about it. Actually, the girl introduces herself as Haiki and says she will take care of healing your puppy and fixing your clothes. Mayo tells her she didn't get hurt, leaving the monster left. Some marks on my clothes, Hiki tells her. Then let me make it up to you. Somehow? Tells her she can pick the best pieces from this pile of seaweed. Grass Haiki asks, do you mean seaweed and algae? Mayo is surprised, saying, can you distinguish between seaweed and alga? Haiki confirms, saying, yes, this is alga and that's seaweed. Tells her. She thought they were green. It's a beautiful green color and is classified as a delicious flavor in miso. 2 days later, we see them in the forest. Mayo asks Aiki, were you on your way to siege to get weapons? She answered yes, due to certain circumstances. Mayo tells her, it doesn't matter. But now about the dish we talked about before, the one that involves cooking with a pot lid. Haiki says, I think you mean the pressure cooker. It's a tool used when boiling food. This girl speaks to herself that Haiki claims to be tough, but her emotions melt her deeper than anyone can imagine. She hid her identity while traveling, hoping it would lift her spirits. Then Mayo asks her, are you strong? Haiki replied that she is considered a fighter. Mu tells her in that case, I need you to deal with the rare creatures coming towards us, or else I will take care of them myself. And this monster appears. Aikiki asks Chi to set up a defensive barrier and asks Woody to support them with support magic. This boy attacks the monster, saying, why do we have to face this thing before getting new equipment? In T-Siege, I have to be like a guardian fighting for a brickie. He attacks Very, but the monster retaliates, hitting him and knocking his sword away. The boy says we need to rethink this, but Hayaki refuses and asks Mayo for help. She tells her shame on you for not knowing your strength. Theo goes to the monster and hits it in the stomach, killing it very easily. Everyone is surprised by that. Then she asks him about Verda. Is he okay? Hibiki replies, yes, he's not fatally wounded, Mayo says, so he doesn't need help. Suddenly the monster wakes up again and hits Mayo in the back, but her wound heals quickly. Then she grabs the monster by its wing, saying, how dare you do that, and hits it several times and uses her magic. Finally, killing it, Mio informs them that we need to hurry, and suddenly Haiki loses consciousness and falls to the ground. And the wolf comes out of her again, very angry and wanting to attack. Mayo tells him that we have met before and you bit me when we met. I am different. Now I just saved your master, so I won't hurt. You don't tell me about my true nature. "Oh, Wolf," and she puts her hand on him, calming him down. On the other hand, she suddenly remembers her friend who was killed in battle someone. She can never forget because she was her close friend. Suddenly, she wakes up from her sleep and finds this message beside her written on it. "I've brought you and your friends to Siege. When you wake up, head to the Koso Commercial Company." The one who sent this message is Mayo. Indeed, they go to the Kono Company and Mayo is waiting for them. They thank her profusely for her assistance. Haiki inquires about Mayo's kimono, and Mayo reassures her that she hasn't fixed it. Yet her little lord didn't even look at her when she wore it. Then Hibiki asks Mayo what the secret is behind her invitation to this place. Mayo tells her that she invited them here for cooking, and she can return the favor by giving her some of her time, and she hasn't told her yet how to extract broth from seaweed. Haiki is surprised that Mayo only wants that from her. Then the boy with green eyes says, "We came to Tai Siege to get new equipment and train in the labyrinth. We don't have much time." Mayo tells them that it's pointless for the party to face difficulty against that monster in the labyrinth. They'll just be easy prey for monsters. "Nevertheless, we need to become stronger," says. Haiki. Mayo responds, "I don't know your circumstances, but that won't be enough, simply put, during the 3 days it will take to create the equipment. What do you think about the merchant making the equipment you want for fighting in the labyrinth, and you can pay for it later and during the nights while training? Can you, Haiki, teach Mu?" How Took Mayo tells her that new equipment doesn't guarantee their survival. "And do you think I can learn to make broth in just 3 days? The merchant tells her if she's worried, why not let Tua and her entourage accompany them? On the other hand, Mayo is very happy with this idea and thanks them for Feli because it's an excellent idea. Then the merchant asks them, "What do you think of this offer?" Haiki and her companions, who are shocked, express their appreciation for the offer. After that, Hibiki's meal, cooking, and her skills in cutting are very good. However, when it comes to applying force, things get worse and then she becomes frustrated. Haiki reassures her and tells her that she has at least learned to achieve success in 1/3 of the time. Afterward, Mio brings this purple fruit, and Haiki thinks it's a dessert. So she tastes it but finds it very disgusting. This angers Habi greatly, and she tells Mayo that she has a high tolerance for non-delicious foods, but is very sensitive to delicious ones. Mayo tells her that this means she has a talent in cooking. Doesn't it? Haiki responds that if she can distinguish between sweet and non-sweet foods, there is hope, and they will start mastering that. Thus, Mayo's journey in the world of cooking continues, and she approaches a crucial turning point. Moving back to Rootsgrad, he finds Makoto and his servant having a meal. And Maiko says that he asked us to return to the secondary space because she has a lot to tell us thinking about it. "We were only communicating remotely," says the servant. She says she has arranged for Gilan, the forest ogre, to take care of the store and Roots. Graduto tells her that he's somewhat worried, but if that's your opinion, Shiki, then he remembers the 2 girls working in the store and becomes somewhat anxious. On the other side, we see Makoto moving to this place and noticing something strange. What could that be, and what does this make him feel? This is what we'll find out in the next episode, so stay tuned. But we kindly ask you to subscribe to the channel and activate the notification bell to receive all the latest updates. Our episode today begins with Makoto and Chiki arriving at this place where the weather is very hot. Makoto looks up at the sky, seeing the full moon, then wonders what's happening in Maui in the secondary space. The scene shifts as they enter this large building. They've collaborated with various creatures to complete this beautiful house. Makoto opens the door to find humanoid beings welcoming him, saying, "Welcome back, my little lord." Then the girl with yellow hair, resembling a pig, tells him that all the inhabitants of the secondary space were waiting for him. Everyone is overjoyed that he's finally returned to see them. They all drink sugarcane juice in celebration, and Makoto tells him how happy he is to see them again. He thanks them for building this big house for him and hopes the sugarcane juice serves as a reward for their continuous efforts. Then Tomo speaks to him, asking if he spent all his time dealing with children and working at the academy. He responds that he loves doing this. The pig-like girl then welcomes them and tells him he should visit the secondary space more often because they always miss seeing him. Miu approaches him, offering him some soup, which he takes and remarks that he's seen this soup in TG before. He finds it delicious, and when he asks who made it, they tell him it's Mayu, who has been learning cooking lately. He encourages her on her excellent work. Miu very shyly tells him she's learned the true joy of cooking and promises to bring him more delicious dishes next time. Then she leaves and Makoto asks where she's going. The pig girl tells him she's headed to Teiji for an adventure where she'll showcase her extraordinary cooking skills. Then Momo tells him that after this grand feast, they'll hold a meeting to report what they've learned. So he should take his time until then and eat well because they won't find this beautiful food again. Makoto agrees, saying it's going to be a long night. After more than 2 hours, Makoto gathers with Tomo and Tsuki, and Tomo informs him about her investigations regarding the area where they encountered the Dragon Slayer. During their investigations, they met a hero from the Great Tonia Empire named Iwahashi. As for the year, it seems like Makoto is in the same age group, so he asks them how things have been. Tomo tells him that there's something suspicious about his behavior. He seems to overestimate his abilities and is consumed by his desires. He might even desire to wage war against other humans after defeating the demons. Additionally, when I read the thoughts of the princess accompanying him, I saw a mental image of a firearm. This hero has a very powerful killing machine. Not as powerful as magic, but can be used for assassinations or mass killings depending on the circumstances. Then Tomo raises her hand and frankly admits that she considered they might be here for a purpose, and also considered getting rid of them without Makoto's knowledge. Makoto reacts, saying you can't simply kill someone like that, even if they're despicable. We can wait and see what they will do. Then Tomo continues her speech. The second matter is regarding the Dragon Slayer, but unfortunately she couldn't find any useful information about it. Then Makoto asks her about the information concerning him, and she tells him she didn't find anything specific. Then she tells him hesitantly that there have been rumors about someone who may or may not have caused significant destruction and unleashed a powerful arrow, enough to turn the battlefield into a lake. Makoto is surprised, wondering which monster is capable of this. Then Tsuki tells him they consider this person to be a demon, and this is all that happened. Now it's Makoto's turn to give his report. Tsuki informed me about some events, and I heard that you're very popular. Then she approaches him and says, "Come on, tell me everything, Makoto." The scene shifts to when they were in the forest in the evening, talking about the weather being very hot here. But Tsuki tells him that some inhabitants of the space are getting sick, and it's about the fog gates you created. So he tells them that he has set up those gates randomly everywhere to draw the fog from the city. But it seems that the location of the last gate used determines the weather in general. So you have to choose the appropriate places to put the gates. Then the scene shifts to Mayu and Hibiki. Hibiki apologizes to Miyu because she received orders to return by those who care about her in Lemia. Mayu becomes very sad because she's going back to her country. Then Hibiki tells her to take care of herself, and when she asks if she has any weapons to defend herself when she goes back to her country, Miyu tells her yes because she has this big sword, but she will miss Miyu very much. When she asked her if she would come with her before she could finish her sentence, Mayu told her no because my little lord Makoto is also busy and cannot come to the country. So Hibiki asks her, what if my request is related to the fate of the world? But Miyu tells her that she is not interested in this world, and the only thing that matters to her is Makoto. Hibiki asks Miyu if she's sure about her words, and Miyu tells her that she's absolutely certain. She doesn't intend to follow anyone except my little lord Makoto. Hibiki thanks her for everything she's done for her and asks Miyu to be cautious on her way back home to avoid any harm. Hibiki then invites Miyu to visit Lemaya someday, promising to keep more recipes for her. Mayu is delighted by the offer as it's tempting, and she assures her that she will visit her someday. After that, Hibiki leaves. The next morning, we move to this beautiful garden full of flowers and roses, with lotus flowers and white clover planted, providing comfort for the farmers and offering children a place to play. Makoto is very pleased with this abundant cultivation and notices that the crops have increased significantly compared to last year. Emma tells him that they've developed the farms under the guidance of Miss Tsuki, and now they can harvest every 2 weeks on average. Makoto is very happy because he has succeeded in applying forced farming at an amazing level. He thanks Tsuki for that and wants to meet with them while he's here. Emma tells him that she will take care of the arrangements, but Elder Sama also wants to talk to you. Then the scene shifts to Elder Sama, and Makoto and Tsuki have gone to him. Elder informs them that Miyu brought this with her when her kimono was damaged a few days ago. Makoto is surprised because Miyu has ruined her kimono and didn't take care of it, even though he's the one who gave it to her. Elder explains that it was torn from behind, and fortunately her body was not harmed, but the problem lies in this substance. It seems that this substance is from a soul-eating monster, or judging by the strength of the usual monsters, it's hard to believe that one of them devoured a weak soul. This means that someone did this deliberately. Then Tsuki looks at them with fear and concern and tells them, in a very sad and shy manner, that he is the one who did it, and he created that monster. Everyone is shocked by this revelation. Then Tsuki tells them that it was one of the experiments conducted while he was possessing the forest ghoul before he met you. My little lord, I captured many souls of medium level and weakened them, then fed them to the monsters. I thought they would turn into existing souls or undergo similar changes, but I never saw the results. Makoto is upset because he did it back then. Tsuki begs Makoto's forgiveness and apologizes to him earnestly. Then Makoto asks him if that was the only time he conducted that experiment. Tsuki tells him that he did it several times before, not just with insects, but even with crustaceans. Makoto is surprised when he mentioned crustaceans, but he remembers what Tomo ate and knows it's from crustaceans. Then Elder asks if Tomo and Miyu should be informed about this. Tsuki is shocked when Elder says that, and Makoto tells him that it would be in his best interest, Tsuki, to face the problem. You did something wrong in the end? Makoto tells him, thinking to himself, I never expected Tsuki to be in this situation. At that moment, we find Tsuki in extreme terror and fear. The scene then shifts to Makoto, who tells Emma, I will meet the new species today. Emma confirms that they have been selected according to their dietary habits, social interactions, special abilities, and other characteristics. Tomo-sama chose unfamiliar species, while Mio-sama chose based on instincts, and Chiki-sama based on abilities. Makoto is very worried about their choices, so Emma, who had previously invited representatives from all three species, suggests that Makoto go see them, so she made them come here, with a hint of arrogance. Emma tells him that they hope to move here to live, and it's natural for them to send representatives. Makoto is surprised by this, and Emma tells him, my little lord, this is a good opportunity for you to stop calling me Emma-san. Suddenly, Emma gets angry and blushes a lot, telling him, you are the master and you should act accordingly. Makoto is very shocked because she's very strict. On the other hand, Makoto welcomes these two winged individuals, and they express their happiness to meet him, thanking him immensely for considering them as new residents in this wonderful place. He introduces himself to them as Makoto and explains that he manages this. The two winged beings then introduce themselves, with the green-haired one named Cocoon as the leader of the winged beings, and the girl named Shuna as his special advisor. Emma asked them to come down to the ground to speak with them, and they did. Makoto then looks at the documents he has with him and is amazed to find that there are so many of them, living in a place even more isolated than Tomoe's mountain. He asks them if they are the ones who protect their village themselves or not. Kakon confirms that they indeed protect their village themselves, as they are respected fighters. Then he talks to them about the conditions of moving here, asking if they will really be treated equally with the current residents and given suitable jobs. Makoto assures him that this is indeed his intention, making Kakon and Shuna cry tears of joy. Makoto continues his speech, saying that they will all live in this place, without plundering resources from each other, making them even happier. They thank him very much for what he has done for them. Then Makoto talks to these two girls and tells them that he wants them to remove their masks. They refuse because their eyes possess a very strong inhibitory effect. He tells them that it will be fine and not to worry. One of them replies that she cannot sense much mana from him at all. Emma gets annoyed with them and forces them to remove the masks, and they agree very quickly. When Makoto looks into their eyes, he feels something strange happening to him. They indeed possess a very strong inhibitory effect. They are a kind of magical eyes. He suspects that they will even turn their food into stone. Then he looks at their documents and finds that their species consists only of females. The girl confirms that this is indeed the case, as they reproduced by absorbing energy from other species. As for their children, they are born as larvae, as their lineage has managed to survive until now. Makoto tells them regarding their transition that they won't be able to provide them with partners, so they'll have to find partners themselves. They agree to that, but are unsure if the other residents will be able to tolerate their eyes. Makoto reassures them that he doesn't want them to worry, as he intends to create something with the same effect as their masks using glasses or something similar. The girls are very happy about this. Continuing to read in the contract, it states that they need help in building the city and carrying out other tasks, so they won't face any problems. The girls thank Makoto very much for what he's doing for them, although they are very worried about it because ultimately, they can turn things into stone but can't undo it. Makoto answers that he will most likely be able to fix that, so there shouldn't be a problem. He needs to change this office by force as it requires applying resistance to petrification. The girls thank him very much as they thought they would have to wear masks forever. Makoto tells them that they won't cause any trouble like love affairs or complex triangles, and even though they're not used to having fathers, they can participate in other relationships. The man accepts to help them, knowing that all species are trying to leave the forest they live in. Makoto says to the fairies, "Are you trying to leave the forest you live in because you're being chased by a herd of Rezos?" The fairy replies to the little one saying, "We are not fairies but Amira. We are better than those insects." The other fairy says, "We are something between fairies and spirits. We can command spirits of lower rank and we are skilled in gathering nectar. We can easily communicate with each other too." Emma, surprised, asks Makoto how they dare to behave like this in his presence and why Miu chose these creatures. He replies saying there are many of them, but he thinks they will be useful in all respects. The fairies tell him, "You can rely on us, we're the brave Elmiras." Emma gets angry, saying, "If you're preparing for war, I object. Inviting these creatures to your secondary space will be a disaster. This meeting will determine the fate of your species. I can't stand this. You're too lenient with them." Emma speaks to the fairies, saying, "You Elmiras, why don't you chase the Rezos away yourselves?" The fairy asks her, "Who do you think you are? Just a pig." Emma gets angry and asks them, "What did you say? I'll put you both in a birdcage. I hope the Rezos invade your entire forest." Then the scene shifts to Makoto speaking, saying, "The weather is moderate tonight." Shiki says, "2 species passed the interview. I'll make preliminary models of glasses and contact lenses." Tomo says, "I'll take care of the winged ones. I'll prepare a training program." Mayu chose a strange species to bring here, and we see Mayu preparing food for him to try, which Makoto takes and likes very much. The next day, we see Makoto with the team, joined by new species to the secondary space. Meanwhile, there were rumors spreading about 2 new students in the Academy City. The boy says those 2 girls will return next week. His friend asks, "Have they recovered from their illness so quickly?" He sarcastically replies, "Who knows if they were sick at all? They're newly rich with a terrible personality, but they have good marks, which makes it worse. I heard they expelled more than a few students and lab assistants from the service, and thus today's episode ends." Stay tuned for the next episodes. Don't forget to subscribe and activate the bell button to receive all updates. Our episode today begins with Makoto speaking to Tomomi as they stand on the balcony, discussing the winter weather. The sky is cloudy and rain is falling. Tomomi tells him that she was right about the fog gate she used last time affecting the secondary space's atmosphere. Just then, Mayo arrives holding those rotten potatoes and says, "Frequent climate changes make it difficult to store ingredients like potatoes, onions, garlic, and others. We must make a large refrigerator." Afterwards, we see Shinki reading the note and saying, "The inhabitants of the secondary space are not facing any major problems at the moment, but there is a possibility of sudden storms or droughts. This means we'll need certain things to adapt to the changing seasons, like the seasons in Japan." Tomomi then tells him that his mana can change the weather in a very strange way, so she'll investigate some sites where the 4 seasons are experienced. Makoto thanks her and informs them that he'll be returning to Rotsugard for now. In that moment, Mio grabs her clothes and asks him, "My young lord, are you leaving again?" He replies, "Yes, but I'll try to come back when I have the time." Then he looks at his people and the people of his country, seeing them angry because he's leaving them again. The scene shifts to Kozunoa restaurant where the girl working there welcomes him back warmly and hands him a lot of dinars, which shocks Makoto as he feels like a villainous and arrogant person, akin to an evil officer. Meanwhile, the scene moves to Shinki reading the statistics that have been uploaded, indicating that work is progressing well, so they need to hire more employees soon. Makoto turns to them and thanks them for their diligent work, not only through words but also by rewarding them both with a bunch of bananas. The 2 rejoice greatly and hug the bananas as if they were a lot of money. The scene transitions to the next morning with Makoto and Shinki walking and discussing the paperwork they will deliver in today's lecture. While Makoto is lost in thought, that person calls out to him, addressing him as great teacher. asking for a moment of his time. Makoto is surprised and thinks to himself that Bright Sensei himself is coming to them. Bright asks him to supply him with 10 healing ointments they made during the summer vacation until the school festival, as it's possible some students might attend classes while being injured. These ointments effectively relieve pain, as I've tried them myself and was amazed by their high efficiency. Additionally, they're not costly. Makoto responds, "All right, my friend Bright, and I also have other products. You must visit my store sometime, and I'll offer you many discounts." Then Bright leaves the council room. Then Shinki speaks to Makoto, saying, "Congratulations, my friend. The little one recognized you before the elder. Your reputation in the academy precedes you greatly." The scene then shifts to inside the library, where there were many documents, and Makoto is very surprised and angry as these documents contain marriage proposals. Many people want to marry Makoto. Shinki picks up one of those documents and says, "Sir, this is an application for student lectures." Makoto reads this application and finds 3 letters. The first is from Karn Force, the twin sisters, and he remembers those 2 very annoyed girls. The scene then shifts to the academy courtyard, where they will welcome the new friends. 3 students. The first student, Chivo, introduces herself. She explains that she was absent due to illness, which caused some inconvenience, but she is very happy to meet them. She specializes in offensive magic and the earth and fire elements. The second student, Chivo's younger sister, also returns to school today. She specializes in physical combat, preferring the middle or rear lines, and uses a bow or spear. She primarily uses enhancement magic, but it is not her strong suit. Makoto remembers they were on the verge of death, and now he is glad that God has healed them. Then the third one, Karn Force, the girl who gave him the answer, steps forward. She is transferred from the Royal Hosk Academy and specializes in the water element. Makoto welcomes them all and tells them to be kind to each other. He mentions that he is a friend of their parents, but warns them not to expect him to go easy on them. Then we see these students walking together, wondering what's going on. The middle girl tells them that these aren't the only sisters I know. They are just pretending to be kind. Then we see Makoto and Shinki watching the situation and realizing that these 2 sisters have a very bad reputation. They boast about their wealth, appearance, and have a rude and defiant personality. Makoto then speaks to them, saying, "Congratulations, new students. We've been waiting here for the others to join us. You will fight the creature I'll summon today." The students are surprised and wonder if their teacher can summon demons. The other boy with yellow hair tells them that he can attend the next lecture. The new girl says she doesn't want to embarrass herself in front of them. Makoto then tells them to focus, as Mr. Lizard appears. The boy with blue hair is surprised and says he hasn't seen this type of lizard-like men before and asks about their strength. Makoto tells him it's a secret, but he can assure them that it's his friend, the Blue Lizard Lord. Then Makoto whispers to them, "Thank you for coming today, but don't use your full strength. Fight them at only 20. Makoto then addresses them, "Start fighting, and your lives are on the line. You won't die." Then we see Makoto standing with the new students and asks them to face him so he can train them well. Sometimes he will indicate their combat preferences and give them assignments, but they must read them. He tells them if they don't correct their mistakes, he will start disabling their attacks, and they should consider that they might get hurt. The girls attack Makoto with their strong blows, each using their own strength. They try to hit him, but he blocks all their attacks because their attacks are very weak, which won't help them. Then Yuno tries to hit him with her arrow, but he deflects the attack and tells her she must saturate the arrow with her mana and enhance her physical strength. He tells her he will start burning her attacks, which he does. After that, Karn tries to hit him with her strength, and he tells her that her strike was good because she delayed her spells. Then he advises Chivo that she took the effect of the blindness into account and asks her to focus on accuracy and shoot arrows faster. Then he tells Cart to focus on strength and the duration of the effect on speed. Yuno tries to hit him with one of her arrows, and he tells her that her physical enhancement and mana saturation need real work. Additionally, Yuno focuses too much on releasing a powerful shot, which makes her handling of the bow sloppy, and that's not good enough. Then we transition to the scene with the students as they fight the monster summoned by Makoto. We see them being overpowered by it, and Ilya attempts to strike it with her arrows, but she cannot defeat it either, until the fight ends, and they're all seen sitting on the ground exhausted. Makoto approaches them and asks them to report on their improvement areas. He then talks to Karn and asks her to go with him because he wants to know something from her. Karn agrees to go with him. Next, we see the remaining students crying from exhaustion. Shiki asks them to take it easy on themselves as he trusts Makoto not to subject them to unbearable obstacles. The students express feeling that Makoto is too harsh, but Shiki reassures them that he has high hopes for them. He then assures them and tells them that Shifu and her sister Yuno are fine and will continue attending classes without fail. Ilya asks them to join their group and share their opinions about the lessons. Afterward, the scene shifts to Makoto with Karn, where he tells her that her power is unnatural and she's incredibly strong to be a student. Karn replies that she was a military sorceress in her kingdom, so if he doubts her, she can tell him the details of her appointment. Makoto then tells her that he looked into her past, surprising Karn because he still doubts her. He expresses his suspicion that she might be Karn Force, to which Karn laughs at his words and tells him that she is the real Karn. And if he wants to know more about her, she doesn't mind. He looks at her and asks about the demons in the academy, mentioning that she may not have horns, but her skin color and eyes indicate that she's a demon. Makoto said to her, "You don't have horns, but your skin color and eyes indicate that you are a demon." Karn asked him, "Why do you suspect me to be a demon?" Makoto replied saying, "I dislike tricks and lies, O hornless demon." Karn became angry and said, "I didn't expect you to uncover my disguise so quickly, but don't call me hornless. I'll kill you." Makoto then asked her about the real Karn. She replied that she knows nothing about her because she was killed by her allies. However, she thought he would be angry when he finds out that she's a demon. Makoto told her, "I don't want to bother myself anymore. As long as we understand each other, I don't care about anyone's ethnicity." She said to him, "Are you speaking in demon language?" He replied, "I speak every language except slang." She said to him, "But I want to get rid of you because you'll hinder my work." Then Shiki came, saying that she claims to be Rona, one of the 4 generals who lead the Demon King's army. "I faced her a few times when I was Leech, but we should keep this matter secret between us," Shiki said. Makoto said, "I'm a merchant, I value all information, and we have the advantage in numbers and information." Rona replied, "These circumstances will make things harder. Let's not talk while standing. Let's go somewhere else." Then the scene shifts to the restaurant where they all talk together. Makoto said, "I hate being interrupted while eating, but if we can continue our discussion." Rona replied, "I'd like you to know more about Kuzunoa Trading Company." She asked him if he had another store in Sieg in the Aeon Kingdom. "You're both intelligence agents for Aeon," she said. Makoto told her, "We don't belong to any nation, neither humans nor demons." Rona became angry, saying, "Do you have any idea what you're saying?" Makoto replied, "It shouldn't surprise you. Some humans have already allied with you, so it's no wonder that some humans are neutral." Rona told him, "That's why I gather information." Makoto asked her, "Did you infiltrate the Academy City?" She replied, "Don't look at me because I don't intend to oppose you again." Then Shiki said to him, "She's a fox. She uses charms and seduction. Don't neglect your defense with her." Shiki enjoyed the food and remarked, "We shouldn't underestimate half-cooked soup." Rona said to them, "But you said you're neutral a while ago. Are you trying to be a death merchant?" Makoto replied, "I don't want anything to hinder my work and I can't trust you, but I understand your intentions now and it's important for us to get to know each other." Then she confessed to him the reason for her infiltration into the academy, as she came to investigate the experiments on quasi-humans being conducted secretly in the city and put an end to them. Then the scene shifts to the guild, where Makoto talks to this leader, saying, "I'm glad to see you again." The leader replied, "Did you forget me? I'm Lime." Makoto thought to himself, "You're the owner of that disgusting name." Then Makoto asked him, "Are you working as a spy for Tomo now?" Then Makoto tells Lime that Tomo instructed him to assist him. Makoto tells Lime that he wants him to investigate something in this city, as many quasi-humans have recently been abducted. And there seems to be some kind of human trafficking going on. The Assassin's Guild is also implicated, as they once attacked him. Makoto assures Lime that his information is reliable. Lime promises to find them immediately. Makoto then instructs the 2 girls to help him after their work is done. The girls are annoyed because he wants them to work extra hours. But Makoto tells them, "I'll give you a reward." He then hands them a banana and they happily agree to the extra work. Later, Shiki tells his young lord Makoto that he should doubt everything Rana says. Makoto agrees because he already knows this. He then asks how Shiki knows Rona. Shiki explains that they used to collaborate in sharing information, but she exploited him and led him into trouble several times. It seems she owes a great debt to the Demon King and is loyal to him, even though she's not as powerful as Mayo. Makoto is terrified by this revelation and orders Shiki to watch her closely. Then Shiki presents Makoto with a gift for their visit, which greatly pleases Makoto. They arrive at the noble lady's residence, a very distinguished abode. However, obtaining an audience with them wasn't easy and required considerable effort, as always. This terrifies Makoto, imagining the Demon King. They enter the lady's presence and Makoto apologizes for not being able to visit them during their illness, wishing them good health always. The two girls are astonished by his different behavior from how he acted in class. Makoto informs them that he showed his strict side during his lecture and asks them not to tell the other students that they met in such a manner. They thank him profusely, feeling unable to repay him for saving their lives, and they are now in good health because of him. Makoto is delighted by their words and gracious thanks and hopes that they will spend the rest of their lives striving for happiness. He tells them that they have been liberated from their curse, but that doesn't mean they owe their lives to him, and they shouldn't retract their words because of his ugly face. He tells them that when they were ill, they looked much uglier, like demons. They plead with him not to continue this conversation, so Makoto tells them what their father said. He claimed that he wanted to record their recovery process. Suddenly, the girls emit a sinister energy, their eyes turning red, and they inform him that after they explained and believed the situation, their father sided with Maurice, the reckless, to make him advance to become a teacher. This terrifies Makoto by the severity of their actions. He thinks to himself that he's starting to understand the source of those rumors about these girls. Afterward, Makoto leaves with his strengthened servant. Shiki informs him that despite their belonging to the wealthy human faction, they don't seem interested in appearances, which is hard to believe. Makoto reflects on how he suffered when they were cursed. Shiki wonders if this mischievous behavior was also cured. Makoto considers it might be the case and places great hope on these beginners, hoping for a promising future for them. However, this world is a terrible place. There is light, but there is also darkness. In the evening, we see Lime beating these people and asking them about the experiments on quasi-humans. One of them says he hasn't heard of any kidnapping incidents here, so Lime leaves them and heads to the academy grounds, which seem to be under redevelopment. He notices some new clothes on the ground, indicating someone's presence, and suddenly this person emerges. Lime immobilizes him with his weapon and orders him not to move, as any movement would result in his death. Who is this person? And what is he doing in the academy grounds? This is something we'll find out in the next episode, so stay tuned. But we kindly ask you to subscribe to the channel and activate the notification bell to receive all the latest updates. Our episode begins with Makoto, where his friend informs him that she was supposed to meet Lime-san early in the morning, but couldn't reach him. The last time she heard about his whereabouts was near the Academy's redevelopment section. She then tells him that Lime wouldn't fight unless ordered to kill the enemies in front of him because he never escapes. Makoto confirms her words, stating that Lime is skilled and falls easily. She suggests they may have been deceived by Rona. Makoto asserts that they can't make decisions at the moment and proposes going to the place where Lime disappeared. The scene then shifts to Lime, imprisoned and angry because his sword was taken from him. He looks at the girl, who introduces herself as Eva, apologizing for getting her involved. Lime recalls his encounter with the strange boy, expressing admiration for Lime's sword. Lime speaks to himself, realizing the need to inform the leader. We then see the boy using magic through his ring, blocking Lime's telepathic communication. Lime strikes him with his sword, but the boy remains unaffected. Lime is surprised as the boy places his hands on Lime's chest, delivering a powerful blow that sends Lime to the ground, his sword falling away. The boy's eyes turn red, and Lime is left in shock. Eva appears in Lime, still on the ground, asks who she is. She instructs him to remain silent and urges them to leave immediately. The scene shifts back to Makoto, who learns from Eva that she risked herself to save Lime. She didn't expect the organization to turn on her so quickly. Lime asks if Eva is the Academy's librarian, to which she reveals her position in the Kozuneha trading company. Lime explains that both roles are the same. with no additional information given until he ensures her commitment to escaping. Ava discloses the organization's strength, their establishment in the academy, and collaborators within. However, she emphasizes that being a librarian won't aid her escape. Lime questions if he is a personal guard, clarifying that the roles are He refrains from providing more information until he gauges her true desire to flee the organization. Eva explains that the organization is powerful, forming a base, and having allies within the academy. However, as a mere librarian, escaping won't benefit her. Then Lime informs Eva that when the boy struck him, he left a mark to determine his current location. Eva responds that it doesn't change the fact that they are in danger. To save her, Lime must do something about the people deeply rooted in the academy. She promises to provide valuable information to Cousin Oe as leader and assures Lime of a generous reward if he can destroy the organization. Lime uses the Kazeguruma spell, manifesting a sword in his hands. He takes Eva and exits the prison, revealing a surprising sight. The organization utilizes humanoid entities, subjecting them to drug and alchemical experiments, enhancing their combat and magic skills. Lime tells Eva that he needs to communicate with his leader, but telepathic communication is currently impossible. Lime unsheathes his sword, vowing to free these beings from their torment and destroy the vile tools and devices. The scene transitions to Shiki, who informs Makoto about sensing a dragon nearby. Makoto suggests that if they deal with dragons, it might be the spears or Mitsurugi, as they often ally with demons. Shiki gets excited, stating that Lime can be helpful at times, surprising Makoto. Suddenly, Lime appears and approaches them, apologizing to Makoto for his failure in the mission. Makoto asks if Lime encountered any dragons, to which Lime expresses surprise, stating he hasn't seen any. When Eva appears, Makoto is taken aback and questions her presence. Shiki, visibly angered, asks Lime why he couldn't be a little later, considering the situation. Shiki then instructs Lime to summon Tomoe Dono and Mayo Dono, as the urgency leaves no other option. Lime apologizes again and heads off to fulfill the task. The scene shifts to Makoto at his home, reading Lime's report on the organization redeveloping the Rotsugard Academy. He wonders about the boy Lime faced and is interrupted by Shiki entering, informing him that Eva wants to talk. Makoto agrees, and Shiki is asked to meet Rona-san to seek help in finding their allies within the academy. Shiki agrees and leaves. Then we see Eva talking to Makoto about the information and the reward she promised Lime. She informs him that she knows the people in the picture, surprising Makoto. Eva reveals that the man in the picture, Nabil, held a high position in one of the kingdoms, while the woman was a high-ranking priest. They were supposed to marry in Kalanian, a small state belonging to the now-destroyed kingdom of Elysius. However, they were forced to leave before the wedding, and Eva doesn't know what compelled them to do so. Most records of Kalanian were lost during the demon invasion 10 years ago. Makoto asks how Eva knows these people, and she explains that she's from Kalanian and managed to escape with Loria. They occasionally face harassment, never revealing their family names to avoid being treated with coldness. Both Eva and Loria contemplated suicide, but realizing it wouldn't erase the shame. They decided to reclaim Kalanian's lands, or at least the lost lands of the Einsland family. In pursuit of this goal, Eva contacted the organization, which shares technology and knowledge, making them very powerful. She was investigating until she encountered Lime, and they ended up imprisoned together. Makoto assures Eva that he will do everything possible to keep her safe from any danger. Eva expresses her gratitude, and the scene shifts to Makoto in his room at night, contemplating the organization. He reflects on their strength and wonders if they might join the war against the demons, considering their ability to reclaim demon-controlled territories. Lime enters, highly tense, and urgently tells Makoto that the boy who dealt with him is approaching. Makoto calmly instructs Lime to go and fetch Shiki. But Lime has a different idea. He wants to confront the boy himself. But in those moments, the sliding door opens and Tomoe and Mio emerge. Makoto is surprised and asks them why they are here now. Mio responds, "We are here because you are dealing with a very dangerous enemy. So we came to help you. As for you, Lime, you must retreat because you will only give away our location." Lime becomes quite saddened as he won't be able to participate in the upcoming battle with them. However, Makoto reassures Lime not to worry, explaining that with these two here, There is nothing to be concerned about. Makoto then opens a time portal, and Lime leaves the place. In those moments, the boy who was fighting Lime moments ago enters. He starts introducing himself as the head of the Adventurers Guild and has come to apologize for what he did to Lime. Everyone is surprised by this turn of events. The academy director, who overhears the conversation, calls out to the girl, asking her to bring some sweets with the tea. Mio becomes very angry, but she doesn't say anything. Makoto looks at Mio and tells her to bring some fruits for him. The academy director adds that if they have any other documents, he would like those as well. Mio gets even angrier, her eyes glaring, but she doesn't utter a word. Makoto then communicates with the guild head using messages and a translator, asking him to clarify the reason for his visit. The guild head reassures Makoto not to be angry and to wait until he understands everything. He jokes that there's no need for translation, as he is not Hyuma, referring to a character Makoto seems not to understand. This puzzles Makoto, and he asks for an explanation. The guild head laughs and says, "You're quite amusing, my boy. Do you think the kings know about you? Don't worry, no one knows anything about you." Makoto is surprised by his words and demands to know who he is. The guild head gets up saying, "All right, my friend. That's how your voice sounds, if you're fond of it." Makoto asks him to stop the nonsense and answer his question about his identity. The guild head apologizes for not revealing his name yet. In those moments, Tomoe intervenes, telling him to stop this farce, addressing him as Loto and revealing the connection to Banshoku. At that moment, the boy with white hair falls silent, amazed that Tomoe knows so much about him. Makoto, talking to himself, wonders what the term Great Dragon means, realizing they are referring to the most powerful dragons in the region. Kofu Suzanami, Akari, and Yamato, the 5 most renowned dragons in the area. The boy with white hair begins to speak, revealing that his real name is not Shin but Tomoe. Makoto is surprised by this revelation. Tomoe insists that she won't leave her master and corrects the boy about her name. Lotu then assures Makoto that he won't deceive him and approaches him. However, Tomoe points her sword at him, warning him to stay in place, demanding to know when he became a man. He replies that it has been over 300 years since he grew tired of living as a woman. Loto then starts talking about sexual deviation, attempting to involve Makoto, who expresses fear and refuses. Mio arrives with a fruit plate, and Tomoe interjects, asking Loto if there would be any problem if they killed the dragon. Tomoe readies herself for battle, her body burning with anger. She challenges Loto, telling him they will eliminate him entirely, even his bones, and grind them. Tomoe turns to Loto, asking if he has any last words before going to his grave. The 3 of them emanate rage, and ominous auras surround them. Loto, feeling intimidated, tries to defuse the situation, saying he didn't come here today to fight, but to talk about the Adventurers Guild. Then the scene shifts to Shinki, who speaks to the girl and tells her, "I don't want to hear any complaints about my methods." Shinki responds saying, "You haven't changed. You're still ugly as usual," and leaves her. The girl mentions to Makoto that this issue with the organization allows her to know everything about his power. And in the end, she has achieved her original goal. The scene transitions to Makoto's house, where he talks to Loto, revealing that he is the leader of the Adventurers Guild, founded 1,000 years ago. Everyone is astonished, and Loto continues, stating that the previous lord was from another world like Makoto. He proposed the idea to the guild, and they liked it, making him the leader. Loto enjoyed building the system, and the guild now spreads help across the world, solving societal issues. Guild members receive licenses displaying their levels. Loto asks Makoto about the advanced guild cards, finding it strange to use the term level as it's not common in their world. Makoto expresses surprise, saying that the guild controls humans, but Loto explains that maintaining balance is crucial. The forest, full of trees representing levels and ranks, fuels people's ambition to climb higher, reducing the population of humans automatically. Tomo questions Loto about maintaining balance this way, and he explains that the desire for success awakens in people, leading them to pursue higher levels. Makoto is shocked to learn that the highest level in the guild is 65,532, chosen due to a romantic speech by his predecessor. Makoto is amazed at this value, commonly seen in old video games, and Loto asks Makoto if he wants to make a contract. Makoto, still surprised, asks how someone from 1,000 years ago knows about video games. Loto said to him, "I will explain it to you, but you must listen to the entire story." Loto explained that the immense energy generated by temporal paradoxes resulting from time travel causes physical issues, but the likelihood of these issues occurring is extremely low. This is why the timeline differs between their world and Mikado's. Mikado asked, "What are the chances of me successfully returning to my world?" Loto replied, "Didn't you understand my explanation?" Tomo added that she also didn't fully understand it. Loto then asked Mikado, "You asked me about the chances of returning to your world. It's possible, but it's closer to being impossible. With the current mana levels, instant transfer is likely to succeed, but your appearance will be highly random. From an optimistic perspective, you have one chance in 10 million to succeed. You need to take a look around the world. Now that I've greeted you, I'll leave." Tomo requested to go outside with him, as she didn't know what she might do if left alone. Mikado commented he's wise. He disappears into the songs of nostalgia. The scene shifts to Loto and Tomo outside, where Loto asked Tomo what she wanted to ask him and why she claimed not to understand. Tomo mentioned that humans from the original world truly die around the age of 100. Loto clarified that, in reality, each of them only reaches 100, but she needs to get used to it, and there's nothing she can do. Tomo expressed how important Mikado is to her, and losing him would mean losing the world that fascinates her. Loto agreed, stating that no one from another world is better to monitor him. Killing others doesn't affect him, but nothing hurts him more than seeing harm come to his ally. Despite his mysterious and evasive nature, his thoughts and judgments are quite ordinary. However, he chose an exceptional path to pursue. Tomo asked what Loto would do and whether he would try to return to his homeland. Loto mentioned that he is emotionally sensitive and cannot abandon her. However, a single hidden truth could change him. He bid farewell to his original world, unlike the other protagonists, and chose a new path. This might prompt Mikado to gain a third option besides returning home or not. Yama, traveling between worlds and becoming a superhuman who can freely traverse both, looks forward to seeing any catalyst that awakens that possibility. Tomo said that if it keeps her from a future without Mikado, she doesn't want it. Mio then comes in saying that Loto has finally left. Tomo objected to her appearance, stating that people will spread rumors about the little lord. She refuses to give up her love for the young lord. The episode concludes with Tomo urging viewers to stay tuned for the next episodes, reminding them to subscribe and activate the notification bell for updates. Our episode today begins with Makoto talking to Rona, one of his students, in a restaurant. He asks her why she's leaving the city, and she tells him she's achieved her goal and will be leaving. She relies on him to take care of the organization's affairs. He then asks if Karen will also leave, but Rona apologizes, saying she already reported her death to the academy during the summer break. Makoto is surprised and suggests it wasn't necessary to inform them, as it would shock the other students. He advises her to say Karen's absence is due to family circumstances. Rona explains she had to report it for the official record, and also because their covert clients expect efficiency. Makoto appreciates the warning and thanks her, and she sincerely tells him he's the best human she's ever met, even considering arranging a meeting with their majesty for him. Makoto is pleased but doesn't show it outwardly. Then Rona gives him a final personal warning, saying half-humans like her and Shiki are dangerous, advising him to sever ties with them. Makoto is shocked and asks for clarification, and Rona explains some wanted to recruit them into the Demon King's forces due to their combat prowess, but their loyalty is questionable. Makoto recalls an incident with one of them mentioning determination to work without bananas, which leads him to conclude they're aligned in their thoughts. Rona warns him specifically about Shiki, who's possessed not by a human or demon but by a leech. Makoto realizes Shiki's possession is his true form. Rona adds that Shiki used to be among the demons and knew about Larva, with whom she clashed. She advises caution and offers her assistance if he's willing to collaborate with demons to achieve his goals. She says they can communicate directly and she can support him personally, albeit at some risk. Then she hands him this paper, through which they can communicate directly. Makoto looks at the paper, and in a moment, he finds that Rona has disappeared from in front of him and left from another side. The scene shifts to Makoto giving this paper to his servant, Tomoe. She tells him that this paper may help them understand the cursed tool causing them trouble. Then she warns him about Rona, saying she's a big liar and she might have been trying to gain his favor. He tells her he knows that. As he manages a trading company in a secondary space, he'll keep his mind sharp. Suddenly, Makoto remembers Leihuma, but how could he speak with me normally? It's then noticeable that Tomoe is hiding something. So Makoto gets angry and asks her what she did. She confesses that she actually gave him some of her blood because he insisted on it. Makoto is very upset about this act, as it made him closer to her. Don't you think, Tomoe, that he easily gave up his humanity? Tomoe becomes very sad about what she did and apologizes to him. He tells her that anyway. He's thinking of managing things with a firmer grip in the future, so he wants to settle the organization's issue quickly. Tomoe is happy to hear that and tells him if she were in his place, she would have waited a little longer to catch a bigger prey. But Makoto is confident that she would have done that. But Salame, Eva, and Loria depend on this, not just the academy and the store. Then Mikyu speaks, with an appearance of love and shyness, saying, "You're very kind, my lord." Tomoe says, "Allow us, my lord, to deal with the rest. You can rely on us to inform them, as this is my duty." Then Tomoe remembers when this young man with white hair said he could be changed by a single incentive. So she says, "If this is your opinion, my young lord, we certainly agree with you." On the other hand, Makoto moves to this restrained young man and apologizes to him for the trouble caused by his followers. This young man says, "You underestimated me a lot, and I didn't know you were so strong." Makoto tells him, "I'm not impressed, but I have many exceptional followers." The young man realizes that Makoto knows about the organization as well and says, "I have allies with the same mindset around the world, and you'll pay the price if you do anything to me." Makoto retorts, "What you said, bright, and I know they've all rejected you. There's no indication of any rescue operation for you, and we haven't heard of any movement from the Killers Guild." The young man is surprised that he knows about his connection to the guild and tells him that he revealed it himself. His name is Bright, and they used a little trick to discover it, even if it wasn't precisely telepathy. Makoto then questions why he didn't simply do his job as a teacher. He has no right to defy the leader. The Huma don't like anything, as they don't recognize celestial religions. So there was no choice but to establish an organization like ours. Makoto admits he's dealt with these people before, but he can't gauge their strength. Bright tells him that kings aren't qualified to rule this world. Most of them are tyrants who have committed murder and robbery over the years. The most important thing for them is to acquire wealth. They rule over the people and ultimately use them as slaves. Makoto brushes off this matter and asks about the experiments involving half-humans. Bright explains with sadness in his eyes that the Huma sacrifice themselves, so it's natural for half-humans to do the same. Makoto acknowledges what he's heard and bids farewell to Bright. At that moment, Bright seems very scared and tears fill his eyes. He tells Makoto to wait. Then the scene shifts to the academy, where he's talking to some students about their plans for the summer break. One of them says she'll return home and spend time with her family. Her friend suggests going to the beach, and she agrees. We then see Rona and her friend walking, and she comments on how tough this time of year is because all the students are returning home. But my father cried a lot. He wanted to know why we hadn't returned home yet. Everyone was afraid of these two sisters. Then we see this boy saying, they're the Rambaran sisters, but he heard they were recently nice. They remember when Rona and her sister were talking about marrying their teacher, and Rona was filled with evil because she wouldn't allow him to betray her by becoming her husband. Then the boy with white hair says these two girls might be the reason Bright Sensei resigned. Suddenly, we see their friend, Elian, struggling to catch his breath, so his friends rush to him to check on him. They ask him if he's okay because he doesn't seem well lately. He reassures them that he's fine, After that, we see him walking unsteadily, as if he's drinking something like alcohol or taking drugs. Or indeed, my friends, something comes out of his pocket, a small bottle, but we don't know what's inside it. If you know, write it in the comments, and we'll discuss it together. Then the scene shifts to some friends at the academy talking about Karen. Rona and her sister inform them that they heard the news, and it's very unfortunate if it's due to family circumstances, but they can't do anything about it. Then one of them suggests that the girl who died was probably the one they mentioned. Then they discuss the new lesson and the upcoming presentation, which is very exciting. Mr. Blue Lizard was extremely powerful, and they couldn't match him as he avoided their attacks as if he predicted them. Then the boy thinks, above all, he has a unique way of moving his body, including his large tail, but Alan, Jin, and Dean need to work together to break his defense somehow. They discuss how they can defeat him and break his defense, so their friend opens this book. It must be Mr. Blue Lizard using the water and wind elements. One says water and wind. Then she thinks if she can help enhance the group's firepower. Another says if their front line consists of 3 members, he might use his bow because they can make Dinah or Mithra return to the center and support the spellcasters, but they'll find a way to use both physical and magical attacks together. Then they put their hands on each other's, indicating they'll unite with us to become one team. Then the scene shifts to Makoto and Shinki during the final exam before the start of the summer break. The Blue Lizard Sensei, who was last faced, attends, and the girls are surprised to see another blue lizard named Sobai. This boy gets angry and says, "Woe to me! Woe to me!" He reassures them not to worry, but they won't learn anything from fighting all against. So he brought another person for them to fight together. They decided whether they would fight 7 against 2 or split into 2 groups. This girl raises her hand and asks, "Teacher, are they of the same strength?" So Makoto tells her, "Yes, my dear. The blue lizard is more skilled, while Sobe is the strongest." After just 5 minutes, the students were lying on the ground and couldn't do anything against these giants. The next morning, Makoto stands with Director Shinki, saying it's very hot despite it being summer break, and many students are still working hard. Many of them are striving for any kind of excellence over their peers or to catch up with them. Also, the 2 sisters haven't returned home yet. Rembrandt sent me a silly message asking me to send his daughters back home so they can see the elegant ladies. The matter ended with them sprawled on the ground after the previous lesson. They must be ready to take the next step. At this time, this student comes to Makoto and asks him to go with him to tell him and his friends something. Makoto agrees, and indeed, he goes with him to meet the students. Then he asks them what they want from him. They ask him to train them during the summer break, and they'll pay him for each lesson they learn. Makoto stays silent for a moment, then says he knows that Shivo and Yuno's father wants them to come back home. So Shivo answers that it's not a problem for her to live away from home for 6 months. They want him to train them a lot. Makoto then talks to Shiki and tells him that they do have plans at this time. Shiki replies that they can offer lessons once a week, which angers Makoto because he didn't expect Shiki to say that. Then he tells them that he can indeed offer lessons once a week, which makes the students happy. Makoto speaks again with Shivo and Yuno, telling them that they will return to their home in the second half of the vacation, as this is a condition for him to accept training them. Shivo gets upset and tells him that they want to study like the others. He replies that they're still in the recovery stage of their illness, and they should return home and rest with their father. Then we switch to Eva, who is in the library, pondering Makoto's words. How could she refuse after all his kindness? She recalls sitting with him, thanking him for no longer being in danger, as when Kalenian regains consciousness someday, he might want to give him a portion of Anzulan's family land. Makoto is surprised by her request, as he didn't expect her to ask for something like this. Then he asks her to recommend a book for him to read. We return to her again when she selects a book for him. She speaks to herself, deciding that he and his trading company are the only ones she can ask for help. She resolves to find a book that will captivate him. Back to Makoto's students, training in combat against the Blue Lizard and Miss Sobai. Eventually, they manage to defeat them, much to their joy, as their strength increases gradually. Shiki tells them they've succeeded finally after being defeated by their faction 4 times. They'll spend the remaining time facing the second version of the Blue Lizard. Indeed, the fight begins with one student attempting to attack the lizard, but failing. Then the second Blue Lizard uses a mana disruption spell, freezing them all except one student, who attacks with his friend, Shifo. However, they are unable to do anything. The student calls the lizard a coward, angering it, prompting it to use its immense power to throw him aside, causing him to collide with rocks, stunning him. The lizard approaches him again to strike, but his friend attempts to save him to no avail. Then, the lizard attacks the other students and defeats them all. After the fight, Makoto talks to them, admitting his mistake, as it could have resulted in a disaster. Shio tells him there's no need to apologize, but they don't understand how the lizard became so powerful. Makoto explains that the blue lizard is actually stronger than dragons with minimal training, as they were using only 1/10 of their power against them. All the students are shocked to realize that they were facing only 1/10 of its power and didn't understand why it suddenly used more at the end. Finally, Makoto tells him he shouldn't have treated the lizard that way, as Sisabai is a female and didn't appreciate being called a coward by anyone, which angered her. Makoto tells them he wants them to address Miss Susubai as Miss Sisabai, so they shouldn't let that discourage them from trying again. The students request permission from Makoto to have a rematch against Miss Sisabai, and she agrees to another round. Then Makoto bids them farewell, saying, "Take care of yourselves on the way back." He speaks with Shiki, asking if he said anything to them. Shiki responds, saying he advised them to raise their levels through monster battles. Makoto says they're members of the Adventurers Guild. If they raise their levels, they'll benefit from that twisted system. I doubt they'll give up their ambitions. I'm sure things will be fine. Shiki tells him, "I want to show them a good place to level up." Makoto replies, but they're not completely safe from danger. Then the scene shifts to the students, and we see that they've killed many monsters. Lime says it hasn't even been a full day, and we've gained 8 levels. These are the results of Makoto's lessons and Shiki's assistance. Ava says maybe we wouldn't have succeeded without him. At night, they gather firewood to prepare food. Then we see this girl thinking about Shiki and wondering if he's married. After that, the girl says we should reach the lake soon, and we want to take some herbs with us for Shiki and Makoto. Eva rushes off, but sees this dragon. Then Lime asks Iblia if she has any information about it, and she tells him it's a low-rank half-dragon, an isolated, weak type towards ice. Confronting it requires at least 10 party members of level 90 or higher. He asks her about their current levels, and they prepare to fight it and use their magic. Lime asks Izumo to use wind magic to increase their movement speed. But the dragon uses its power, and everyone is very afraid of it. Then Elnora uses her magic and manages to tie the dragon to tree branches. Everyone is amazed by her and her small size. She goes to each of them, mocking them, then tells them that the school trip doesn't end until they return home. She thinks to herself that bananas aren't considered a light snack. Then she hits the dragon and throws it into the sea. Everyone is shocked by her strength and that she managed to hide it. She says this summer is unforgettable. The students didn't know that their teacher, Rolf, was the one who saved them today. Today's episode ends. Stay tuned for the next episodes, but don't forget to subscribe and activate the bell button to receive all the updates. Makoto will unleash and discover the new mana, a tremendous power through which he can fight the Dragon Lord. We will also witness Shiki's true power that we have not seen before. Many events will unfold in today's episode, so stay tuned until the end to know everything. We ask for your support by subscribing, liking the video, commenting on it, and sharing your opinion on the best character in today's episode. Our episode today starts with Makoto telling his friend that he wants to increase his mana. His friend is very surprised and asks if he wants to increase his mana beyond what he already has, since he already has much more than others. Makoto explains that he wants to raise the amount of mana he can spend at once. His friend tells him that it's commonly believed that people can't increase their mana, and if a research organization finds out that Makoto's maximum mana has increased, they will conduct research on him. His friend is amazed by Makoto's strength and asks how he did it. Makoto replies that he only pulls an arc every day and gives his friend a book containing mana training techniques since he is a teacher, merchant, and aspiring scholar. Makoto thanks him and takes the book, expressing his anticipation for the summer break since he used to feel tense before vacations, planning how to spend his time and feeling the desire to do many things. His friend wishes him an enjoyable break. The scene then shifts to the academy where we see Makoto talking to Eva, the librarian, and she tells him that she heard he's training students during the summer break. Most of the teachers who work full-time either went on vacation or returned home, and there aren't many teachers left in the academy. She appreciates teachers like him and thanks him. She asks if he found the book she recommended, and he tells her that he did. She gives him the book and explains that she specifically searched for this book to give it to him because he's very interested in using mana. She believes he will like this book because it's based on unique theories, appreciated only by those with refined taste. In other words, it's for science enthusiasts. Makoto tells her that the book is very intriguing, but he has another goal for the summer break. Ava laughs and tells him he sounds like a student. We then see Makoto's summer break passing quickly with articles, reading, training, and administrative duties. The summer flew by quickly with 2 weeks passing. We then see Makoto walking with Emma, who apologizes to him for being busy every day with her approvals and daily reports. Makoto tells her that as soon as the summer break ends, he'll be busy again, so he wants to spend as much time as possible with everyone. Emma tells him she's lucky to have a president like him, then she starts crying. Makoto tries to comfort her and tells her they will start with today's program. We see Makoto's strength as he sits in front of Emma, who tells him that he has a training battle with the wing today, as they've fought orcs several times before and haven't been defeated yet. They are very strong, and their ability to fly gives them a significant advantage. However, with a few more battles, the orc group continues to suffer losses. The scene then shifts to the forest, where Makoto asks his friend Emma where the winged are. Emma informs him that the battle begins in that forest as both sides are out of sight range. She wishes him luck and leaves. Suddenly, the winged group appears in the sky, and Makoto decides to greet them first. He uses his magic to fire shots at them, hitting everyone. They appear again, and Makoto notes the lack of means to deal with long-range attacks and their weak defense, making them easy targets. Makoto uses magical projectiles and quickly switches to using fire to attack. He remarks that Emma said the winged are very strong, but they're just flying targets. Suddenly, President Kaikon appears riding on the back of the bird Shuna, realizing that the wing can transform into large birds. He wonders how they will deal with long-range attacks. Makoto continues firing at them, but the bird and President Kaikon are unaffected. The bird then uses a reinforcement and wind spell, and Makoto realizes they are planning a suicide attack. The bird then charges at Makoto, who grabs it by its beak and slams it to the ground. President Kaikon then attacks Makoto, and the bird transforms back into Shuna. While Makoto is about to attack them with fire, President Kaikon surrenders, and the battle ends. We then see Makoto and Emma standing in front of the winged, and Makoto tells them that he wanted to see how they fight. But honestly, they rely too much on their flying ability. In the near future, orcs and the others will crush them in battle, and they should refrain from suicide attacks as well, as they make them easy targets for concentrated fire. Then the scene shifts to the sky, where Makoto takes positions and develops several strategic attacks with a high success rate. He tells them that this will be their new starting point, so he wants them to put in their best effort and develop their skills. He bids farewell to everyone, and a girl with green hair calls out to him, saying, "My lord, small one." Makoto responds unsure if the person is a boy or a girl, and the other person clarifies that they are a boy, addressing Makoto as their lord. They express their desire to also participate in developing and exploring the land and arranging the secondary space. Makoto tells them that everyone can participate in arranging the secondary space, but it's their responsibility. However, he cannot allow them to develop the secondary space as their abilities are not qualified for the task. This saddens everyone, and they cry a lot. Makoto consoles them, telling them not to cry and to work on developing their strength. In the evening, we see Makoto sitting on the balcony, contemplating the outer space. He talks to himself and reads from the book, mentioning that when a large amount of mana is continuously released, the side effect is the appearance of colored mana as a weak barrier. This means that mana becomes visible according to the amount released, and it materializes until it becomes possible to touch it. He then flips off the chair, his hair almost smoking, and says, "No use. I don't understand anything. My head's going to explode." This talk is only understood by the nobles and those with exceptional intelligence. The scene then shifts to when Makoto arrives with Kuto on a march in the forest and talks about mana, saying that simply releasing mana is enough. He unleashes his tremendous power, saying he will continue to release the barrier while releasing a massive amount of mana. He releases his power like a tank cannon, firing rapid and large shots simultaneously. Then he feels a strange sensation, wondering what this feeling is and feeling like he's moved to another world. In the early morning, Makoto is surprised to find Mio and Timo calling out to him as he wakes up from his sleep. Then Mio asks him why he wasn't in his room since last night and what he was doing because he's not someone who sleeps outside. Makoto responds, affirming that he spent the entire night unleashing the barrier and thinking about the matter. He believes this has happened before. Then he remembers what happened in the past and thanks Timo and Mio for all their help, suggesting they return to their lodgings. The girls are surprised and look at each other as they don't know what Makoto is thanking them for. The scene then shifts to when they go back home, and Mio prepares a delicious breakfast for him. Makoto thanks her for the food, and she tells him that she's doing her best but doesn't know everything while he's around. Timo, on the other hand, is thinking about the food and wants to take some kaki and mashed tofu salad. Timo quickly ties it up and tells her not to take from in front of Makoto and to eat what's in front of her first, as that's the etiquette of eating. To eat from what's in front of you and use your right hand. Makoto then calls Tomoe and asks her if she really likes keiki from the secondary space. She confirms that she loves it so much that she's considering burying herself in a mountain of keiki one day. Makoto advises her not to think too much about that. Then Mayo calls out to her, telling her to behave, or she'll stop giving her kaki. After several days, we see Makoto again using mana. He finally learned to use the barrier outside his body. He then unleashes spells resembling a machine gun and says, "This time, I won't lose consciousness." He remembers when he was reading in the book and studied this method carefully. First, he uses the eyebrow kai to conceal his barrier, then starts chanting some strange and incomprehensible hymns and words until he unleashes his full power. He is surprised by this final form and says, "What is this? Is this the physical form of mana? It follows my movements." This is very effective, and surely its power is tremendous. It's a wonderful barrier. Then he headbutted the tree, breaking it, and strangely, he didn't feel any pain from it at all. Now I can face any big monster, no matter how strong it is. I can also confront the Dragon Slayer without suffering any injury. For the sake of the secondary space, I cannot fail. If someone has to die, it's better if it's me. I don't want anyone to love me in this great conflict. The next morning, after half of his summer vacation had passed, Makoto said, "What are these new abilities?" Timo replied, telling him that they were his students who were staying in the secondary space and training every day. And they want to show him what they learned. Makoto agrees to that, so they put this big rock in front of them for everyone to cast their magic on it, and their strength is measured by the number. Shiki wants to present his magic, but Mayu doesn't care about this competition at all. She prefers a cooking contest instead of this. Then the competition begins with the High Orcs, where Agaris and Emma cast their magic. Emma is the greatest sorceress among the High Orcs, but she handles various tasks more. We see Emma striking with her magic, and she and her friend earn 78 points, astonishing Tomoe, as this is a very good result. Then it's the turn of the Fog Lizards, where they hit their great power into the sky, surprising Makoto because he doesn't know what they are aiming for. Tomoe tells him that she thinks they are showing off in front of the Winged Ones. Then we see that they got 68 points. After that, the Dwarf Elder steps forward to showcase his power, surprising Makoto because he has a very small sword. But he quickly enlarges it, doubling its size, and strikes the rock with all his might, gaining 70 points. The Dwarf Elder is happy but decides to improve himself because he is still not worthy of the name Mountain Cleaver. After that, the Auk step forward, getting 65 points. And finally, the Winged Ones come forward to showcase their power by bombing the rock from above. But they only get 20 points. Then come the Forest Spirits, wearing very strange clothes. But this is their culture, as they struggle to do a lot and a lot. They dance a little and then surround the rock with ice, asking everyone to try to break it. Everyone is amazed by what they did, and many try to break this ice, but no one can. However, Makoto can enter very easily, surprising the two girls because he managed to. Then they ask him how he did it, and he answers that this is very impressive. But he lacks something, so they must carefully consider his flaws, and he decides to dispel it now. Makoto can break the ice barrier on the rock. Miyu tells him it's my turn now. Tomoe responds, "But you said before that you're not interested in new combat skills." Miyu replies, "I'm not interested. But I didn't want to miss this opportunity. I thought of showcasing my other hobby besides cooking." Makoto asks her, "Are you talking about what you were watching in the memory vault?" Then Miyu uses her magic, and she manages to create a hero suit, which is a prototype, and the little girl says it's time for the final participation, and our beloved Shiki has finally arrived. Tomoe remarks, "It seems he has gained a new ability. Let's see what he can do." After that, Shiki uses his power on the rock and wields his huge sword, impressing Tomoe. She says, "Didn't the dwarves make that weapon for him? They made it impudently to affect the dragons. I think they call him the Demon Slayer." Makoto anticipates a battle against Mitsurugi and strikes the rock with Shiki's help, finally managing to break it. Makoto rejoices in what Shiki did, saying, "It's not effective against dragons, but is physically powerful." Tomoe tells him, "You did well, but there's no use if you can't hit anything with it." She informs him that Shiki is observing their progress and training and that she should be proud to be an example for him. She adds, maybe I'll end this by showing off my skills too. Miyu agrees. Makoto will showcase a new skill before us. Everyone stands in awe. Makoto thinks to himself, this will be the first time I release a large amount of mana without the brow of Kai. Makoto uses his magic, astonishing everyone. Shiki comments his power has materialized in its densest form. Makoto explains, it enhances my spells and acts as a strong shield. He strikes with his magic and destroys it, making everyone scared. Makoto asks for their opinion, but no one responds. Later, Makoto says to himself, I got carried away because of the excitement. Then he says, this bear, when it saw this bear, said, what an amazing mana flow. This poses a threat to us and we need to do something about it. And today's episode ends. Stay tuned for the next episodes, but don't forget to subscribe and activate the bell button to receive all updates. Our final episode begins with Makoto being informed by Tomo about the forest orcs, who were the guardians of the forest, suffering injuries and receiving a warning. Since Shiki has returned to the academy, Emma treats them. Makoto asks about the location of the attack, and Tomo informs him it's in the northern part of the forest. Makoto wonders if this has anything to do with the strange weather fluctuations in the secondary space. He suggests that setting up a fog gate in the right place could stabilize the weather. Tomo mentions they are investigating, but might have to deal with the monsters first. Mio gets excited upon hearing that bear meat is considered a delicacy, especially its right paw. Makoto, however, informs her that in some parts of Japan, bears are sacred and wolves are considered the kings of the forest. Nevertheless, he will still communicate with them. Tomoe asks why Makoto holds them in such high regard, and Makoto explains they are exceptions to him, akin to the dragons of fictional worlds. Tomo then asks Mio about spiders, and Makoto explains that exceptional spiders also exist. They eat pests. We then see Makoto walking alone in the rain in the forest, wondering why the monsters haven't shown up. He notices dragon claw marks on a tree, realizing they are close. Suddenly, he hears a noise behind him, turning to see a massive As the bear gets aggressive, Makoto prepares to fight, and we see his clothes turn red. Suddenly, he disappears and reappears behind the bear, touching its back and feeling surprised by its softness, not knowing that it's a secondary space. This angers the bear, and it attacks Makoto. Makoto uses his magic, striking the bear. Then, he looks into the distance, realizing the wolf's location. He identifies himself as Mizumi Makoto, coming only to talk. Suddenly, the wolf runs past him, and Makoto surprises them with slime magic, summoning many wolves. The alpha wolf tells Makoto that they sensed an exceptional mana flow a few days ago, likely caused by him. Makoto clarifies he's not interested in ruling. He came to apologize since they are neighbors. In the future, they won't enter the forest without communication. If they need anything, Makoto and his friends will assist them. The wolf is very surprised by Makoto's words and asks him if, despite his overwhelming power, he'll still share their territory and let them live. Makoto explains that he won't protect them but coexist with them. He wants them to continue safeguarding the forest, as they always have. The wolf asks how he benefits from this, and Makoto expresses his desire for them to be friends. He wants to foster friendships between wolves and bears. In the morning, we see everyone still standing in the forest, when suddenly a huge bear appears, laughing loudly. He apologizes for interrupting and introduces himself as Beanie. The small bear climbs onto his head, and Beanie sits down, talking to Makoto politely. He agrees to be friends, but asserts they will govern the forest without his control. Makoto agrees, and the wolf assures him that if anyone in their pack opposes, they'll deal with it. Then the scene shifts to Makoto with Tomo and the beautiful little girl, gathering lots of oranges. Makoto informs them they can't pick everything they come across. The little girl apologizes, and Makoto explains about Kaki tree care. Instead of picking every fruit from a fruitful tree, they should leave some behind, for a bountiful harvest the next year and for other creatures to benefit as well. As Momoe tries to pick an orange from the tree, Makoto stops her. Suddenly, a massive bird appears, and as Momoe prepares to confront it, the bird tells her to stop as it has come to introduce itself to King Makoto. It disappears after informing them about what the wolves said. Momoe remarks that it's a mythical creature in the end, so one never knows what else might be hiding in the secondary space. She tells Makoto that her world never ceases to amaze her, to which Makoto responds that her knowledge is equally intriguing, especially considering there are seemingly no mythical creatures in Japan. Suddenly, a bird appears on the tree and speaks to Makoto in this small form. Makoto welcomes him, and the bird begins to introduce himself as the rock bird, ruler of the sky and mountains. He is delighted to meet Makoto and expresses his intention to monitor the sky for Makoto's sake, promising to inform him of any ideas he might have. Makoto agrees, encouraging him to continue his work diligently. The rock bird then asks Makoto if he could claim the name of the stone he mentioned, expressing his fondness for it. Makoto agrees and renames him the Stone Bird, which brings great joy to the bird. The stone bird flies away happily, leaving Makoto speaking to Tomoe, feeling he has gained more followers. Makoto discusses with Tomoe the idea of considering those who haven't made a formal contract with him as subjects. He then asks Tomoe if she feels jealous, surprising her. She responds confused, and Makoto apologizes, admitting his behavior was rash. He assures her that she, along with Mio and Shiki, are his only followers. Makoto suggests they leave, offering to carry half the baskets, but Tomoe insists on carrying them all, asserting her strength. Makoto remarks on her tiny stature compared to the large baskets, indicating that Tomoe is very small. Scene shifts to dusk, where a boy waits for someone, a girl who apologizes for making him wait. They are both students of Makoto and go to a cafe together where they have some drinks. The girl asks Makoto if Shiki-san has taken him, and he confirms, noticing her jealousy. Then her friend asks what type Shiki prefers, and the girl clarifies she means what type of women he prefers, not drinks. The other then told her that we haven't had a chance to talk like this before. Then the other girl spoke about how scholarship students were expelled if their grades dropped. They used to be more competitive than we were friends. Then the boy spoke, saying there's something he wants to do before the end of the summer break. He wants to defeat the quasi-dragon. If it's hopeless, I can bring the defeat closer easily. Then he remembered that they could have won that battle before, so his friend said, I'm confident. But the rest are discouraged and want to defeat that dragon. Why did you come to the academy? Were you discovered in the end? He replied, yes, but tell me about you. The other assumed that, but honestly, I wouldn't have achieved any success if I hadn't met Makoto. When her friend asked when she would return home, she replied that she didn't have any home. Her mother had been living with her, and her father had been separated from her for a long time. Then her mother died in a pandemic. Her friend said, as for me, I won't go back home because there's a reason. There was someone much stronger than me in the village I was born in. This girl, Miranda, was an orphan who fought against monsters and took on other difficult tasks, continuing to fight as if she were defeating that injustice. She asked him if this was his teacher or not, and he replied that she was his first love, as he began helping her in the end. But one day the village ordered them to investigate the forbidden forest, as if they were really supposed to develop this scary forest. When the child was wandering with his girlfriend Miranda in the village, where he was talking to her, that he sees her as unsocial. They entered this place to search it. They found it was a wizard's workshop, and suddenly this huge monster entered and started hitting the child, throwing him away. The child kept calling his girlfriend and wanted her to escape so she wouldn't be harmed, but the girl didn't listen to him and instead fiercely fought the monster until she defeated it. The child was shocked by what his friend did, suspecting she was a monster, and this was the last time he saw. Then we return to reality, and the student talks to his girlfriend that he couldn't forgive the village he grew up in, or forgive his own failure, so he honed his skills and seized the opportunity when the academy discovered him. He wanted to find Miranda and apologize to her someday. He wanted to be as strong as her and apologize to her. She replied that she thinks facing the dragon is easier for him. Then we move to Makoto when he was in his room with his friends, where they tell him there's a rematch against the dragon. Jin and his cheerful gang want to battle again without his knowledge, so Makoto understands they didn't tell him because they thought he would get angry if he knew. At their age, kids want to pressure themselves, but his sisters usually return home. So Shiki replied that he wouldn't inform them of his report on this matter, as he was watching the sisters in Tuyoi and even provided them with a place to train, and they are currently back in Rotsugard and working on a plan with the rest of the students. Makoto thinks about his students and says that at their current level, he doubts they will lose to the dragon. Then he decides to leave them alone to make them rely on themselves and won't let Iris watch over them this time. Iris replied that it won't be that quick, as there is a herd of dragonoids gathered around that water pool. Makoto is surprised by this, as if they saw one of the dragonoids, they would be scared, let alone seeing a whole herd. Shiki asked him that he wanted to investigate the area, so Makoto agreed to that. As for the students, Iris told him that the children would search for dragonoids, so they should leave one of them there. Makoto told her that he would deal with the herd himself, because he wanted to test his mana skills as well. After that, we see Shiki in the forest waiting for the dragonoids. He finds very strange things, suspecting that these are rituals, so it's possible they might find a sacred treasure here. Upon closer inspection, he finds the dragon spindle, the key to Elysium, which he thought was lost when the country was destroyed. Then Shiki calls out to Makoto and asks him if he had seen any places resembling altars or traces of blood in the area where he was. Makoto tells him that he had seen this before and informs him that someone performed rituals to activate the sacred treasure. And indeed, dragonoids were summoned here, which seems like something demons would do. He asks Shiki to continue his investigation while he takes care of the dragonoids. Indeed, Makoto approaches the herd of dragonoids to start removing one for the students' rematch. He uses his magic and pulls one dragonoid away, despite only being able to use wind magic. This allows him to move through the air and land in the middle of the herd. Makoto uses his magic to fend off the monster's attacks and tells them that their attacks are ineffective and stronger than expected. He assures them that he wasn't their enemy. Then the scene shifts to Shiki fighting the demons. Shiki tells him that he heard the current demon king was an exceptional leader, and he's surprised that there are those opposing him. The demon replies that they hate the demon king because an exceptional king is detested like that in organizations. Before the demon could say anything else, Shiki says that in the end, they escaped with the sacred treasure, and he didn't discover any details. He's still unsure of the information he has, and he can't report to his lord the small details unless he understands the full picture. After killing all the dragonoids, Makoto said, "Now I have to harvest some dragonoid flesh as Miyu requested. I've become very accustomed to my mana. There's nothing left but the students' rematch." Then we see the students standing in front of this dragon. One of them says there's only one left. It appeared suddenly. They prepare to take their fighting positions and rush towards the dragon, each attacking from a different angle and using their magic and strength to kill it. Then this boy uses his power, and the girl also uses her arrow, and they all fight using their power and magic until they finally kill it. The students all rejoice, and one of them says, "We've become stronger than before. I will continue on this path and find her one day." Then the scene shifts to the abandoned house, and this boy says there are still heroes, demons, and wars. The world keeps moving relentlessly. Even Kozunoha doesn't compare to you in the current state. The girl replies to him saying, "It will be a problem if you don't compare to me." He answers her saying, "What are you doing here? I don't have a specific reason. I fought a terrifying mythical creature with human hands growing from its back, one of the monsters that attacked the wizard's workshops. The workshop belonged to Banchuku, and my journey started here." The boy remembers his friend Miranda and wonders where Miranda went. "I will kill every remaining great dragon," he says. This anime ends after 12 episodes of excitement and thrills. Stay tuned for a new and exciting anime. All you have to do is subscribe to the channel and turn on the notification bell to receive all the latest updates. In this episode, we will see how Makoto will face these ninjas who are seeking revenge against him and what is the story of this strange girl. But please blow up the channel with likes and shares so you can help me make more episodes. The episode begins in the autumn season when the sky is clear and the horses gain weight. We see Makoto and his assistant Shiki walking around the academy where students are preparing for the annual academy festival. This festival is magnificent, as usual, attracting people from all over and filling every shop to the brim. The festival lasts for a whole week, activating the city like never before. Makoto is surprised by what is happening, because he didn't know there was a competitive championship included this time. Shiki tells him that his students are very excited about this, as guests from Lima and Gronia are invited to evaluate the talents of the next generation through diplomatic conferences. It's like a job fair for the students, so Makoto is happy and prays that nothing bad happens during this festival. After that, Makoto goes to his workplace in the academy with his friend Shiki, who asks him to discuss their inventory during the festival. They should receive the list of additional items tonight. But Makoto says they can decide on that later. At that time, Ludo arrives and asks Makoto to inspect the festival together. Makoto replies that Tomo and Mayo will come that day, so Ludo can go with them. However, Ludo refuses and talks to Makoto about additional items for the store, suggesting that the dwarven elders would be suitable. Ludo then asks Makoto if he hates the goddess or not, but Makoto doesn't answer and asks him to leave the place. Ludo agrees after understanding that he is hindering them and decides to go to the guild to do some work, which surprises Makoto, because he is the head of the academy among everyone and he will meet important people at the festival. Ludo mentions using the name, falls, and hearing about interesting experiments in the past, so Shiki asks him to tell them more about these experiments. At this time, the servant Shai arrives and induces himself as a priest of the temple. Welcomed by Makoto, Shanai then tells Makoto that he is the owner of this store and apologizes for not being able to talk to him normally due to a chronic medical condition. He then asks Makoto what he wants. Shai explains that it concerns the medicines they have in this store, as he fears that some might be too effective for their price. Making Makoto suspicious that he might be bribed, Shai reassures him that he thought Makoto would be upset by these baseless rumors, and that he didn't have the intention to bribe Makoto. Thinks to himself that he's sure this donor wants a bribe, as otherwise he would suggest a solution. Makoto also recalls that the temples were previously allowed to handle sales, prompting him to ask Shanai if he had thought about letting the temples handle sales again. Shanai doesn't answer this question, not understanding its significance, but he mentions that they are trying to spread rumors to help the temple. However, they want Makoto to reveal to them his production methods so that the temple can inspect them, of course, promising not to leak the information to other stores. Makoto asks what would happen if the temple discovered the production methods through him and decided not to use similar products. Shanai mentions that many temple members have been involved in experiments with demi-humans, and one of the bishops died unnaturally, likely by Roman. He sees no harm in having relationships with slaves in case of unexpected events. Makoto replies that he is just a merchant, and if this is about getting to know the temple members, they will gladly discover his production through them. Shai asks if he's confident about this, to which Makoto requests him to inform them of a suitable day so that they can ask a chemist to show them the production process. Shai agrees and asks him to come to the temple tomorrow afternoon. The next day, Makoto and Shiki go to the temple, and Makoto is afraid of the temple's size, as it is huge when they enter. They are greeted by the temple priest, and Makoto thanks them for their help, appreciating their dedication. The temple vows to dispel all rumors related to his store, and Makoto expresses his gratitude for that. The priestess then mentions hearing about a chronic medical condition that has affected his ability to speak, but they will suggest a solution, although she's not sure how much they can help after the temple. Officials leave them to discuss. Makoto understands what happened and apologizes for his lack of respect. Shinai then explains that they weren't concerned about how his medicines were made. Makoto then hands over all his medicines to them, and at that moment Shai asks him about some matters. While the chemist works, Aoto goes with him to talk and answer Shai's questions about his time as a merchant, 3 years, and the number of his stores and primary supporter, revealing that he doesn't have a primary supporter, but used to have a partnership with Rembrandt Trading Company. In Tai, Shai is surprised that Makoto knows Rembrandt, and Makoto explains that he learned the basics of trade from them. Shai is even more astonished, because Rembrandt is very different from what he knows, and Makoto remembers that Rembrandt indeed changed significantly after that incident with his illness. Then Shinai asks if Makoto takes care of his daughters at school due to their relationship, and Makoto explains that he asked him to watch over them. Shinai decides to reassess his impression of Makoto after their conversation ends. Makoto and his friend leave, and the priestess approaches Shai, informing him that he interfered with them. If he wants to do anything else, he must consult her. Shinai doesn't understand her words completely. The priestess then tells him that they failed to examine his mind and mana since he resisted all their attempts, so no servant can follow him. She also finds his production method. Suspicious Shay is very surprised because the steps and explanations were clear, and the methods themselves were excellent. She tells him that with their abilities, their success chances are only ed, and considering the costs of materials and labor, they would have to raise the price 100-fold. This shocks Shai even more. The priestess then mentions that Makoto is something entirely different, like an innocent child, but he could also become their winning card in the future. The scene shifts to Makoto's store where Ludo and Iris are arguing, because Iris can defeat the blue lizard, but never told them Makoto and Shiki arrive at that moment. Not understanding what's happening since Aqua didn't want to tell them about the argument. Makoto entices Aqua by offering her the new juice they developed for the Academy Festival, and she tastes it and is amazed by its flavor. We see Iris and Ludo talking where Iris tells him that the key is choosing magical words from the ancient language that suit him. Ludo asks her about the place where she encountered the blue lizard, as he had never seen scales like it's before Makoto and Shiki arrive to inform them about what Aqua told them, and Iris apologizes to Makoto for not being arrogant again. Makoto doesn't respond and lets Shiki deal with her. Then Makoto talks to Ludo and informs him that he will be expelled if it's discovered. He cheated in class at night. Makoto walks in the market, thinking to himself that autumn days are passing quickly, but the crowds still gather. He senses something and stops to see what's happening. Realizing he's being pursued, he decides to pretend he didn't notice anything. These people confront Makoto, and when he sees them, he thinks to himself that they finally moved according to their attire. They belong to the Assassin's Guild. They attack him, but he uses his magic to defeat them. One person approaches him to strike, and Makoto recognizes his appearance. Saying, "You've come to seek revenge on me," Boy replies. "I always finish every mission," and shows his blade made from the scales of the great dragon Muggy, which is his pride and the best killing blade in the world. Makoto was astonished. He thought to himself that he was talking about a lizard with scales. He regretted losing that blade, and it's possible that the scales could be suitable for a deadly weapon. The man attacked him with multiple strikes, but Makoto defended against them and delivered a strong blow that made him fall to the ground. Then he told him, "From now on, I want the Assassin's Guild to leave me alone. I will settle this matter with Bright." After that, Makoto went to the forest and played there. Tamo approached him and welcomed him back. She said she was just thinking of contacting him. Makoto asked her how her investigation into the secondary space weather was going. Tamo replied that we could take the initiative after the festival ends, but she believed she had found an effective way. She explained that if they opened a fog gate here, it would create a climate similar to that of Japan, about 95 accurate. The atmosphere would be stable, and this place is under demon control. They have a nearby fortress, and leaving any trace of our activity in front of them directly is dangerous. "If you allow me, I'll believe in the area immediately," he replied. "Let me think about it." She said, "Let's listen to the festival that starts tomorrow." For now, the next day too, Momo and all the people in the market were happy. Momo said she felt more alive than Sui, and all the stores looked delicious. Then the scene shifts to the academy where many people are gathered, and Makoto wakes up startled. He apologizes to Shiki for sleeping too much and being late. He tells him that he stayed awake until dawn and asks about Lime, and the new dwarf chief Shiki tells him they're outside. We ask them to organize the queue so as not to disturb the rest of the stores. It's clear that our stock is running out for today, and adventurers from all over are coming. They receive news frequently, and I'm thinking of distributing vouchers or numbered coupons in case the stock runs out. Makoto said he would think about it. The Merchants Guild gave us some. Then Shiki apologizes to him for not waking him up. He tells them what they did. They went with Lodo to check the food. Makoto goes out and sees many people in front of the store. Dwarf Chief scolds them, and the man angrily replies that he won't listen to half-humans. After that, we see Tomo and Momo enjoying the food, impressed by the taste of fish, meat, vegetables, and spices. The girl gives food to Makoto, and he asks her if they have enough workers. She tells them they will be fine. They are used to pressure, and her sister also helps. Skiddo asks her if Eva can serve customers. She says that she washes dishes in the kitchen, and since I work here, she helps me every year, but each of us has strengths and weaknesses. Let me know if you need anything. Tamo says it's a joyful festival, and she can see why noble from foreign lands are attracted. Momo mentions a great variety of stalls, selling food like she's never seen before in Laurel. It seems they eat raw fish. Makoto asks if they eat sashimi. Their Tamo confidently replies that the students are training, and she's sure Mato's students will do their best in the competition. Makoto feels like they're listening more than necessary. Then an old man appears asking what Laurel wants from Lumia. The girl answers bluntly, "Allow me to be frank. Give us back our priestess." The old man explains that she is with Haiki Lamia's champion and has chosen to accompany her to battle. The girl from the Huma Empire explains that a significant figure from another country was kidnapped, and forced into dangerous battles by the great Huma Empire. It's becoming a serious issue. The old man mentions that the priestess took the lead in supporting the champion. Shouldn't that make your country proud? The girl then asks, is Lemia taking hostages? You know how important the priestess is to the old man, tells her that if you refuse, send your special forces and will appoint them to travel with the priestess. She tells him, the priestess cannot be replaced and we want to make some progress during our stay in the academy city. And they leave to go. The old man mentions that they are busy preparing for a second attack on Stella Fortress. The girl accompanying him says, if the Imperial Princess hadn't come, there would have been no need for us to come here. He replies that the hero of the Empire and Princess Lily are to blame entirely. And what are the Imperial rogues planning? We see Tomoa playing Eva and apologizing to her. Eva forgives her sister for being clumsy and everyone plays and enjoys. Happily, Makoto looks at them with joy and love. This girl watches them from a distance and says they're a bunch of fools. Nothing like the people of the Empire. The episode ends here. Stay tuned for the next episodes. Don't forget to subscribe and activate the bell button to receive all the latest updates. Our episode today begins when this man says, today is a global day where students are evaluated on their manners, way of speaking, behavior, and other ethical aspects. The students' etiquette is tested at a standing lunch banquet, attended by foreign guests, including Makoto, where he meets a middle-aged, very tall, handsome man who looks at him disdainfully. Then the scene shifts to Makoto standing with that tall man and a girl approaches them, not the beautiful blonde girl. She apologizes for being late and her husband, the tall man, asks her if she has decided to wear her blue dress today because it suits her well. She thanks him and Makoto tells her that he's glad to see her again. He asks if the long journey tired her, but she says no. Everything was fine. She thanks him a lot, appreciating his protection of her husband due to everything he had done for them before. Then she takes her husband and they leave to find seats. Makoto looks at them and comments on how close they seem. The scene now shifts inside the hall, where we find Makoto holding his grape juice cups and thinking about establishing more relationships than just with the Hayuma. Meanwhile, 3 beautiful girls watch him and laugh, then approach and greet him before leaving. The responsible girl then comes to him, asking if he's Makoto and if she can speak to him for a moment. At that moment, Makoto observes her quickly and realizes they are demons disguised as personal guards, appearing as humans. The scene transitions to inside that room, where Makoto talks to the responsible girl, asking if they've met before. She tells him it's their first meeting and requests to speak with him because she's very interested in him. Makoto thinks to himself that she knows everything about him. She introduces herself as Seiristo, responsible from the Laurel Union, taking care of the priestess and Kamuro. Then Makoto sits down, and the responsible girl asks him if he knows anything about Laurel. He tells her that he didn't know much, but he knows that the priestess is the spiritual pillar for the people, and Kamuro is a candidate to become one as well. Then she shows us a map indicating that Laurel is a union of 3 nations now unified as one motherland. The known priestess can communicate with elevated spirits and has significant political influence. Their country is isolated, and little information reaches other nations about them. Their culture and nature make them seem like mysterious Japanese. The responsible girl tells him that despite his claim of not knowing much about her country, he uses something that our country kept secret. Makoto is surprised and asks what she means. She explains that there are 2 characters in their commercial logo, a wise text known worldwide, but only a few in Laurel understand it. Makoto, puzzled, says he hasn't heard of this wise text before and asks for clarification. She tells him that if he were wise, he would understand why he knows those characters. He admits he's not wise enough to claim to be wise. She elaborates, saying they are outsiders from a distant realm with knowledge incomprehensible to the wise. Then Samira interrupts that long and confusing conversation, summarizing that she wants him to promote her country, but he refuses. She then remembers something about his store's logo, mentioning the characters Kozu, meaning medicine, and asks if he specializes in medicine. Makoto stands up and confirms that Kozu is a plant name, but he agrees with her desire to make medicines widely available. She acknowledges him and hopes to meet again before leaving. Makoto reflects on the existence of a country in contact with beings from other worlds, wondering if Laurel is truly an isolated country. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the second princess of the Empire, Gratunia, named Layla Flaunt. She meets the same girl who was with Makoto and talks to her about him, curious about his peculiar personality. Her followers informed her that Makoto's shop possesses highly effective medicines, and they've heard that most of his customers are half humans. They even mentioned that he's a partial remedy teacher at the academy. They expressed a strong desire to visit his shop, finding it quite appealing. She agreed and suggested changing the topic, asking if the other responsible girl could do something else for the Empire. She mentioned that they're actively working on developing a new technology, but are facing difficulties in doing so. She expressed hope in benefiting from the other girl's wisdom. The other responsible girl was surprised and asked what she wanted to inquire about, mentioning that they already have spies in Laurel. The princess recently increased their interest in gunpowder, seeking advice on its handling and usage. The other girl was taken aback, thinking to herself that gunpowder couldn't compare to magic. However, she agreed to share everything she knew. The princess thought to herself that she would be very cautious, but sometimes restrictions could reveal valuable information. Those Enchanted Demons by Tomoki could handle the rest. The scene then shifted to Lisa and her children, pondering about Makoto. Lisa confirmed that he was present but seemed uncomfortable in that place. Her daughter expressed a desire for Makoto to share his opinion on her beautiful dress, but Lisa emphasized that their behavior in the academy, especially with the Rembrandt family, was seen as excessively proud, resulting in a bad reputation. This startled the daughters, and their mother warned them to improve their reputation before graduating, as criticism often outweighs praise. In the evening after the day concluded, Alisa and her husband thanked Makoto for attending. Alisa then asked him for his opinion on her daughter's behavior, wondering if they had impressed onlookers. Makoto agreed that they were beautiful but admitted he was more surprised than amused. This made the father laugh and ask if he found their beauty shocking. Just then, 4 students arrived, speaking in a foolish and inappropriate manner. Makoto asked them what they wanted, and the boy with the yellow hair told him not to dismiss him and pretend to have forgotten. Makoto told him, "I honestly don't have any memory of you or recall you, but allow me to apologize to you. Given that my guest is here, I'll listen to your complaints tomorrow." The boy replied defiantly, "I won't let you get away with this. I'll crush your students in the competition." They left the place very angry. The scene shifts to Shinki and Makoto the next morning, discussing the person who came to Makoto last night. Shinki suggested that if it was a meza, perhaps one of them was involved. Makoto asked what he meant, reminding Shinki of what happened to him at the Gutetsu restaurant. Makoto agreed to investigate the matter the next day. Shinki then informed him that he promised his students to go out with him today. The scene now transitions to Makoto with Timoy and Miyu as they were voting on who should walk beside Makoto. In the end, it was Mio who walked next to him, behaving like his lover. Makoto was very annoyed by this. Timo scolded Mio for getting too close to Makoto, telling her not to stand so close to him like that. Then Miyu approached him with some sweets, urging him to taste them. Makoto thanked her and found the taste similar to fried chicken, which he found very pleasing. She told him that she would prepare more with extra salt, lemon, some flavors, and a bit of chili. The scene shifts back to Makoto searching for Shinki, asking, "Where is Shinki? Didn't he say he would wait at the gate for us to discipline him later?" Meanwhile, the second princess of the Empire watches and observes from a distance. Makoto gathers his students, welcoming them warmly. Timoai introduces herself as his right hand and her sister as one of the skilled students. The girl added, "Yes, we've heard a lot about both of you. We know a lot." Miyu asked if they knew the man with pink hair in front of them, and they confirmed that he was Shiki, Makoto's business manager. Miyu looked at them and said, "These are still young children who know nothing about powers and combat, but that's just from Mie's perspective." Then Timoai scolded her for bothering the students and thus disturbing their master, the great Makoto. Miyu said to him, "I didn't bother him. I'm just stating the truth and not sugarcoating it." Then an argument ensued, and their teacher told them not to fight girls. Makoto and Shinki were asked about the student they had warned 2 days ago. And Shinki said, "The truth is, that student hasn't shown up yet, but I confirmed that he's from nobility, named Lamaya, and has connections to the royal family. He's the second son of the Hobless family. He's a very important figure." Then the arrogant boy with white and brown hair spoke to his teacher. "Makoto, you're a magnet for trouble," surprising his classmates, and they told him to be quiet. Makoto spoke to them as if he hadn't heard anything, saying, "You're likely to face harassment from a specific student during the duel." and it seems I'm the reason, but I won't help you. You must deal with any interference yourselves. They said, that's what we want, teacher, as we are capable of fighting. Makoto said, all right, due to your excessive enthusiasm, I want to impose some restrictions on your match. Everyone was surprised and felt frustrated after learning about the restrictions. The girl asked them, what are the restrictions that prevent you from doing? Jin replied, I'm prohibited from using the double blade style. And the girl said, I'm prohibited from using my mighty bow since I'm from the desert class. And I was told using a staff is allowed. Then the boy in the green robe was told he couldn't use new skills, and the arrogant boy with black and white hair couldn't use his extraordinary enhancement. The yellow-haired boy was told he couldn't use his moving chant. The sitting girl said she could only use one type of weapon. Shinki then explained that Makoto did this for them to think more strategically and improve their skills and abilities. He raised his index finger. This is like hiding your winning card. If you all succeed, new students will come, and for you, you'll be allowed to advance to the next level. Good luck to everyone. Then the scene shifted to Princess Layla of the Empire, and the boy asked her, why do you look so serious? She replied, don't worry about it. Tell me, Fulis, why would the leader of the Adventurers Guild cooperate with that merchant? He said, because he's a good trader. Then she asked, does our country's company, Kuzonhei Trading, receive support from the Adventurers Guild? He replied, of course not. We don't collaborate with anyone from outside our country. She told him that our country's hero wants to take Timuai to the trading company. He replied, Leo must find that boy very interesting to be impressed by Timuai like that. Then she asked him, do you think I can defeat her? He answered, the answer to your question is no. Confronting a trading company is not like battling demons in a full-scale war. She asked, do you mean she also has connections with demons? He told her that was a metaphorical expression because it would be very dangerous for them. The scene then shifted to Makoto speaking to the man, telling him that he must go to the Merchant Guild immediately. Fortunately, the guild's representative is an old friend of his, and he informed him that he would go there for him, or rather for Makoto. As the scene transitions to the grand arena, everyone is waiting to see who will be crowned the star of this year's competition. In the first round of the warrior category, there was a match between Diane, Yunin, Jin, and Maithara. In the first round of the desert category, Arbelia Shifo faced off. The winner would face someone ranked. In other words, the students would face each. Then some food and fruit were served, and she said, I was right in getting a lot of snacks because today will be a long day. Let's see what will happen in this competition. Stay tuned for the next episode to find out everything, but you have to subscribe to the channel and activate the notification bell to receive all the updates. In an episode packed with excitement, Makoto will face immense pressure to reveal to the union manager where he imports the raw materials used in his shop's products. Additionally, numerous challenging matches will take. Let's find out who wins these matches, and whether Makoto Kuzunoha will have to disclose that he imports materials from a secondary space affiliated with the ending. Let's start with that thrilling competition today. Our first match features Dana Yuno against each other in the first round due to a cowardly noble's plan. The students engage in combat for real, and despite that, they can't afford to go easy on each other. Competition knows no mercy in those moments. The commentator announces that the winner is Dana. As for the next match, it will be the highest level of combat in that tournament. Both fighters are at level 97. The first is Jin Rohan. The boy with blue hair and the other coming from afar is named Maithra Casper, the boy wearing a green cloak. This tournament includes a small number of participants whose levels exceed 90. To maintain fairness, they will use wooden swords. However, we see Makoto saying they're doing it just to provoke the students. Then the judge tells them the match will last for 10 minutes for safety reasons. The dummies will take any damage instead of the students. But if even one dummy falls, the match ends immediately. Each student gets 3 dummies in case of excessive combat. Mio says 3 dummies won't be enough. The judge allows supportive spells only for the warrior category and bans offensive and healing spells. Now let the fighting begin. The fight starts quickly with everyone watching and cheering. Timothy watches the match and comments on Mithra's defensive moves and superior positioning, effectively undermining his opponent's morale. Makoto remarks that the only reason Mithra's opponent keeps attacking relentlessly is because he's facing Jin. The match is determined by the judge declaring Jin as the winner. Indeed, the match ends with Jin Rohan defeating his opponent Casper, prompting Timothy to comment on the high-level nature of the match. Then Mio speaks up, personally believing that Mithra won that match. Makoto asks if she means he won the fight but lost the match, to which she confirms. Next, the third match begins, where they use magic, but it turns out to be a dull match. Makoto comments that they seem to be taking it seriously, but it's quite dull. Following that, the fourth match starts between Abelia and Chifo. Before the summer break, their levels were equal, but now we'll see who's stronger. The intense match begins with both being incredibly fast. They are surprised by each other's strength and speed, with one effortlessly avoiding the other's attacks. Then one of them uses a spell that surprises everyone. It's a spell they haven't seen before, easily capturing her opponent by forming the ground into a hand shape. Chifo points her weapon at her opponent, but she doesn't do anything to her, so the other surrenders. Chifo is declared the winner, showing sportsmanship by extending her hand to her opponent. She's the beautiful soul, the sportsmanlike spirit we always see in tournaments and games. Then the scene shifts to the responsible person, who says, "Oh, what a disgrace! How pitiful!" The winner is one of the infamous Rembrandt sisters, known for their bad reputation. Perhaps she used her wealth to acquire expensive magical equipment. The nobleman then speaks to the princess, praising the excellent fight, acknowledging that even if she bought costly magical devices, it's admirable because she invested in self-improvement. However, he remarks that such deceptive fighting doesn't befit a soldier or a knight. The princess responds, asking if it's deceitful to use one's moves or techniques to eliminate demons from the sky. At that moment, everyone looks at her strangely, as they don't understand anything, and neither do we. Then her name is mentioned along with the other, the princess with traditions and rituals, saying not to downplay losses on the battlefield as they don't want too much talk. Next, we see the king with yellow mustache, yellow hair, and beautiful eyes, saying that this is very distasteful, and they are looking forward to the next match. The scene then shifts back to the battlefield, where in the second round of the sorcerer category, the winner Chifo will fight Izumo. Chifo then uses more spirit magic to build a barrier between her and Izumo to block all his attacks. However, Izumo uses a very powerful spell to break this barrier, which he successfully does. But Chifo quickly builds another barrier like it and manages to overcome Izumo. This level ends with Chifo winning. In the second round of the warrior category, Jin fights against Dana, his opponent. Jin strikes him with great force as he casts enhancing spells between attacks, leaving Mr. Makoto impressed by all of this. After that, the scene shifts to the final round of the sorcerer's category, where Chifo's opponent is a senior student who seems good enough to receive an offer from the Limia court. The student uses a hidden blue windblade power, but it doesn't affect Chifo, who then buries him underground, leaving him defeated. Chifo wins this match again. Jet approaches her to congratulate her, but she tells him she did it to scare him a little as he'll be on Hobble's team tomorrow. The students carry him out, and Jin understands that she's very upset with this tournament too. Chifo tells him she'll leave this conversation to his imagination and assures him that he already knows what she means. Then it's Jin's turn for this round, where he meets Ilamugan, the final match for the Hobbles and Jets category. Ilamugan charges at Jin with all his might, but he's shocked when Jin manages to deflect his attack and throw his sword away. Jin then quickly rushes towards him to strike him, using his blue power fueled in his blood. He runs towards Jin to strike him, but Jin easily throws his sword again, angering the judge, who asks Jet to fight properly as his negative way won't do. He must engage more actively. Jin understands his words and strikes him with all his might, winning the fight against Ilamugan. Mr. Makoto is amazed by his student's actions and dedication. He understands that Ilamugan's equipment may be less, but his level and instincts are much more. Then Ilamugan goes to his room, angry that Jin defeated him, and he vows not to let him live until he kills him. The scene then shifts to the arena, where it's time for the winners from both categories to fight each other to determine the tournament champion. Tomoe mentions that Chifo has a significant advantage, but she's sure Jin has a chance. Chifo then uses her power to pull Jin underground, wanting to end this quickly, and indeed she wins this round. Everyone is amazed by her. After that, the student tournament continued, and Masumi received worrying news from the Merchants Guild. so he decided to go and see what's happening there. At night, Masumi sits with his assistant to discuss what happened at the guild, and the assistant tells him that he couldn't do anything for him. Don't worry about it, Masumi reassures him. The guild employee mentions that prominent figures in each country are impressed with Kuzunoa's company, implying that Masumi's day of reckoning might be near. The scene then shifts back to the students talking. One student wonders if Masumi will apologize for his absence. Jin mentions that the Merchants Guild requested to meet him. Then another student asks about Shiki's whereabouts, and Jin answers that he and his entourage are watching the matches, which makes the student happy. She then asks about the changes made to the team competition rules. Jet explains that the total team level must be less than 365. Otherwise, they'll have to adjust their team level for the match. Chibo comments that it's not as if that will change everything, as it seems like they're fighting empty spaces or straw dummies, and Masumi is an amazing teacher. It would be shameful to let another country claim him. Next, we go to the king, who expresses admiration for the students' skills. The king's assistant informs him that their teacher is Masumi, representing the Kuzunoa Trading Company. The king replies that there are great men yet to be discovered in this world. After that, Mikado went to the trade guild and met with the branch leader, Zara, who asked him why he hadn't requested a meeting until now. Mikado replied, apologizing for not introducing himself earlier, and explained that he had to wait for a whole month to get an appointment with him. Zara responded, acknowledging that it was a somewhat late apology. He then mentioned that an investigation had been requested regarding the goods of the Kuzunoa Trading Company and their distribution. Serious concerns had been expressed about Mikado's company, suggesting that Kuzunoa receives assistance from demons. Mikado expressed feeling insulted, asserting that his company is honest. The leader assured him of their confidence in that, but pointed out that the problem was related to his distribution methods. They confirmed that he purchases raw materials directly from the markets managed by the guild, but couldn't verify any travel records for his carts. Mikado thought to himself that he couldn't reveal the involvement of secondary space. He decided he would have to deceive Zara in some way. He then told Zara that they used the same methods as other trading companies, but assumed the carts were from the Rembrandt Trading Company, hence the lack of travel records under Kuzunoa's name. The leader inquired about documents comparing materials, indicating that Mikado seemed to buy from elsewhere besides the markets. Mikado responded that this was the first he had heard of this investigation. Had he known, the leader stated that the guild would decide whether Mikado's company was innocent or not. Mikado assured them of his willingness to cooperate and clear his name. The leader expressed surprise at Mikado's ability to run a trading company, but questioned why he couldn't act appropriately given his position and circumstances. Mikado asked directly what they wanted him to do, suspecting an attempt at extortion through conditions he couldn't accept. This conversation leaves Mikado stunned as the investigator asks if he caused problems for Rem. Even in that tough conversation, the investigator leaves Mikado with a lingering thought, but you will tell us about your distribution methods. You must speak to continue your company's progress. Mikado thinks to himself, I don't know what to do anymore. He explains that he used the instant teleportation spell unique to his powerful followers. Naturally, he didn't mention the secondary space, thinking everything was going smoothly. However, when Miu learns of this conversation, she becomes very angry and wants to eliminate the investigator right then and there. Her friend advises her to calm down, saying they should have gone with Mikado. But Tomoe reassures Mio that Mikado has become a merchant, even capable of supplying everyone with medicine. He needs to negotiate with traders who only care about their profits. Tomo tells Miu she's naive, though not necessarily wrong. It's part of doing business, especially if you're conducting honest dealings. Miu is annoyed by this talk, but Tomo continues, suggesting that this might be an opportunity to abandon the human race. She asks if Mio plans to establish a relationship with demons in the end. Miu is disturbed and says she doesn't think she should serve anyone who exploits her kindness. Mikado agrees with Tomo, saying she's right, and he plans to establish a relationship with demons once the Academy Festival ends and the borrowing or acquisition of the land that Tomo found is settled. And so it ends with a debt to the demons, a compromise that pleases everyone as they continue working with the humans while maintaining a connection with the demons. Everyone rejoices at this good decision. Then they say Kalanon was once part of the YCs and it was the homeland of my parents. They met here and became adventurers, traveling around the world. In other words, it's like my home too. Tsuki mentions that Eva Amina from the library and Loria are also from there. Makoto learns that it's their homeland as well, so he decides to ask them to make a choice. Tsuki responds positively, seeing it as the winning move to solve their current problems. Miu has no objections to her master's decision and is pleased that everyone accepted his choice. Now that both heroes have sided with the humans, there shouldn't be a problem with the third man from another world who overlooks some of the demon's actions. And with that, our episode concludes. Stay tuned for more exciting episodes of this anime. But please do subscribe to the channel and activate the notification bell to receive all the latest updates. Our episode today starts from the anime code, specifically in the state of Aslan, where we see that boy with golden hair, while Timur talks to him, recalling when she was young and remembering what happened in the past. He tells her that he will fight alongside her, hand in hand against the enemy. Then the boy introduces himself as Elmagond, the second son of the hopeless family from the great country of Limia. He is deeply sorry for their nobility's corruption and strives to reform by any means necessary. He believes that those born with noble blood should act in a manner befitting nobility on the lands granted to them by the king. We must protect our weak people, acting as their sword and shield rather than ruling over them just to amass wealth as if we govern for ourselves alone. Timur applauds him with a beautiful smile. Then we return to reality, as he remembers what happened to him and says, "The memory is still stuck in my mind until now." Holding onto that radiant necklace, the scene shifts to Makoto, who is in Jara 100, seemingly lost in deep thought. Zarsan refused to treat him like a merchant, and he recalls his encounter with that official. He hates admitting it, but it's true. He's not a good merchant, and ultimately he tries to establish a relationship with the demons of Seikun in this city. I may not be able to stay in Rustgard anymore. The last thing I can do for my students is to escape from this place. Then the scene moves to that girl named Rona-san, and Makoto apologizes to her because he contacted her. But in reality, he wants a favor from her. He asks her, "Can you make the demons hiding in Rustgard leave the city?" She asks why, and he tells her it's for Jin and Abelia. One of the students is behaving threateningly, and he doesn't want any more trouble at the Academy Festival. He admits that she didn't know them for a long time, but since they started studying together, he will do what he can, Makoto. After that, the beautiful girl with glasses and blue eyes who works with him comes and he gives her some items. Then he apologizes to her for not sending someone with her as an escort at this hour because all his employees are abroad today and he's here alone. She tells him that she doesn't mind answering his call at any hour. Then she congratulates him on his students' victories, as everyone wonders who taught them and elevated them to such a high level. Makoto tells her as he turns to her that it was because of the fruits of their talents and their hard work. Without them, they wouldn't have become like this. The other woman says, "You're humble as usual," and he tells her, "Let's get serious now about why you invited me here." He then approaches her, and her face turns red, trembling with fear. As she expected him to want to do something appropriate according to ethics and etiquette, she asks him if he's serious, and he says yes, surprising her, and she looks at him with amazement. Then he tells her that there is no going back. He may have to leave the academy. He then remembers his students when they were in the battlefield and asks Mayo and Timoy what they think of the students fighting. Mayo tells him that they're not as good as To and the others, but they're very talented. She also tells him about the match between Jin and Mithra, which was impressive. He asks her if she means how Jin won the fight but lost in the match, and she confirms. He then remembers something else about Timoy and Mayo having a 1500 level difference in their abilities. We then see Mithra, who is very worried. Timoy tells him that she will train with him after leaving the academy because she told me not to die. And her expression was very serious that she is at level 1500, which is very difficult. Then we see Shiki saying to them, "Come on, comrades, let's start the battle to get a place in the final." Everyone was very excited. Each had their own strategy they would do. Everyone wanted to win in the final battle. Timoe was analyzing what was happening in the latest battle. Then Makoto asks Shiki, looking at him, how the students were doing, and Shiki tells him that they fought fiercely to qualify for the final. Then they look at that student and realize that he is using some kind of magical drugs, and it seems he is wearing a necklace under his clothes so that not everyone notices it. He's completely disguised, as if enhancing his magical resistance. It's likely that he absorbs something. Then Timon looks at them with a very strange look in her beautiful red eyes and says, "I have a bad feeling about this." She tells them not to provide the students with any weapons they might need. As we see the students in the battlefield, Makoto looks at that unknown opponent who is completely masked by that necklace he's wearing under his clothes. Then Elmogan remembers memories that he cannot forget. One of them is Otanashi Hibiki, where he wished he could leave the academy to help her. She replied that his studies and relationships were also important, and once he graduates and is brought to the kingdom, they will fight together. She awaits his return someday, bidding him farewell as the hero of Limia. The other person is Loria, and indeed he goes to where she is and calls out to her, informing her that he knows her but she doesn't know who he is. He tells her that he is Elmuwagan from the Hopless family in Limia, and they used to play together in Kalanon. He remembers the fields of Agarst, the blooming, and their lesson about Kalanon in their last lecture. At that time, Elmuwagan's friends came to them, and he told them about Loria, that she is from the Anslin family and is a noble family that flourished in Kalanon. His friend speaks to him, saying that this family was destroyed by demons, with all the nobles of Kalanon killed. He asks Elmogan to be quiet and not speak like that. Then he looks at Loria and tells her that she was wearing the same necklace when he last saw her. She confirms that everything he's saying is true, and that she is indeed Loria. He might have also met her before. He asks her what she's doing in this city, and she replies that she was young and doesn't remember clearly, but it seems her parents sent her to safety. Elmuwagan thinks to himself that she must have been alive, and that's reason enough for him. But he couldn't contain his feelings of anger when he thought that she might have forgotten the promise they made in the fields of Agarus the Blooming. Elmuwagan's friends understand that she abandoned her people and lands to escape, so they are very angry with her because nobles must face the enemy. How could she do this? She is desperate to the point that she became a waitress, which is a disgrace for her family, because she shouldn't abandon her noble responsibilities just to survive. She tells them that they have never faced death, so none of them has any idea of how she lived. No one has the right to speak to her in this manner, which angers them because she tried to insult them with her words. They haven't done what she did. They won't cling to life and run away from the battle as she did. She tells them that they are very much like those who bully the weak. They cannot risk their lives in war. Then she tells them she's in a hurry and wants to leave, and one of Elmugan's friends tries to hit her. But Makoto stops him and tells him as if he didn't see anything happen, and he doesn't do anything to them. Then Elmugan thinks to himself that he should have gone to see Loria, but he doesn't want to stand in her way. Then this girl comes to him and tells him that she's a student at the academy, and there's something she wants to discuss with him. She gives him this medicine, and tells him that it's a magical medicine, developed at the academy that greatly enhances his physical and magical abilities. Elmuwagan takes it from her to try it because he wanted strength to defeat Makoto and see Loria again. But this medicine has something very strange in it. Since Elmuwagan took it while already exhausted, he thinks he can get a lot of it to affect him. When the girl gave him the medicine, she told him that it has some side effects, but Elmuwagan wasn't affected by this. Then he takes the medicine from her, considering it a gift from her. This girl is very beautiful, but she quickly turns into a demon. Then we return to the competition. Tomoe talks to her friend Mio about how these two heroes will deal with the 6 petty ones. The students attack each other, defeat one another, as everyone is hitting each other. Elmuwagan gets angry at Jin, and they start attacking each other. Then we see the other contestants attacking and using their magic on each other. Tatiana strikes them with force, causing them all to fall to the ground. Finally, she says, "I'm ready with my spear," and it seems I'm the winner. Her friend tells her, the short enchantment reduces the power of the wind blade. Then Tatiana remembers Jin and they rush towards him. She tells him, "You were supposed to wait. We promised to fight together." Jin tells Elmuwagan, "You've become very strong, but don't give up." Then he strikes him again. Tatiana says, "There's nothing left for us to do." Tatiana notices that the small statues are not damaged yet after Jin struck Elmuwagan. We see Jin striking Elmuwagan multiple strong blows to finish him off. However, Elmuwagan behaves strangely, surprising everyone, and Jin asks the ruler if they can continue the fight. The ruler says it seems he wants to continue the match. His dummies are barely damaged. Elmuwagan thinks to himself that he was supposed to achieve the highest rank with the hero. He shouts, "Get out of my way, Kozunoha." Jin replies, "That's not my problem. I'm not like my teacher, fighting dirty in a match. Jin continues attacking Elmogan, then calls on his friends to help him end the match. Jin strikes with his sword, but Elmogan catches it in his mouth. Isusumo asks Yuno to use her magic, so Yuno strikes him with multiple hits, saying, "Since you love weapons enough to eat them, here's a gift for you," hitting him with the sword, causing him to fall to the ground. Jin and Isusumo run to him, fearing that Yuno might fall. She tells them not to worry, as she can still use a little levitation magic. Isusumo says, "That was a terrifying attack. He couldn't defend properly in the air. I thought it would be effective against someone he hadn't seen before." Yuno tells them that their current goal is to apply that against Sui. Elmuwagan loses and the match ends. Jin and his friends win. After that, Mo tells them that the girl who defeated him has some amazing moves. Tomoe tells her, actually, those were just flashy attacks in the air. It was something else. "Perhaps I'll try it too," replied Mikado. "I'm glad I managed to watch their match. I was worried about the magic potion. I'll go to honor the winners and check on Elmuwagan." Something strange happens to Elmuwagan, and a strange light emerges from the necklace. Mikado asks, "What's happening?" Tomoe answers he's emitting some foul waves, strange mana. It's stirring up old emotions in his memories. Then Shiki says it's too late for him. Huoma is no longer transforming. Mikado asks, how can he transform like that and for what purpose? Shiki tells him there's only one person who can do that. Mikado says, it can't be. But Rona complied with my request. She said she studied with Jin and the others too. Shiki asks, did she say she wouldn't do anything in Rotesgard? So even if this is her doing, she wouldn't have broken her promise. At least that's what she would say. That's how demons operate. Mikado gets very angry, saying, was I wrong to think I could deal with demons? Tomoe replies, it's not easy to deal with these demons. Mo responds, saying everyone always tries to exploit our young lord or deceive him. They'll pay the price for that. Mikado looks at the circumstances, wondering if that's possible. At that moment, Mikado remembers his conversation with that girl when he asked her if she wanted to restore her homeland, Kalanon, and hide everything related to him and the Kazunoha trading company there. Mikado gets very agitated and says, so far, everything has been fine. I didn't expect to fall for the King of Limia and Princess Lily. Then Rona appears, saying, if you're interested in demons, I advise you to turn away from this. After that, we see Elmuwagan emitting a blue light. Then he says while crying, I just want to apologize to you. Something strange happens to some people in the village, and then the necklace disappears and Elmuwagan screams loudly. Then the episode ends. Stay tuned for the upcoming episode, so don't forget to subscribe and activate the bell button to receive all latest updates. The episode of the Mokuto anime begins as they are in the arena to perform in the competition, where we see Ilumgon transforming into a huge monster along with his competitor. These monsters roam the city, causing chaos everywhere. Mokuto stands unsure of what to do when Loria and her sister approach him, informing him of the emergency situation. There are monsters in the city causing chaos as well, especially around Guangzhou, so they must escape immediately as it's a very dangerous area. Mokuto is shocked to learn that there are monsters in the city too, and realizes that this wasn't the demon's only trick. He then considers that he might be able to quell the disturbance, but needs to proceed with caution. He asks Loria and her sister to calm down, and then wants to answer a question posed to him earlier, whether Thryden wants to reclaim their homeland. Loria's sister confirms their willingness, mentioning the Insland family name and the land of Kalinian. If this is the price for starting anew here, they'll gladly pay it as they have no ties anymore. Mokuto agrees to this and asks them to find a safe place for themselves until then. The students of Mokuto prepare to fight the monster, which continues to howl loudly. Mokuto asks Shiki if there's a way to retrieve him. Shiki responds that it's not impossible, but very difficult. Mokuto requests Shiki to check the damage caused to the city, and Shiki says she'll communicate with Lime through telepathy and summon a few members from the secondary space to retrieve the store goods and inventory. Tomoe speaks to Mokuto, likening the situation to a historical drama where this chaos is the climax. The ending depends on how they overcome it. Merchants and good-hearted citizens are stuck in this chaos, so they must fight for the outcome they desire and earn their gratitude. They will receive many rewards for it. So, to translate this into English, We describe the episode where Mokuto faces the challenge of monsters causing chaos in the city, leading him to make decisions about helping his friends and taking action to quell the disturbance, while also dealing with the competition and the broader consequences of their action. Shiki agreed, stating that aside from the rewards, some of the hostile trade unions might disappear in these circumstances. Mio then chimed in, happily suggesting they could take advantage of the chaos to get rid of some foolish merchants. Tomoe intervened, advising Mio to save her assassination methods for another time. This time, they must act as champions of justice and bring this uproar under their control. They won't earn anyone's gratitude if they act without anyone's knowledge. Mokuto understands her point, but asks her what they will do about the demons, as their intervention might not be favored. Tomoe is shocked because he still intends to communicate with the demons despite Luna deceiving him. However, he reconsiders his stance and decides to quell the chaos as quickly as possible as long as they don't directly deal with the demons. Then, the scene shifts to Luna standing in her headquarters, where her assistant Io approaches her and informs her that she's becoming more like Sophia. Luna becomes annoyed by the comparison to the battle-addicted Sophia. Io then asks about the preparations, to which Luna responds that the preparations are ongoing. He inquires about Mokuto, and Luna replies that he hasn't done anything to violate their agreement. He then asks about the rings, and Luna tells him they've transitioned from the initial model to the final one. She confidently states that she can handle anything, even if Hibiki becomes a Limia heroine. She'll simply destroy her. Luna then expresses her joy because the demons will finally have the opportunity to enjoy the spring. The scene then shifts back to Mokuto meeting with Loria and her sister, where he asks them to listen carefully. He wants them to go directly to the Kozunoha Trading Company, where its employees will lead them to a safe place. They agree to this and ask him to take care of himself. The girls leave, and at that moment Ramarant, their father, arrives to ask Mokuto what's happening as he hasn't understood anything yet. Mokuto responds that they only know that monsters are wreaking havoc in the city, and it seems his daughters are determined to defeat them. Ramarant is pleased to hear this, but is very worried about them. Mokuto reassures him that they are always under his protection, which calms him down a bit. Then Mokuto informs Ramarant that he will go to the Merchant Guild now since the local guild representative, Zera, is no stranger to him. His wife tells him that she will go with him as she wants to greet Zera. Mokuto is surprised because he knows Zera as a friend of the guild representative. Ramarant then asks if Mokuto met Zera yesterday or not, to which Mokuto responds that he did meet him, but Zera refused to acknowledge him as a merchant. Ramarant is shocked by this action, but doesn't understand why Zera did this. He decides to go to the guild now, and Mokuto tells him that he will appoint guards for them in case of any surprises. They can rely on them for defense, and if necessary, they can tell people that they used magical equipment to summon them. Ramarant agrees to this as he has also forgotten that he can also cast summoning spells. Then Ramarant and his wife leave. After that, Mokuto looks at the monster as his students try to fight it, but can't do anything. He goes to his friends and asks them why the academy hasn't sent any forces yet. They should be prepared for emergencies like this. At that moment, the forces arrive to fight the monster. They are the strongest fighters of the academy and ready for all elements. Everyone strikes their power in unison to make the blow stronger, but it has no effect on him. He's immune to 3 out of 4 basic elements and absorbs water magic. The fire spell might be the only effective one against him, but his mana suddenly increases. However, he won't benefit from the increase in his mana without enough fire users. Under these circumstances, his strength increases without any benefit. Then, Shiki talks to Mokuto about the situation in the city. She confirms through telepathy with Iris and others that nearly 50 monsters have appeared in the city, and the instant transport circles have been destroyed. There's some telepathic interference as well. Mokuto becomes very worried, because the telepathic interference will make things extremely difficult, and it still seems to be active here as well. Suddenly, Mokuto looks behind him and sees that the monster has killed the forces, treating them like food on a plate to be devoured. He asks Mio about Jin and the others, and she finds that they are preparing to kill and defeat the monster, but they are very weak. Shiki then speaks to him, saying that he was too lenient with them, so he should teach them to fight well by maximizing their strengths and expanding their horizons. Mokuto considers her words, realizing that strength is another option available to him as well. Makoto asks Mio and Shiki to issue instructions to the students that if it seems they will be eliminated, they can assist them and issue instructions for as long as possible to gain experience. Then, he tells Tomoe to go with him. She tells him they're going to rescue the guests so they will be indebted to them. Then, they see many soldiers on the ground. A man says to his friend that they must flee the city quickly because it's filled with monsters like that one and they can't stay here. Tomoe interrupts their conversation, and then Makoto asks if this is Lily, the princess of Gritonia, and there's the bishop and Shinai from the temple and Sayer from Laurel. Then an old man comes to them saying, "Don't you know that access to this area is restricted?" When Makoto sees this old man, he remembers where he saw him, realizing he's the academy supervisor. Tomoe identifies herself as being from the Kozunoha Trading Company, and Makoto also identifies himself, saying it seems the guests haven't been evacuated, so he came to help. The academy director tells him that he came to help, but what does he intend to do? It won't be easy to lead an evacuation operation while monsters roam the city. Then Tomoe asks if he knows where we can find a safe place. We will all be moved there. The supervisor is amazed, saying, "Teleportation magic. How will you transport such a large number of people to a place where the teleportation spell has never been cast before? It's impossible for such a spell to exist." Makoto thinks to himself that instant teleportation and teleportation in general are high-level spells, even though they are used casually all the time. Tomoe says, "But you'll find it's entirely possible, and yet I don't blame you for doubting." Makoto suggests that Tomoe teleport him to the stands first, pretending they've never done it before, and he volunteers as a test subject. Then Princess Lily speaks to the supervisor, saying it's a good suggestion, and Tomoe can certainly check her spell. Tomoe uses her magic and asks Vals to step through here. He says, "I see fog. Does that mean these places are connected?" Indeed, Vals disappears and moves to the first stands. Everyone is amazed that Vals moved there and asks what kind of spell it is. Vals says it's quite remarkable. He's never seen anything like it before. Tomoe confirms it's the power of the sword. Vals suggests accepting their kindness, and everyone agrees and wants to move to another place. Then, a man speaks to the king, saying, "We must hurry." The king tells him he's fine and committed to overseeing things here. He tells them to go without him. The king's assistant says they can't leave him here alone. Then we see Makoto looking at them from afar, saying they are the Limaya family, the owners. Tomoe then gives the sword to Makoto, telling him to take care of things here. He thinks to himself, "What does she want me to do?" and uses the teleportation magic, making them fade away. After that, Makoto goes to the king and asks him, "Can you use this sword?" Makoto thinks to himself, in other words, he's asking me if I can use instant teleportation. Then the king replies, "Yes, I can use it." The king tells him he wants him to take him there. Everyone is astonished and angry. The assistant asks, "What are you doing?" He tells them that the naive Limayas are harming the academy. We see the monster hitting the students, but they avoid its blows. Mio asks them to target its weak points, and the back row casts strength, enhancing spells to boost their speed so they can overpower it. Jay says he's fast for his size. Then we see the king at the stand speaking with Elamgan, telling him to calm down a bit. The prince mentions that he's causing as much havoc as the monster. The king responds, "That's why we need to solve the issue regardless of the outcome." The king's assistant asks Makoto if there's any magical remedy to restore his son. Makoto tells him he's never seen this type of mutation before. Meanwhile, the students try to attack the monster and cut off its arm, but it has no effect as the arm regenerates. The king and the students are astonished. The king says this is impossible. Then a student rushes towards the monster but is stopped by his friends, urging them to use their formation to defeat it. Afterwards, Makoto sees the monster and identifies it as a city mutant. The soldiers urge the king to escape quickly. The monster attacks the soldiers, killing them all. Makoto asks Chiki to come to the stands to treat the wounded. Meanwhile, Miyu continues directing the students. The princess goes to kill the monster and asks the king to flee. Makoto uses his magic, saying they must conceal the mana from the royal family. He saves the princess and then uses another power to kill the monster. Then we see Chiki trying to treat the wounded. Another student attacks the monster again but is countered. Miyu warns that it will regenerate from minor attacks. She says only fire will be effective, causing concern among the group. The girl tells Shifu, "You can cast a spell on my arrows." The yellow-haired one says it's impossible as they'll explode in less than 10 seconds. She insists they try it, saying it's their only option. She wants to impress Tsuki just once. Izumo tells her she only has 10 seconds. The girl runs with the arrow and strikes the monster, killing it. We see its limbs on the ground. She injures her arm, but succeeds in the mission. Everyone is amazed by her strength and victory. And that's how today's episode ends. Stay tuned for the next episodes, so don't forget to subscribe and activate the notification bell to receive all the updates. Today's episode begins with Makoto and his friends at the academy. After the end of the war with the predatory monsters, which resulted in the fall of the academy city, we see the students gathering around their friend Abelia, shocked that she managed to defeat Elam. Makoto then goes to the king and apologizes for failing to save one of the knights and apologizes again for what happened to Elomugan. The king asks Makoto not to burden himself with guilt as he had no control over what happened. He praises Makoto's students and expresses a desire to employ them all as mercenaries. The king then asks Makoto to discuss this matter later to bring an end to the chaos. Makoto agrees and tells his king that he should either flee to safety now, or they should immediately plan to evacuate the citizens. The king is surprised by Makoto's willingness to do so, considering himself strong enough to face the monsters. Makoto assures him that if the academy is under threat, he will lead the evacuation and rescue operations. The king thanks him deeply, feeling as though Makoto descended from the heavens to save them. The king then instructs his aide Joshua to send their awaited forces to the border of Rotsgrad and to use telepathy to notify the kingdom. Joshua leaves to fulfill this task, as the nearest forces are from the Hobbles region in the southern tip of the kingdom. The king then asks Makoto to transport him elsewhere to help Hobbles as well. Makoto agrees, and as he contemplates this, his student Mio approaches to check on him. He reassures her that he's fine, but senses she's going through a tough time. Meanwhile, Shiki is treating Abelia and assures her that the magic will heal her immediately, leaving no scars. Mio warns Makoto that applying a complete spell to an arrow was a reckless move. Makoto then speaks to Jin, congratulating him on what he did. But Jin is deeply saddened as he couldn't bring himself to kill Elomugan when the time came. Makoto reassures him, saying it's natural as he was fighting a human, not a monster. He wishes they could have found another solution and suggests that if Jin wants to remain naive, he can spend the rest of his time at the academy fixing things. So Jin tells Makoto that his naivety has put everyone in danger and he can't call it strength at all. Makoto asks him to calm down and rest for now, as he heard that there are a number of shapeshifters that have appeared in Rotsgrad and the surrounding cities. The students become worried upon hearing that there are still shapeshifters around and decide to help eradicate them. Makoto reminds them that they are still students and fighting these monsters is not their responsibility. Then Makoto looks at Loria and her sister, informing them that their parents are fine as they've appointed trustworthy escorts. He urges them not to resist evacuation. The girls eagerly agree and decide to flee today. Makoto intends to tell them the king's kind words, but seeing their exhaustion, he postpones them for another day. He then asks Shiki and Mio to accompany the students to a safe place and guard it at night. They inquire about his plans and he tells them he'll roam the city. Indeed, Makoto wanders through the city until he reaches his store, only to find it completely destroyed by a shapeshifter. He's saddened momentarily, as this marks the beginning of a new project. But he pushes aside the grief, knowing he needs to stay positive or his spirit will break. As he's about to leave, he hears a loud scream coming from a nearby house. Upon entering, he finds a shapeshifter transformed into an octopus attacking the girls inside. He asks the girl to leave and face the creature, but she mocks him, thinking he's just a small boy. She insists on helping the women herself and tells him to take care of himself. The girl leaves the house, and Makoto uses his power to defeat the monster with a single blow. After defeating the monster, Makoto exits the house, where Estelle, the adventurer, checks on him. He informs her that he defeated the monster and advises her not to underestimate the academy teacher again. Makoto then notices the girls behind her and asks why she didn't evacuate the remaining people in the nearby buildings. Estelle admits she doesn't know anything here. She then asks if he is the owner of Kazunoha Trading Company, to which he responds that he represents the company. She mentions that her friends often buy drinks from that company, and after their conversation ends, Makoto reassures her that the chaos will be resolved. Estelle thanks Makoto for helping her and introduces herself. The scene shifts to Shiki and Mio, where Shiki informs the students that their shelter is very close and they can rest there. Mio asks Shiki to go ahead without her as she remembers she has some tasks to complete. Shiki agrees and asks her not to be late. Mio then goes to the location of the monster and tells him that renewal is one of her strengths, so she can sense it. There are signs like its scent and breath that indicate his soul has been completely shattered. The monster, identified as Ilium Hobels, confirms her suspicions, revealing that he was manipulated and turned into a monster, losing everything, including his destructive impulses and uncontrollable emotions, which are now unbelievably calm. Mio responds that she too has become calm, as he is now nothing more than a flesh mass containing remnants of his memories. He assures her that regardless of his appearance, he will express his thoughts, and he wants her never to worry as he will never harm Gotetsu or Loria. He admits he was obsessed with Loria but now cares more about his representation. He explains that even if he can't follow his representation under the sun, he can at least be a shield for Hibiki. Hobel said, "At least I can be a shield for Hibiki. She's the heroine who descended upon Limia." Mayu replied, "You're talking about a heroine, but she's not the Hibiki I know. It's not easy for a very weak person to share their name with a hero." Hobels insisted, as long as Hibiki is present, demons can be defeated and the world will be peaceful for humanity. Mayu responded, "It was a happy misjudgment on my part to see that you still retain your memories. And now I can punish you." Mayu used magic on him and struck him, saying, "I was trying to destroy every trace of you with one attack, but I'm amazed that you resist the darkness's attacks." Hobels asked her, "Does Kozono hate me to this extent?" Mia replied, "It's amusing when people are so foolish. My young lord sees you no more than a reaper. He happened to kick you and you struck back. Multiple blows from Miyu killed him, saying, 'I cannot forgive you.'" The scene then transitions to night. Tomoe says 80 mutants have been confirmed so far. Teleportation circles are being destroyed one by one and communication networks are disrupted. Communication with nearby cities has been cut off, and even within the city, one must get very close to use telepathy. She continues, "Furthermore, traffic on the roads is stopped due to congestion, and efforts to leave the city are hindered by the mutants." Makoto tells them the city is isolated from the rest of the world. Then Shiki says this magical device is responsible for interfering with communications. Many of them have been placed inside and outside the city. Makoto comments the demons worked hard to conceal them. Shiki adds, "You failed to discover them, as they couldn't be detected before activation." Miyu interjects, "But they only interfere with telepathy used by humans. There's no problem with our device." Tomoe responds, "Our device relies on telepathy used. Perhaps they can still use the telepathy they possess." Shiki added, "The remaining purple coats and some trainers have formed combat units and started working according to the director's instructions." Tomoe stated, "Other countries will start sending reinforcements and armed forces. We must act immediately. We cannot allow them to steal our glory." Makoto asked her, "They know you can perform instantaneous teleportation. Didn't they request your cooperation?" She replied, "Yes, they asked me several times to transport supplies and soldiers, but I told them that using this sword was limited. After that, they stopped asking for help." Makoto then suggested, "That's why you decided to inform them that you're using your sword for instantaneous transportation now." She confirmed, indeed, and this idea was Lotto's. Then Shiki commented, "To make matters worse, the number of mutants seems to be increasing. Some mutants were among those who were evacuated." The girl with white hair added, "There are many people with demonic drugs and accessories. We must immediately search for similar accessories to the talisman worn by Elo Magond, confiscate them, and isolate their owners." The man continued, "In other words, human experiments were involved. Samples taken from mutants and half-humans who underwent experimentation revealed the same drugs in both." Makoto pondered, "In other words, the demons were linked to the Bright organization." His friend responded, "We can't be certain of that, but there's no doubt their roots extend to the heart of the academy, and they were fully prepared." Makoto thought to himself, "But why are the demons using mutants to attack the academy city? There must be a reason for them to orchestrate this chaos alongside the coup in Rotsugard. I wonder what the demons' goal is." The scene shifts to morning. Paul talks with Makoto saying, "It's a quiet day, no noteworthy disturbances." Makoto responds. It seems that friction with the humans is decreasing as well. Paul comments there were no conflicts with the severity we feared, although things outside are dangerous as always. Makoto apologizes to her for causing her worry and hopes that the humans in this city reconsider their relationship with her. Paul assures her this commotion will end. It's just an unpleasant memory. Then Makoto leaves Paul and joins his friends. The little one said to them, "We don't sense any mutants in the area." They responded, "You've done well, and starting today, we'll meet up with the extermination forces." They rejoiced because they wanted to engage in battle. Then Estelle came, and Makoto spoke with her. She said to him, "This is an official greeting. There's no need for you to be so considerate towards me." Then she asked him if he was going out today. He replied, "Yes, there are aid distributions to the poor neighborhoods, so I thought of checking out the rest of the city." She told him, "I'll inform my superior about you as soon as I finish. I bet that will provide you with job opportunities." He said to her, "My small trading company is not worth mentioning, but I appreciate your concern." She thanked him for his help, saying she relied on him. After that, the scene shifted to the academy supervisor. He said, "You need to follow my instructions." 2 nearby cities fell into complete silence. This is the worst emergency situation that has happened in the Academy City since its founding. Then Princess Lily came to speak with the director, saying he didn't help with the evacuation. Instead, he returned amid the danger. Tsuki said, at the moment, his assistance in resolving this chaos is essential. The director was angry with Makoto, saying, "You are responsible for eradicating the mutants in the eastern Shimabi district. Use your company employees and students if you wish. Try to restore your reputation." Then he thanked Makoto for saving him. Lily said the Empire's heroes should come here. Tsuki said the telepathic message we sent on the first day should bring reinforcements and supplies via Dragon Rider. Makoto muttered to himself that Tomo was right, and other countries had already started moving. Then he said to Lily, "I'll do my utmost for this city before returning to the Empire. I'd like to talk to you. Can I send a servant as soon as things calm down?" After that, Makoto told Tomo to keep calm while dealing with the director. It was a good start, and I hope to maintain my composure in the Northeastern Trading Guild. Tomo said, "You're actually quite late, even though you don't seem impressive at first glance." Makoto said Tomo wants to pretend she's in a historical drama. But regardless of the method, Kozono's company will leave an impression in this city. And that's how today's episode ends. Stay tuned for the next episodes, so don't forget to subscribe and activate the bell button to receive all the latest updates. The episode of the anime Makoto starts with its students exhausted from the battle they had with the Transformants, where some of the Transformants appeared among the students, causing a great commotion. They all look at each other cautiously and cannot return to their rooms. Their anxiety is very high. Tomo reassures them that this will all end today as the work bell has rung. Then the students gather in their room, and Makoto enters to talk to them and make sure they are right since he feels they look better than expected. They tell him they are fine and ask about the state of the city. He tells them that the news is not good at all. The number of Transformants hasn't decreased, and support from other countries has not arrived yet. One of the students tells Makoto that they want to help eliminate the Transformants. They can fight them too. Makoto asks them to calm down because that would be suicidal, but they never remain silent. They just want help. They can fight like they did against Illumigand. Makoto responds that he will handle the school and instructs them to go to the northeast section where the Guild of Merchants is located. If an attack occurs there in his absence and more students transform, everyone in the dormitory will be killed, so they must not go with him. The students agree to stay and work together to defend the place for Shiki, which pleases Makoto. He tells them he relies on them, then approaches Aqua and Iris and asks them to take care of the rest of the students. Afterward, Makoto and his group roam the city to see the situation. These monsters try to attack him and his friends, so Makoto uses his power to kill all in front of him. They then reach the Adventurers Guild to speak with the guild representative. Makoto asks Mii not to do anything for him. She says she won't do anything, even if attacked by monsters. She won't do anything at all. Makoto gets annoyed with her and tells her she must help him if anything happens to him. Then Makoto enters the guild and meets Rembrandt. When Rembrandt sees him, he hugs him and asks about his daughters and how they are doing since he knew they didn't join the battle. Makoto tells him not to worry at all, as he has appointed trusted individuals to secretly monitor them. The guildmaster then mentions that he heard Makoto would join the extermination team and asks about his shop. Makoto replies that his shop was completely destroyed, but there was no harm to his employees or goods. Rembrandt remarks that he feels Makoto is acting with strength after lending them trusted guards, but they are surprised that he employed savage servants. Makoto explains that he saw signs of looting on his way here and wants to know the extent of damage known by the Merchant Guild. The guildmaster responds that they don't have any details and without sufficient forces, there's nothing they can do. Rembrandt asks him to be quiet and then speaks to Makoto, saying that regardless, the Merchant Guild will hold its ground. But the guildmaster is handling the situation better than most as they suffered significant losses to the point where some members lost their minds. Makoto tells him that they will take care of exterminating the transformants in this area, and if he manages to contact them, he can bring his personal forces here, which is not a threat to them as they dealt with around 15 on their way here, leaving 9 transformants. This shocks the guildmaster as the Academy has identified the attachments causing the mutations. Makoto asks the guildmaster to retrieve them and then orders Tomo to inform them of all the details. Then Makoto leaves them, along with Shiki and Mio. He tells Shiki that there are still 9 transformants left, including those currently participating in the fight. Once they take care of them, they should turn it into a competition among themselves. The scene shifts to Rembrandt and the guildmaster, where the guildmaster is sweating profusely. Rembrandt asks him what's happening to him, and he says that Makoto defeated more than 50 mercenaries and 4 transformants in 3 days, yet he claims to have defeated only 15. He's just a scared boy. Rembrandt tells him it's time for him to learn his lesson. Zera, the guildmaster, asks about Makoto, who he really is. Rembrandt replies that he's a naive and inexperienced merchant because he doesn't know how to talk to other merchants. He laid the foundation for future endeavors and pricing based on the market. He doesn't understand anything beyond selling good goods at the cheapest possible price. Rembrandt tells him that selling good goods at the cheapest price is the basis of trade. They said the same thing when they became merchants. Zera agrees that what he's saying is true, but his naivety won't get him far. Breaking into entrenched interests requires using and killing people with money. Trade isn't just about ideas. It's deeply rooted in reality. Rembrandt agrees, but mentions it after learning about their power. How many merchants can negotiate honestly with them? Zera understands that he means they must use violence to bend trade to their will, but he refuses this so they won't be punished for this selfish behavior. Rembrandt reassures him that nothing will happen to them, no matter what anyone says, and they will continue to support the Kuzunoha company unconditionally. Zera asks if he thinks their audacity will go unnoticed, as one needs to be audacious to turn their ideals into reality, surpassing mere trade to create an organization that eradicates disease and curses from the world. Participating in such a grand project isn't bad at all, as if money is everything and profits make right, then betrayal must be considered part of business. Then Makoto tells Zera that they should have taken advantage of this war, but he lost his entire family because of it, so they now trade madly together, relying only on themselves and money. Zera responds that this is what bothers him about Makoto. Rembrandt advises him to visit Siege at some point to change his mindset, and he'll make his daughters take him on a tour around the place. The scene shifts back to Makoto with Shiki, where Makoto wants to go to the northwest section, then to the craftsman district. The academy takes care of the wealthier neighborhoods, so at this time, Tomo arrives and informs Makoto that she's finished gathering the attachments and has supplied the guild with food, water, and blankets, asking him to mention the Kuzunoha company when distributing them. Makoto is delighted because Zera agreed to these terms, so he will save the town's residents for free. Even if he wasn't a merchant, he would accept their terms. Tomo also mentions that Mio is in a strangely good mood and asks Makoto to let her and Shiki play a small game, competing to see who can defeat more transformants. Makoto will judge based on their behavior, and Mio wins over Shiki. Makoto then agrees to one request from the winner, surprising Tomo as she doesn't know about this reward. Makoto explains that she doesn't know anything because he asked her to deal with the guild. After that, Makoto heads towards the northwest section, where he requested help from people in this war. We then see the adventurer Mondo preparing for battle in front of the transformant. Mondo attacks the monster with all his might and uses the death tree magic, turning the monster into a tree. Mondo remarks that his tree planting campaign is going well. Then his friend talks to him, saying that the presidents are on their way here. Mondo responds saying he's sure his two useless students, Aqua and Iris, caused them trouble. It pains him to have to meet them. His friend responds that the president doesn't care about that, referring to Aqua and Iris as his useless students. Mondo expresses relief at hearing that. He says, "I'll do what I can to meet the expectations of my little lord." What's the goal of those who unleashed these creatures? Don't they realize that my little lord will eliminate them? His friend is puzzled by this and says he definitely doesn't understand how demons think. All we have to do is what the president needs from us. The monster attacks them, but they dodge the blow. Mondo says, "Let's make ourselves useful." The scene then shifts to the students. The academy director asks Makoto's students what they are doing. One of them replies the same thing anyone else would do. The director tells them that if they are still able to move, they should go help the extermination forces and identify themselves as academy students. Iris suddenly wakes up and asks what's happening. Her companion responds that the academy director has lost his mind and is trying to use beginners. Iris says, "What should we promised our little lord to protect them?" Iris then comes up with a good idea, to use their killer technique to protect the entire dormitory, and she will do it herself. She needs Aqua to lend her mana. Aqua takes Iris's hand to cooperate with her. The scene then shifts back to Makoto, apologizing to Mondo, saying he will ensure those two fools are punished severely. Makoto reassures Shiki that they have food in the dorms, and they should be fine for several days. Makoto then tells Mondo to hold his head high. Mondo appreciates Makoto's kind words. Makoto sees the massive barrier that Aqua and Iris created and asks what they should do, whether to break it or leave it as it is. Mayo says it's solid for no reason. Breaking it would be painful. Shiki agrees with Mayo. Depending on the situation and they might try to send students into battle. Makoto agrees, saying, "You're right. I'll ask Aqua and Iris about what happened. Tomorrow, we'll liberate the remaining sections and continue distributing supplies. We don't know which countries will send supplies and forces first," Tomo adds, "but once they take over, our mission will be over." Shiki then remarks, "Then the humans in the city will realize they are at war with demons." Makoto expressed astonishment, saying, "Will the demons' involvement be revealed?" Shiki replied, "No, the academy will reveal the truth. I did a small thing to the attachments we collected." Mayo added they should notice within 2 days, even if the people examining them are idiots. Makoto responded, "But isn't it important for us that they discover that demons are behind this? Kuzunoa Trading Company is suspected of communicating with demons." Tomoe said, "No one will believe that now. In the end, we are heroes. We did everything we could to evacuate the citizens and exterminate many transformants." Makoto praised the three of them, saying they were truly worthy of trust. Makoto then asked Iris and Aqua why they hadn't used this magic before. He said, "You agreed to Iris's crazy plan." Aqua asked Makoto how he got through the barrier. Iris answered, "You know. Do you want to report anything else?" Iris mentioned there's a mastermind at work, with all the luxury homes using special equipment to attract transformants. Makoto remarked that it must be tough to be wealthy. This area is affluent, with the academy focusing its efforts there, and he thanked Iris, saying she was very kind. Iris apologized to Aqua for casting her barrier. Makoto assured her he wasn't angry and asked if they wanted to leave. He would take them with him. The scene then shifted to the girl who said to Makoto, "I understood a small part of your power through this ordeal." Makoto replied, "The important people in the city know what we did." She responded, saying she had requests from Lemia, Gratonia, and Laurel to quickly recover the teleportation. Naturally, they agreed not to mention Kuzunoa Trading Company's name. Makoto told her he could do that immediately. This is the ability of the demi-humans known as Gillians of the Forest. The scene transitions to Tomo and the student standing in front of the barrier. Tomo said, "How enjoyable it is that we can surprise Banku." The student asked, "Will Kuzunoha Trading Company stop its activities tomorrow?" She replied, "That's the plan. We'll have some annoying cleanup tasks left to do." He asked her if she told Makoto about it. She replied, "If we tell him now, it might lead to unforeseen consequences. We decided to handle this ourselves this time. It's annoying. We were surprised when we found out that someone was sneaking in other than demons. The demons had a non-demonic collaborator, a blue-skinned person. Mio will deal with them tonight." The student said, "It's very scary. Don't let them explain their situation or protect them. Tomo told the student to wait there. Makoto asked me to restore teleportation in the city, and a beam appeared in the sky. The student said it was Mole the Younger, who masters every skill he learns. Tomoe then asked if she had just removed the devices planted by the demons. She replied, there are ways to restore the telepathic connection without destroying them. The student responded, saying the demons spent months preparing those devices. The scene shifts to the princess saying that a state of emergency was declared when the telepathy was restored. The king said, we are vulnerable to attack by demons. Zaratsu said, we believe the demons were responsible for this disaster in the royal capital and the empire. Perhaps the heroine of our nation and the priestess Laurel accompanying her are fighting? Zaratsu became agitated. She said it wasn't logical for the royal capital to come under attack. The princess said, but the truth is, the demons are heading towards the imperial capital. They appeared from multiple directions simultaneously. In our nation, they appeared near Star Lake, which puts them outside the royal capital. How many secret plans do they have? She said all this chaos in Rotsugard is a trick. Then the princess said, maybe it's a coincidence that so many guests are gathering here this year. Makoto comes and talks to the king, saying, we need to talk to you. The princess said, it's very urgent. Makoto is surprised and very afraid. And that's how today's episode ends. Stay tuned for the next episode, so don't forget to subscribe and activate the bell button to receive all the latest updates. The episode begins with the princess speaks to the king about the city of Uar, the royal capital of Limia and Ruinas, where demons launch simultaneous attacks on these places. However, they discover that the disturbance in this city was a big deception. The king says, damn those demons, how dare they execute such a plan. They are really clever, but it's likely that they used magic to alter their appearance and possibly disguise themselves as humans. Then she tells him that this is how they gradually moved their forces without our knowledge. They then recall what happened when the guards were disguised as humans, but in reality, they were demons, which means it's possible that those demons have infiltrated the heart of L'Oreal. The young princess then asks what is happening with the Ion forces. The brave knight informs her that they have been stopped in the neighboring cities and are unable to move. Then the prince looks to Makoto because he wants him to transfer him and Princess Lily, but Tomo intervenes and tells them regarding this matter. We have used the sword intensively during the disturbance, so it's almost depleted. They rush to her, and the king says, impossible, the fate of the kingdom is in danger. Tomo begins to think and says, what are we going to do? Then the princess pleads with Makoto to convince Tomo to help them, and the prince will grant her any reward she desires. But if she refuses to help, she won't escape the consequences. However, Makoto tells them that he will definitely help them, but Tomo asks him, are you sure about this matter? And helping them, we might lose the sword that has been a support to the Kuzunoa company. Makoto turns to her and says, the kingdom and the empire are fighting on the front lines, and we must support the kingdom. The king then speaks to Joshua, the handsome young man with green hair, instructing him to stay in this place and support the neighboring cities. The king and the princess then use a rapid transfer circle to teleport away. Afterward, Tomo's sword breaks, causing her great sadness. However, an evil laugh is seen from Makoto and Tomo, revealing that the sword was fake. Tomo tells them to leave her alone to calm her mind, and then she exits the scene. The scene shifts to Makoto and his friend Shiki discussing the recent invasion. They mention that if the Homa continue to underestimate the demon's strength, they will suffer heavy losses. They believe that the disturbance in the city was a deception, but it is likely that Rona intends for the Gratiania Empire to be the real distraction. Makoto deduces from this that the demon's true target is the kingdom of Limia. Shiki then mentions that the demons likely intend to kill the kingdom's greatest treasure, their hero, who uses his magic to turn his targets into puppets, robbing them of their minds and forcing them to obey his commands. Meanwhile, the kingdom's hero is said to derive her magic from her innate charisma, making her Limia's greatest future threat, as her enthusiasm can generate enormous waves of influence. Makoto responds, saying that he personally owes nothing to the heroes, but still desires to help them if he can. However, because of the deception he and Tomo executed, they are no longer capable of instant transportation. Shiki suggests sending the secondary space inhabitants secretly, but Makoto rejects this idea, saying they cannot ask them to fight if they themselves are not going. He admits he doesn't want to abandon the heroes, but also cannot aid them openly. Suddenly, something very strange happens. It feels as if gravity has vanished and they are being forcibly transported. Makoto, confused, asks what is happening and who is responsible. He strikes the ground with his chain to anchor himself, but the force pulling them is much greater than anticipated. Shiki said that if anyone saw this light, they would think it came from an incredibly powerful monster. And if they saw them resisting it, it would be very bad, undoing everything they had accomplished in the past few days. They are unsure of what is happening since everything was going smoothly until they were transported to this place, in another world. It is revealed that a witch is responsible for this. Makoto gets angry with her for summoning him here, but Shiki advises him to speak respectfully to avoid any trouble. The witch appears and Makoto tells her that she disgusted him. She reminds him that she had previously told him to stay at the end of the world. Makoto replies that unfortunately, Tsuki gave him permission to act as he pleases in this world when he finally decided to help in the war. The witch responds that his behavior has become incredibly reckless, making it difficult to track him. She then orders him to abandon the demon's surprise attack and says she will send him to Limia to help the hero there. Makoto is annoyed and suggests that instead of relying on him, she should do it herself. He adds that even if he goes to Limia, he might side with the demons. The witch gets angry, asking why he would help the demons. He hates her, and thus he would ally with the demons to kill her. The witch, infuriated, tells him that she is the law in this world, and if he refuses to follow, she can erase him right now. Makoto mocks her, saying that this is not a threat at all. If she could do something, she would have killed him when she transported him during his battle against the Dragon Slayer. Her laws are not absolute. She is a failure who can't even shape this twisted world to her vision. Realizing the futility of her threat, the witch understands that simply bringing him here was more than he deserved. At this moment, the witch's assistant arrived and informed her that someone had come to see her. The witch angrily shouted at her, saying she didn't want to see anyone. She then turned to Makoto and said she understood that he was never satisfied with her, so this would be their last meeting. She promised not to interfere with him anymore as long as he didn't oppose the Huma. Makoto responded that this was not enough, accusing her of sending him to help the hero to fulfill her selfish request. Realizing that Makoto wanted something from her, the witch fell silent, waiting for his demand. Makoto, however, had no actual request. He had only said that to irritate her. He couldn't think of anything he wanted at that moment. Shiki intervened, asking the witch to grant Makoto the ability to speak the common language in public. Makoto, who was used to writing and had not considered this issue due to her curse, was reluctant. He couldn't speak the common language because of her curse. The witch then granted Makoto the ability to speak everything except the Hyoma language, telling him he was less competent than half humans if he still couldn't speak it. Using her powers, the witch granted him the common language, causing Makoto to scream in pain until the process was complete. She then instructed him to go and eliminate the threat facing the hero. While there, she wanted him to take control of Stella Castle, warning him that failure would result in his death. Makoto and Shiki returned to their world, heading directly to Limia. Shiki, terrified of flying, was reassured by Makoto, who reminded him that this was his third time and that it was just an exciting journey now. Makoto assured Shiki that he would control their landing and ordered him to cover them in darkness to conceal their presence while flying. Makoto contacted Tomo, informing her that he was in the skies of Limia and had a request for her and Mio. He wanted them to lead the highly trained Highland Orcs, Mist Lizards, and any other volunteers to take over Kalinian. He also instructed them to coordinate with Eva and Luria, expressing his gratitude if they could appoint a replacement for him at the academy, as he was relying on them. He then bid them farewell for the time being. Tomo and Mio became very excited. For now, the entire secondary space would witness all 4 seasons. It was the first time their young master commanded them to fight for him, and they had never imagined they would feel so much joy from being relied upon. They wanted to share this joy with everyone. Tomo addressed the people, saying, "We are at war with the demons. This will be the first battle for the residents of the secondary space. Makoto has chosen the Highland Orcs and Mist Lizards to showcase the strength you've developed in the secondary space. Do not hesitate and fight to your heart's content. The days you spent training the secondary space and your young master's appreciation of your efforts. Fight with all your might. This is our first battle in the name of our young master. Crush all who oppose us." The scene then shifts to the demon area of Kalinian. Mayo speaks, saying, "Now is not the time to complain that I'm not good at detection spells. I can determine the number of enemies in their base and where they are concentrated exactly." She uses her magic to infiltrate the fortress. Tomo says, "I will secure the secondary space gate. I'm not sure I will be able to restrain myself." She then asks them to step aside for a while and disappears as well. Tomoe's assistant then addresses everyone. Is everyone ready? There are about 2,000 demons stationed on this land, while we only have 100. Once Tomoe transports us inside the fortress, we won't need to breach the castle gates. This is not an enjoyable way to fight. We must achieve a decisive victory for our young master. I believe everyone gathered here today is capable of that. The scene then shifts to the castle where the soldiers notice a group approaching. One soldier says, "We are under attack. Don't let them get close. Fire on them." The battle begins, and arrows are shot, but Tomo's assistant uses her power to create a massive magic barrier. Agares attacks the gate using his magic, and the guard orders to capture the orc. Agares charges at the gate to open it, saying, "Do not underestimate the secondary space orc Sao." Finally, they break into the castle and attack everyone inside, defeating them. My Tomo's assistant says, "Do not underestimate us because of our numbers. Fight with all your might. If you are weak, we won't be able to fight with our full strength either," delivering the final blow to eliminate the remaining enemies. The scene then shifts to a girl speaking to Luria and Eva, saying, "Welcome to the city of Mirage. This town was built by our young master and belongs to him. Do you know why you were brought here?" Luria responds, "Because Makoto is going to reclaim our homeland Kalinian, and we have sworn to give everything the Ansland family possesses." The purple-haired girl acknowledges, "You are the saviors and heroes who continued to resist the demons in Kalinian and ultimately expelled them. Kalinian was not destroyed. After all the other noble families were eradicated, the Ansland family allied with the Kuzunoa Trading Company and miraculously won back Kalinian from the demons." Another girl adds, "We believe this is the story our young master is writing. You need to develop nation rebuilding skills. You will learn the necessary engineering and agricultural skills to develop the community. We want you to learn these skills and spread them throughout Kalinian. We will send half-humans to assist you, but only temporarily." The scene then transitions to the castle where Mio is with a soldier. She asks him, "Who are you?" He replies, "A soldier serving directly under His Majesty, the Demon King." Mio responds, "I also want to know your name so I can report who I killed." He tells her his name, Left the Wandering Dragon. "It seems you have invaded this land, but we do not know who you are," he says. Mio answers, "We are the people of Kalinian. Kalinian was never destroyed. It was here all along." The soldier states, "Demons control the land north of Stella Castle." Mio informs him, "Humans cannot object to our actions here in this unknown land. To be honest, I don't quite understand it myself, but I will kill you and present this land to my master." The soldier comments, "It seems I will have to ask a lot of questions later. I did not expect a battle like this before facing the heroes." Makoto, flying in the sky, remarks, "I see the fires of war." Shiki tells him a similar battle is probably raging in Gratiania. Makoto responds, "Finally, the day has come to meet them, the pair of heroes who also came from another world here in this place." The episode concludes with this cliffhanger, and the narrator encourages the audience to stay tuned for future episodes. So don't forget to subscribe and activate the notification bell to receive all the latest updates. Our episode today begins with an order from Makoto, where the inhabitants of the secondary space engaged in a very large battle, their first battle against the demons of Kalian. The main enemy forces were decisively defeated, and their pig-like leader ordered them to cleanse the area immediately. The scene then shifts to Mio, who is meeting that snake-like leader. He says to her, "Amazing, do you still intend to fight? I told you that your attacks are completely ineffective against my reflection." She replied that at first, she was disappointed, thinking his size was only for show. "I am amazed because you were analyzing my attacks. I salute you, for you are indeed a hero." He said to her, "All right, but tell me, why do you continue using the same attacks?" She said, "Because they were in the memories of my little master." Then she remembered when she was reading in the library and decided to use those attacks only. He said to her, "I have no idea what you are talking about, but if you intend to fight to the death, I will join you." At that point, she used very strong shots against him, but he reflected the shot back at her with great power, causing her to bleed a lot. She used her energy to heal herself and said to him, "It is interesting, but conducting such complex calculations and finding your weak point." He said to her, "You are wasting your time. No matter how many times you try, you will not be able to defeat me," she said to him. "I will never stop." Then she started attacking him again, but he told her he would reflect her attacks tens, even hundreds of times. If you manage to endure for a few more thousands, you might have a chance to win. The scene then shifts to Timoy, who says Mio is trying to master the reflection technique. "Lucky her, all my opponents were weak, but our victory is almost guaranteed." Then we see many soldiers in front of her like a pile of garbage, and she defeated them all with her mighty sword. She said, "Maybe I should take this opportunity to establish clear boundaries." She then takes a certain stance and swings her sharp sword, splitting the mountain in half. This way, the demons cannot send reinforcements immediately, as they are very busy dealing with Lemia and Gretonia. The demons have now approached the outskirts surrounding the imperial capital, where demon forces have been spotted. Everyone is now getting ready with the shield bearers in the front line. The scene then shifts to the commander in the demon army named Rona, who is reading the document. Sophia, a girl, enters and says to her, "You are very bold, Rona. I wish you would share your information with us, as we are your allies, not your superiors." She told them that Iwahashi Tomoki, the hero of the empire, fights differently between day and night. She believes his healing only works when the moon appears at night. Sophia agreed, saying that he regains his physical strength only at night. She told them that their real target is the hero of Lemia. They then informed her that Princess Lily has returned and has begun leading the imperial forces. Rona was astonished and said, "Impossible. How did she get here from Rusgard so quickly?" She then said, "All right, we shouldn't stay here long. We need to head to Stella Fortress now." The scene then shifts to the superheroes, who were fighting with all their might, needing to use all their fiery might to defeat their enemy. Meanwhile, we see Sophia and her friend, who want to fight. Sophia uses her powers and rides on the back of a dragon. She greets them with a good morning, and the commander asks, "Who are you?" She tells them she is Sophia, the mighty dragon slayer. He asks her, "Are you Sophia Polga, the dragon slayer?" She confirms, "Yes, that's me. I know you too. You are the hero Iwahashi." He asks her, "What do you want, little girl?" She responds, "I am interested in you and want to fight you." At that moment, she attacks him, but his fighter deflects her strike with his strong shield. The knight shouts at Sophia, "What do you think you are doing, Sophia?" She replies, "You will see now what I will do, but let's talk a bit, hero. I've heard that you are stronger at night. How true is that story?" She waves her hand and asks him to dance with her. He tries to use the power of his eyes, but she tells him not to bother, as it will not work against her. Iwahashi is surprised, realizing that she knows about his magical eye. He thinks he must act quickly. Sophia tells him to try to defeat her with the spear he possesses, promising that if he can, she will become his. At that moment, the evil Sophia strikes the dragon's wing, causing it to lose balance and fall to the ground. She tells him she is waiting for him below. Now, the scene shifts to the big battle. Iwahashi tells her that he is a great battle hero and should not be underestimated. Sophia responds, "All right, hero, help me test my current strength." The fight begins, and Sophia aims her sword at him, but she falls into the trap of a clay doll. It is indeed a wonderful spell. The hero orders Genebia to remain in a defensive position while Mora stays with him. Sophia tells them to attack her with everything they have if they can. At that moment, everyone unites and directs a very strong blow at her, causing a huge explosion in the place. However, she emerges alive and tells them to increase their strikes until they can affect her because their attacks are not affecting her. Everyone is shocked and stunned because, despite those direct hits, she remains unaffected. The scene then shifts to Sophia's friend. Mitsurugi said he was once defeated by Sophia and was injured in a battle against the wizard. However, he transformed into another form in another body after fully regaining his strength as a greater dragon. We then see the rest of the adventurers lying on the ground. Sophia went to Iwahashi and struck him to make him get up and fight her. Everyone looked at him with sadness because they couldn't help him. Iwahashi used his magic to heal himself a bit and then mocked her for siding with the demons. Sophia asked him to show her his true strength, as they hadn't finished the battle yet, or if there was some activation condition. She told him that she should have killed his friends first before fighting him. Iwahashi responded that if they died, he wouldn't show her his trump card. but he knew she wanted to see it. He then asked her to send his allies to the imperial capital. Sophia spoke to Mitsurugi and asked if he could do that. Mitsurugi told her he could, and indeed, he sent them to the capital. Sophia then approached Iwahashi and commanded him to show her his full power. Iwahashi told her he would show her something much greater than this power, as he would show her the terrifying flames that no one in this world could imagine. He used his magic and caused a horrible explosion in the place where Sophia was, but nothing happened to her. Mitsurugi spoke with Sophia, saying, "It was indeed a trump card." She replied, "It was more brutal than the wizard's arrow. I think I overestimated the hero. It's a harsh technique that exhausts the user's life, but that's not what makes it terrifying. Those who avoid the explosion are affected by a special poison or..." Mitsurugi told her, "I didn't realize I was affected too. It seems the hero himself was not affected. It's not a very heroic power. Come on, let's communicate mentally again and don't touch the hero." Sophia then spoke with Rona and asked, "Rona, I felt a huge mana explosion. Was Tomoki's trump card a high-energy fire spell with a wide impact? He escaped, and I can't kill him." She then asked if she could return to Stella Fortress. Sophia replied saying, "I feel very tired." Anita, Sophia, and Mitsurugi looked at something in the sky. There was a beam of light heading towards the royal capital of Limia. Sophia asked Mitsurugi if he could fly. He answered, "Yes, let's go, and we will take it down." Sophia responded saying, "Today is the day I will kill him." Rona then said, "I didn't expect my greatest concern to appear in Limia." When Makoto was heading to the royal capital of Limia with Shiki asked him, "Do you want something to hide yourself?" Makoto answered, "Yes, people cannot know that I am the merchant Kuzunoha. I can wrap a piece of cloth around myself, but it will come off in the battle." Shiki told him, "We will have to use that. I have been keeping it since Mayo asked me to make improvements to it." The scene then shifts to the palace. A knight tells the soldiers they have breached the 3rd and 4th lines of defense. Hibiki responds, "I can't believe how easily they broke through. For this reason, we should have moved the royal capital closer to the Hopely territories." A young man says, "It's a shame because Ilumgon supported the move. We will have to withdraw from here and join the forces sent to Stella. Recapturing the royal capital is our best option." Chia then tells them, "If we flee, what will happen to the people in the city?" Hibiki replies, "We have already lost many lives in battles against the demons. We must carry their hopes with us. We will win this war and achieve peace so that we can live. To achieve that, we must endure everything, no matter how difficult." Sully then says, "Are you still here? This place is doomed." The knight responds, "Use the adventurers from Seigai to support the retreat." He asks how the evacuation of citizens is. Sully answers, "We hope for 30. It won't reach 50. The demons destroy everything they see. We have a place to escape to at the throne, but they can't go anywhere." An explosion occurs in the room, and the commander Iwas appears, saying to them, "Give your enemies an escape route and most will take it. Or were you always planning to ambush me here?" Hibiki angrily replies, "What do you think you're doing, appearing from underground like a mole?" She is furious with him for killing many of their friends. Baron tells her to calm down, saying they need to find another way to escape. Commander Awa tells them that if they flee, they will die, and if they escape, they will slaughter everyone in the royal capital. It is disgraceful for a warrior to do this, but I am currently a commander of demons. I am here as a soldier. This is a war between species that will end with the extinction or enslavement of one side forever. Make your decision now. Will you risk your people's lives and escape, or will you bet on the chance to kill me? We see Hibiki impressed by the sword Baron made and its power. She can't believe it, as it is also infused with wind magic. Her friends help her to kill the giant commander Iwa. Hibiki charges at him and strikes a powerful blow. Her friends think he is dead, but nothing happens to him. He strikes her back violently and Hibiki falls to the ground. She realizes that he was using elemental gloves infused with all 4 basic elements. Iwa tells her that they weren't the only ones with exceptional weapons. He then decides to kill them, striking Hibiki. Her friends rush to save her. At this moment, the hero Makoto appears. Iwa doesn't recognize him, so Makoto tells him that he had no choice but to wear the hero's outfit that Mio made to hide his appearance. Hibiki and her friends are astonished by his actions. When Makoto looks at them, he remembers that she was with him in his past world and realizes she is a hero here. And thus, today's episode of this anime ends. Stay tuned for the upcoming episodes, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel and activate the notification bell. This episode begins with Makoto disguised as a hero, accompanied by many knights. Then we see Shiki disguised as a skeleton, approaching Makoto, telling him that they should start rescuing the hero. Makoto agrees but instructs him not to call him by his name when talking to him, so no one will recognize him. Shiki decides to call him my lord, to which Makoto agrees and tells him he will call him Larva. Makoto then goes towards Io, where Io tells him that he doesn't know who he is but will assume they are enemies. The girl speaks to Makoto and asks if he is on their side. When Makoto hears her, he realizes that she is the senpai who was with him in the previous world, but he doesn't know what she is wearing or what she is doing here. Unable to speak with her directly, he activates the voice changer and says that he came to rescue the hero according to his agreement with the mages, stating that the demons will leave Stella Fortress and retreat north. Io asks him about the shield, knowing it to be a type of ancient equipment, as the mages have pawns he knew nothing about. Makoto replies that he had no intention of fighting the demons and promises that if they retreat quietly, he will not allow the Homa to chase them. Io tells him that he can't do anything because he plans to kill Hibiki here and won't give up Stella. Makoto interrupts, saying that he has already received his reward in advance. Io decides to kill both Makoto and the hero he is looking for, then asks Makoto to reveal his name, as he didn't expect a white warrior to interrupt him a second time, noting the hero's remarkable luck. The fight between them begins, with Io trying to strike Makoto, but Makoto manages to block his attacks, asking him to retreat with his companions. Everyone is astonished by Makoto's strength and advises Io not to challenge him in a duel of Makoto accepts this advice, and Io continues to try to hit him with all his might, but Makoto can block him. He knows that while he doesn't have enough arms, he can still defeat him. They continue fighting, with Makoto running at full speed to kill him, but nothing happens due to Io's strength. He tells Makoto that this strike felled a dragon, to which Io responds that he will have more fun with him than with Hibiki. Then we see the rest of the knights in the background, puzzled about who this hero in white armor is, as he is wearing very solid armor. When they see him fighting Io, they decide to help him. Shiki arrives and asks him to retreat because their assistance will only hinder his lord against such a weak opponent. He then asks the senpai girl where she bought that sword, suspecting it was purchased from Kuzunoha Company in TZ. The adventurer confirms she bought it from there and wonders how he knows about that place. Shiki explains that he once experimented with feeding wind spirits to monsters in the fangs, and this sword was made using materials from his experiments. The adventurer asks for his name, and he replies that his name is Larva, an ordinary lich who enjoys conducting many experiments. Suddenly, a lot of enemies appear before them. Larva tells the Limia hero not to move at all, as leaving this barrier will result in the death of his friends. The safety of the hero's friends was not part of their agreement with the mages, so as long as the hero is safe, they don't care what happens to the others. The adventurer asks what he wants them to do, and he tells her to stay and wait. Hibiki asks how he dares to speak to them in this manner, as the two of them have brought more enemies upon them, which would be a very bad move. The adventurer's friend advises him to wait and see what this man will do. Larva then heads towards the monsters, who warn him to retreat or they will kill him. The hero is their prey, and they will take him no matter what. Larva ignores their words and mocks them, causing the monsters to become angry and attempt to attack him. Larva uses his powers, wielding the staff, sword, cup, and coin, bewildering the monsters as they have no idea what he's doing. Larva launches his attack, but the horse is able to dodge it. One of the monsters decides to strike him, but nothing happens. Larva then incinerates them, effectively eliminating the numerous monsters, leaving only Io. Then we return to Makoto fighting Io. Makoto uses all his strength in his attacks, as he is now facing an opponent more skilled than him in hand-to-hand combat. Io is astonished that none of his attacks are effective against Makoto. Seeing that his comrades have been defeated, Io uses his elemental gauntlets and strikes Makoto with them, but Makoto blocks the attack with all his might. Makoto asks him one last time if he is sure he won't retreat, and Io refuses, not wanting to prolong the battle. Makoto then asks Larva to open the 7th half page, and Larva agrees. Io mocks Makoto for being so weak that he has to call for support from the Lich. Makoto replies that he isn't asking Larva for anything but just buying some time. Theo realizes that Makoto is determined not to fight honorably. Makoto continues, saying that his goal is to rescue the hero and bring down Stella Fortress, so he might have to fight someone in the future. He doesn't want to reveal his cards unnecessarily, and is now choosing a combat move. He then uses his power to strike Io. Theo attacks Makoto, but Makoto deflects all his attacks. Makoto uses hand scissors to penetrate Io's skin, but Io manages to save himself and removes them from his skin. Seeing that the scissors aren't effective, Makoto uses something else, the anchor shot. He uses it on Io, hitting him repeatedly. He tells Io it's time for him to retreat. Io regenerates himself again, and Larva uses his magic, saying they will go to the city wall and that it should be sufficient. He will seal the city with weakening fog. Theo strikes Makoto with a powerful blow, but nothing happens to Makoto. Io is astonished, asking if Makoto is unscathed and calling him a real mystery. Makoto responds that he isn't unharmed. It was very painful and that he can't believe Io can move and regenerate so much. Theo tells him that under different circumstances, he would have enjoyed fighting him. He mentions that he told his soldiers, whom he can't reach via telepathy, something about the hidden power in living beings being surprisingly deep and vast, something he learned from the white woman who was the hero's companion named Naval. This enhanced tool is known as the Rose Mark. It grants immense power at the cost of the user's soul. No one will leave this battle alive. They will slaughter all the Hayama with this instant power. Let's see what Rona's enhancements can do. Theo then breaks the rose and his form changes. Hibiki wants to go with her friends to save the city's people, but Larva blocks their way, activating a barrier and trapping them inside. Hibiki angrily tells him not to be ridiculous, and that they will take control of the city to prevent the demons from slaughtering the people. Larva responds, "Don't make me repeat myself." Hibiki's friend says they know everything about the geography of the royal capital and will eliminate the demons before they realize it. Larva tells them to try breaking the barrier themselves. He leans against a strong barrier known as cositis. "If you can't break through this, who do you expect to save?" he asks. Hibiki retorts that if they break this barrier, Larva won't stop them from entering the city. Hibiki tries but can't break the barrier and collapses from exhaustion. We then see her standing in a different place, where someone speaks to her saying, "Welcome, traveler between worlds." Hibiki asks his name, and he tells her he doesn't know how to answer that as this is the only time they will meet. If she needs something from him, he can wait. Her mind is the only thing here. Any time spent here is a mere moment for them. She has earned the privilege of the travelers. Hibiki asks if this makes her stronger. He replies that it depends on her, as some abilities come with a price, but the answer is yes. He will ask her some questions, which may all seem to have no correct answer, and she will have 80 of the mana in the world. If she works hard, she can learn Dispel Magic. He asks her what power she will choose. Hibiki says she wants to use the emotions of others to strengthen herself. He responds that converting others' emotions into her own power is an ideal heroic ability for someone with a charismatic personality like hers. The cost is reducing her maximum mana. In that case, I will grant you this ability. Finally, Hibiki wakes up from her unconscious state. We see Hibiki, with all her strength and magic, able to break the barrier. Larva is astonished by what has happened. Hibiki tells him, as per our agreement, we will go to the city. A knight comments, "When I think about my future with the demons, I don't want to kill Io now." The leader Io attacks him with force, and the knight responds, "Are you satisfied with this? Perhaps this attack came from one of your allies." Io replies, "Do you know them? You should also understand that they cannot be controlled." The knight says, "I want to weaken Io before they arrive." They clash, and Makoto focuses on the mark on Io and breaks it. Io becomes furious, asking, "What have you done?" and becomes very exhausted. Then, the girl appears, and Io asks her, "Grant me your power." She strikes the knight and breaks his mask, revealing Makoto. Thus, today's episode of the anime concludes. Stay tuned for the upcoming episodes. Don't forget to subscribe and activate the notification bell to get all the latest updates. Our episode begins today with Makoto encountering the warrior Sophia Bolga. Makoto is surprised that she is still alive despite the fierce battle. She says to him, "I'm pleased we meet again, but you are stronger than the Empire's hero. However, I didn't kill the Empire's hero because he showed me something interesting, so I let him live. But I will kill you because you are a major obstacle. I will tear you to pieces." Makoto talks to himself, realizing he needs to focus more on her than he did with IOA. At that moment, Rona arrives and tells them to stop fighting. The beast recognizes that this man is Kazunoa, who is supposed to be in Rotsgard. The beast tells her that he is trying to save the kingdom's hero and take down Stella Fortress. Rona then speaks to Makoto, telling him, "You do not discriminate against demi-humans or demons. I was even considering arranging a meeting for you with the Demon King." But he tells her he will never side with the demons. She then offers him a deal to help him in his lands, but he tells her to return to her home as he does not need her help. She asks him if he thinks he can survive a fight against Sophia and Io, but Makoto is strong enough and wants her to join them. Io warns Rona to be cautious of him as he is extremely dangerous. Even with the rose seal, he broke it, and Io couldn't control him. Rona is surprised and asks why he used one of those. In reality, Makoto destroyed it during its activation. Io says he can step aside and leave the matter to someone else, but Rona shouts at him not to say that, as she knows how powerful he is. At that moment, Sophia mocks them because Io did not have a real chance to sacrifice himself. She says she might need to fight with all her forces to win, using the full power of a dragon slayer. Her sword glows red and becomes more radiant before she disappears. Makoto doesn't know where she will attack from, so he activates the barrier to protect himself. Sophia strikes with her full power but cannot achieve anything, and she is surprised. He tells her that the last time they met, he went through a painful experience due to her surprise attack. "So now I am very strong," Makoto declares. Sophia uses dark magic against him, but it has no effect. She then uses the power of the divine sword again, but his shield withstands it. This shield can endure the power of a dragon slayer. "Now it's my turn, girl," Makoto says, then uses his full fist. He recalls what happened previously when he was crafting this impregnable shield and the appropriate quantities needed for it. Returning to the present, Sophia dodges his attack and quickly disappears again, reappearing with a massive power akin to a laser beam. However, this attack also fails. When Sophia strikes him, Makoto is able to deflect her attacks and is surprised by their laser-like quality. After Sophia's laser-like strike fails, she decides to use the Great Flame Dragon, which has the highest offensive power among all dragons. Makoto remarks that she keeps using Great Dragon abilities, one after another, saying he doesn't recall doing anything to anger the dragons. Sophia responds that she doesn't want him to worry because no one hates him here. As she continues talking, Makoto uses his power to strike her, but she manages to deflect the blow. He decides to hit her with an even stronger attack and uses his shield to launch multiple strikes at once. Sophia manages to hide, so Makoto uses investigative chi, a power that reveals the location of the hidden person. He successfully finds her and directs an attack at her, causing Sophia to fall to the ground. Makoto tries to hit her again but fails. Io decides to help her, but Makoto spots him and warns him to stay calm, threatening to deal with and kill him if he interferes. Io replies that he is still fighting with him and will never leave him alone. Sophia speaks to Makoto, acknowledging his skill in locating enemies. Makoto understands that she struggles to become stronger and asks her to end this fight. She tells him that she has 4 great dragons. Since he left her floating in the lake after their battle, she consumed Akari and Yumatui. Makoto asks why she doesn't collaborate with them instead. She explains that she has the ability to consume the power of dragons and make it her own, making her strong enough to destroy nations now. Makoto spoke to himself with tension, feeling that she might be exaggerating or that this world might be weaker than he thought. Sophia then tells him that once she consumes Sazanami and Moteki, she should be able to defeat Banchuko. Makoto is shocked by her words because he realizes her true goal is Loto. Sophia transforms into another form with strange markings appearing on her body and tells him that this is his fault and he should prepare for a stronger fight. Makoto replies that he still doesn't think she can defeat Shin or Loto, which angers Sophia greatly. She tells him that regardless of the invincible thing, very few know the name of the great dragon known as Banchuko. Makoto interrupts her, saying they have been sharing many meals together recently, which enrages Sophia even more. She strikes the upper part of Makoto's shield, managing to break it completely. However, she couldn't have done it alone. Makoto had selectively weakened a part of his mana material. Io rushes to attack Makoto, but Makoto grabs him by the neck, warning him that he would kill him if he approached again. Makoto knows Io has not just 2 but 4 arms, yet he doesn't care and continues to choke him. He tells Io that if he returns again, he will kill him, then punches him with a rocket-like blow, sending him flying away from the place. Returning to Makoto and Sophia, Makoto thinks to himself that with Io out of Stella Fortress, his problem with him is over. Sophia seizes the opportunity of his distraction to cut off another part of his shield. However, Makoto can fully regenerate the shield and lift Sophia by grabbing her head. He tells her he wants to test the durability of this form. Sophia screams in pain, and Makoto lets her fall to the ground. Determined to kill Makoto, Sophia resolves to continue the fight. The scene then shifts to Shiki and the hero with his friends, who are killing any demon that appears before them. They still have a bit more to do as they face great difficulty with the demons equipped with the rose seals. Everyone is using their full power, and their adventurer friend warns them about the mist because if it touches them, it will weaken them. Senpai responds that the number of demons here is less than expected. He then creates a large barrier around them to protect them from the demons. Shiki uses his power to kill all the demons. Afterwards, Senpai calls out to check on her friends and finds that Woody has been hit by a stray projectile. A friend casts a healing spell on Woody immediately. Suddenly, they all sense a new enemy, a massive dragon they've never seen before. They are taken aback by the sight of the dragon, but one of them remarks that it's not a big deal as they have seen more impressive creatures. Shiki stands before the dragon, his eyes glowing red. The dragon speaks. "You don't seem to be on the side of the demons. I'll let you go. Leave now." Shiki greets the dragon, Great Dragon Lancer, also known as Mitsurugi. "I didn't think we would ever meet." The dragon is surprised that Shiki stands so confidently before him. Shiki explains, "I serve the wizard." The dragon is astonished that this despicable wizard has followers and becomes very angry, wanting to fight Shiki. Shiki remarks that this makes things easier. Meanwhile, we see Makoto and Sophia still fighting. Sophia cannot penetrate his mana barrier at all. Makoto easily deflects all her attacks with this very strong barrier. When it is his turn to attack, he punches her with a powerful blow through the barrier, knocking her to the ground. Rona observes, "His mana is strong, but my trump card should work well against it. I can expect Sophia to help me too." Rona begins to activate her plan, but Makoto suddenly becomes furious and calls out, "Rona, I don't know what you're planning, but if you finish casting that spell, I will destroy you." At that moment, Rona cancels the spell she had planned from the beginning, deeply fearful of Makoto. She thinks to herself, "The last time we talked, I thought he was naive, but now he seems like a completely different person. What happened to him?" She then tells him, "I was just joking, Makoto. I'll leave the hero and Stella Fortress alone and agree to all your demands." Makoto asks her about her conditions, and she replies, "I have no conditions. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted you to meet the Demon King someday." Makoto tells her he will consider it. Rona then mentions that Sophia is a weak leader and that she doesn't lead any troops, so he wouldn't mind if she left her behind. Right. Makoto responds that he can't guarantee Sophia's safety, but allows Rona to leave and not bother the hero. Rona departs, thinking to herself how terrifying Makoto is and understanding why he's called the wizard. Sophia reemerges from beneath the rubble, and the hero notices that her sword is fused with her skin. Sophia explains that this blade has crystallized with the power of Mitsurugi, and she has unleashed the dragon's power, approaching complete fusion with it. Her body begins to glow in preparation for this fusion. The hero asks her why she doesn't play her cards one by one against weaker opponents. "Do you think I won't kill you?" he asks. Sophia replies, "I'm not so young and naive to think I won't be killed in battle. Besides, aren't your individual attacks weaker than the Empire's hero?" The hero is puzzled by this statement since he has never met the Empire's hero. He tells her not to judge based on one attack because he can handle playing his cards one by one. Sophia mocks him, saying the Empire's hero was at least more charming, and each of his attacks was formidable. "He never forced me to transform, but he was much stronger than you. He cares about his friends and is ready to sacrifice his life to achieve his goals. If I had to work with someone, I'd work with him." Makoto's hero is delighted and smiles broadly, saying, "I understand. He must be impressive if he managed to captivate someone like you." Sophia is shocked by this remark, and the hero laughs, saying, "Didn't you notice? It seems you've completely failed to resist him. Sophia starts to think that she might be enchanted by the Empire's hero. The hero continues, "You said you spared his life, but are you sure you're not in love with him? Actually, I feel sorry for you. Before this ends, do you want me to dispel the enchantment on you?" "I won't try to surprise you. I don't mind dispelling the enchantment for free," says the hero. Sophia retorts, "Shut up, hero." The hero responds, "Are you sure? I don't think there's anything else you can do." Sophia screams loudly at him, commanding him to shut his mouth. Suddenly, she grows wings and begins flying at an astonishing speed, like lightning, launching very fast and powerful attacks. The hero realizes that she has many options at her disposal, but she isn't this fast. He begins attacking her with his shield, landing a hit that pins her to the ground, causing her to bleed from the mouth. He now wants to end this fight. Sophia tries to speak to him, barely able to move if Mitsurugi. "You wouldn't be able to resist anything at all." He apologizes and tells her that won't happen, noting that despite having the power of many great dragons, this is all she can do. "My Shiki is much stronger than Lancer the dragon," he adds. On the other side, we see the dragon attacking Shiki. Shiki counters the attacks, but one of the dragon's strikes lands directly in front of him, though it doesn't harm him. The dragon admits, "You really are the wizard's follower. Honestly, you're very strong, Shiki. It seems you haven't lost your will to fight, but we've met too late. Playtime is over. I need to return to Sophia quickly. Honestly, I hope to take this opportunity to kill the wizard." The dragon transforms into a human form and tells Shiki, "You'll pay for hurting my master." Lancer gets very angry and launches another attack on Shiki. And with that, our episode comes to an end. Stay tuned for the next episode for more exciting events from this fantastic anime. Please subscribe to the channel and activate the notification bell to receive all the latest updates. Our episode today begins with Shiki and his opponent as they engage in a fierce battle. Lamia calls out to him saying, "Remove the fog so we can fight you, you skeleton." However, the skeleton tells her that he is a powerful hero and not in any trouble, and he does not need anyone's help. Lamia replies, "Let me be honest with you. The man standing before you is a very strong dragon, and he managed to destroy the entire royal capital." Shiki is unfazed by this revelation. He knows he is very strong and can defeat the dragon without anyone's help. He confidently says that he does not need assistance. Nia and the others reassure him that they trust him and believe he is capable of anything. Despite her manipulations to get him to remove the fog, he eventually agrees, saying, "All right, Lamia," and indeed clears the fog and their opponent. Then mockingly asks, "Are you done with your pathetic and boring conversation? No matter what you discuss, your efforts will be in vain. You dogs, allow me now to destroy you with my real swords." Shiki recognizes him and says, "You are the great dragon known as Masuji, and I know a lot about you. Those swords won't save you today." The dragon retorts, "You are the one who won't live any longer. I will add your power to mine," and then attacks with his swords. However, Shiki the Lich uses his ruthless cage ability, creating a glowing cage that not only blocks the arrows, but breaks them as well. This surprises the Lancer, but the Lich says, "Don't be surprised. My dear, I have done my research on you and know everything thanks to the help of Ludodano, the leader of the dragons." The Lich then uses the Iseran ability, a blade covered in poison and curses, which he has named the Dragon Slayer. However, the Lancer mocks him, saying, "How dare you challenge me with that ridiculous weapon, and Aura, you're just a foolish sorcerer." I ignore, oring the taunts the Lich attacks and hits the Lancer's hand, severing 3 of his fingers. Enraged, the Lancer exclaims, "You will not get away with this," as the Lich attacks. Again, the Lancer gathers the power of his swords into a red glowing aura and launches it. At Shiki, Shiki effortlessly blocks the attack. The Lancer tries repeatedly but fails each time. Shiki then remembers the old days when he used to struggle with Makoto, and how his strength had grown day by day due to his hard work and dedication frustrated. The Lancer says, "How can I be defeated by the same sorcerer, and even worse by his disciple?" Shiki responds, "Don't worry. My dear, the magic is now starting to take effect in your body bit by bit." The Lancer attacks once more, but Shiki blocks it and counterattacks, cutting off the Lancer's left leg. Desperate, the Lancer tries to draw power from those present, directing his swords at them. They manage to defend themselves, except for one heroine who was tending to her friend at the last moment. Seely intervenes, taking the hit in her place. This is the true hero, my friends. Sacrificing himself for his friend, the narrator comments. The heroine weeps for him as he dies and transforms into one of the Lancer's swords. At this point, the Lancer uses those swords against the Lich Shiki. However, Shiki cleverly deceives him by escaping from the Lich's body. The Lancer is elated, thinking he has finally defeated the Lich, but then someone comes from behind and slices him in half. Yes, my friends, it is Shiki. Everyone is surprised and asks who is. This Shiki admits, "I am embarrassed to say this, but this is the best my willpower could manage. I used my appearance as a Lich to bait a desperate attack from Ezeron from the blind spot. I know it was very dangerous, but we must all be willing to sacrifice for our homeland. Shiki, who was a doctor in the past, uses his healing abilities to treat their friend, assuring them he is now fine but needs some rest. Everyone is overjoyed and grateful knowing they owe him their lives. I promise to repay this debt someday." As Shiki prepares to leave, Haiki asks him, "Wait, are you really the sorcerer's disciple?" He replies, "Don't worry about that," and leaves EP. The scene then shifts to the real fight between Makoto and his powerful opponent. She laughs hysterically, saying she has two reasons to laugh. The first is that no matter how much time you spend with your partner, they always die disappointingly, and easily Makoto realizes that the Lancer has died. She then tells him the second reason she is amazed at her good luck, as it seems she has won a bet. Makoto asks, "Do you mean a bet with the Lancer?" She confirms, "Yes, if I died first, I would join his group. But if he died first, he would give me the rest of his life and power. That was the bet we made. Now prepare for real power." She then uses an ability to transport Makoto to a distant place. Makoto, bewildered, asks, "Where are we now?" She responds, "Welcome, my dear, to the prison of swords. It is a special place connected to the storage where the Lancer kept his swords. It is also an execution site." Makoto said, "Impressive. You have all these swords and forced me into a separate place to execute me. How wonderful. Come on, girl, show. Show me what you got." She replied, "Don't worry. The service here is excellent. Your head will be separated from your body without suffering. Choose the sword you want to be executed with." Makoto thought about the place and finally understood that this place enhances the power of its user and shares existence and ownership with the swords. His opponent was surprised and asked how he knew that. He replied, "I am Ayato, my dear. These swords are your life now, and by obtaining these swords, you also want the skills that the heroes had in their lives. These swords are the skills of the previous people." She laughed and said, "Even if you know everything, it won't help you get out of this place." He said, "All right, let's see what you have." He then drew his bow and took aim at the swords. Angered Sophia shouted, "You wretched pig," and attacked him with great force. Makoto created a barrier to block her strikes and used his bow again to dispel the curses, successfully breaking many swords. He shot a third time, destroying most of the swords in the place. "I can't die here," Makoto responded. "Now, I will tell you my real name. My real name is Mumi. My Makoto, goodbye." Sophia, refusing to give up, said, "Wait, this isn't." She flew up, retrieved a Japanese sword, and blocked Makoto's strike. She revealed that this was Lancer's secret weapon, a sword that filled her with power. Despite its many flaws, she attacked Makoto with the sword, but he blocked her strike with his black wall. He then changed his outfit and said, "Now it's about speed." He drew his bow again and ascended quickly using his black barrier. Makoto strikes her, but she parries his blows. Sophia flies upward and attacks him, but he dodges her easily and shoots his bow again as he falls. He hits her with an arrow in the stomach and another in the shoulder, causing her to scream loudly and die instantly, while the place returns to its normal state, and Makoto says, "Now, only Stella remains." He then uses his black barrier to ascend into the sky, surveying the entire area. Despite the distance, he shoots his bow again. With that, we conclude the last episode of this wonderful anime. To watch more new anime, please subscribe to the channel and activate the notification bell to receive updates. Our 25th episode begins shortly after the Battle of Limia, where we see Makoto and his friend Shiki finally returning to the secondary space safely. They are welcomed by its inhabitants, who have achieved a great victory in the battle. We then see Tomo warmly welcoming her leader and young master Makoto. After that, everyone begins recounting what happened to them on the battlefield. The pig leader tells Makoto that their losses were minimal with no fatalities, thankfully. The only serious injury was an ogre stepping on the blue lizard's tail, which upset her greatly. However, thanks to God, they succeeded in securing the lands of Kalian. Tomo speaks next, saying, "Someone worthy of fighting with me was taken from me, and after that, I didn't know what to do. Then Mayo approaches Makoto and says, "You aren't a child anymore. Look at this, it's the little demon leader. I think his name was Lift." She then recalls what happened when she was eating his spear. He told her to stop eating his spear, and she thanked him for the delicious meal before attacking him with full force. He screamed and shouted, "Get me up, get me up." She ate a lot of him, and when she stopped eating before being satisfied, he turned into a small rat or a small lizard. Makoto, amazed, says, "Is this the demon leader? How is this possible? He isn't fit to lead himself." Makoto then recounts what happened to him, saying he defeated Sophia and that Shiki managed to defeat Lancer. Thanks to Shiki's quick thinking, he is now able to speak the human language. This angers Tomo and Mio, turning their faces a glowing red. They place their hands on his shoulder and say, "It seems you have surpassed us to distinguish yourself, you fool." He replies, No, I was just helping my young master." But they ignore his words and drag him like a slaughtered sheep, seemingly to teach him a harsh lesson. Makoto smiles and says, "Good luck, my friend. We'll check on you later." The scene shifts to the next morning, where the leader, Makoto, is sitting and his assistant enters, carrying some papers from the academy director, who is pleading for a visit. Makoto is surprised. The scene quickly transitions to when Makoto and Shiki go to the city to deal with the remaining mutations. The academy forces had withdrawn immediately, showing great cowardice. Thus, the dwarf elders were dealing with them. Makoto tells Shiki, "Rest now and leave this matter to me. You haven't had any sleep because of Tomo and Mayo." Shiki replies, "That's true, but I can't allow you to be left alone." Then some of the assistants approach and say, "Leave this matter to us. We are strong." Makoto responds, "All right, let me see what you can do. Go ahead and start now." Mondo says, "Dealing with such huge creatures excites me," and they both charge at full speed, slicing the monsters into small pieces. Their power is immense, and Shiki and Makoto watch in amazement, thinking this will solve the problem of the mutation's disruption. They realize they can now rely on these two heroes. The scene then shifts to the large dragons, the dragon knights from the city of Laurel, who have brought a lot of relief supplies for the city's inhabitants. Shiki tells them, "All right, I will now take this card or message to the hero of Lemia." He quickly withdraws, as Tomo is in a bad mood. She is very angry at Shiki because she blames him for everything. Makoto looks at her and says, "You need to calm down. This won't solve anything. I know you are very strong and have achieved many goals. I still prefer you over 100 or even 1,000 of the best Dragon Knights. You are very important to me." Tomo blushes and thanks him for those kind words. The scene then transitions to Makoto and the others as they remove the stones and clean up the area. One of them said, "Why do we have to do this while Shifu and Ueno are on vacation? And even Shiki isn't here." Makoto replied, "They are helping Rembrandt at the Merchant Guild." The scene then shifts to Shifu and Ueno with the director, who tells them he doesn't want their help and that they should take a break because they fought the mutations bravely and valiantly. We then see Makoto again, instructing everyone to return to work as they need to rebuild the city as soon as possible. He reassures them that there won't be any classes for a while. One of them asks, "Does this mean the rumors about you rejecting a full-time teaching position are true? Why would you refuse a guaranteed lifetime position for the chosen ones?" Makoto responds, "I don't intend to make a living as a teacher forever. I don't like teaching. I love trading. I can also make a lot of money through trade." The scene transitions to Makoto standing with the academy director, Zera, who thanks him for saving them all. Zera then turns to him and says, "Many traders who opposed you died, and you're the only one who benefited from this incident. There's a lot I could say about your lack of experience as a trader, but honestly, I tip my hat to you for achieving such a result." He tells Makoto that within a month, the city will return to normal, and once his business opens, his services will be available for free. He refers to the night cafe where they drink fresh and delicious beverages. The scene then shifts to Makoto sitting with the governor's son, who seems anxious to tell him something about the last day. He recalls how Makoto saved him and thanks him profusely, knowing that not everything said about Makoto is true, that he is kind-hearted and possesses enough abilities to fight the enemies. At night, we see Leto, the girl with white hair, apologizing to Makoto because Sophia obstructed his path. Makoto responds, "I know you were watching me through Sophia's eyes." Leto is surprised and stammers, then laughs and says, "You are very smart. You could say it was a safety valve." Makoto reveals to Leto, you and Sophia share some kind of connection, don't you? Leto sweats and replies, you're very smart. You've discovered our secret. I guess her obsession with me was too intense and that gave it away. Makoto continues, but I know, Leto, that you want to fight her. Once you finish this matter, I'll come back to claim my reward. The scene shifts to the pitch-black darkness where Sophia, gravely injured, vows revenge against Makoto, the monster who destroyed her completely. She knows that to fight Leto, she must first defeat Motoyasu in the wastelands. However, she hears a voice and is startled to hear someone say, unfortunately, that won't happen. She sits up and asks, who's there? The voice replies, I am just one of the dragons, then approaches her and says, yes, it's me, dear Leto. Would you prefer to be killed by a charlatan or by me? Make your choice and I'll fulfill your wishes. Sophia becomes very angry and tries to use her power, but he easily nullifies it. Astonished, she asks how he knew about her. He replies, don't be surprised. I am also the leader of the Adventurers Guild currently, and I knew about you since you registered your name. But I didn't think you were worth my time. Sophia, enraged, says, don't mess with me, you fool. I have the power to kill you and your father now. Leto laughs and responds, don't make me laugh, little girl. I don't want to laugh. You and Lancer are just fragments of the ambition I once had. In other words, you're just a failure. A pathetic failure because you couldn't control your mind or your desires. Sophia, fuming, transforms her sword into a glowing red weapon and charges at him. However, he raises a barrier similar to what Makoto used, then utilizes his power against her, extracting 3 orbs from her heart. She falls and cannot move, uttering in silence, it wasn't supposed to end this way before dying. The orbs transform into dragon eggs, which Leto hides in a distant place. The scene then transitions to the king talking to the hero, asking her why she is going to that region. She thinks to herself, I can't tell him it's because of the sorcerer who asked me to return something to her home in Laurel. She replies, sorry, my lord, I can't go into details, but I promise to fulfill my duties as a hero. The scene now shifts to a formidable figure, a demon king speaking to his colleague. He never imagined that Stella's fortress would fall one day. They hadn't expected them to pursue that land at all, but it doesn't seem like it was a trick by the humans. Also, I can't communicate with Leafed, but we have dealt heavy blows to Limia and Gritonia. Now you need to start training your soldiers for the upcoming invasion. We want to meet Makoto to kill him this time. The scene transitions to Makoto in his shop, celebrating with everyone. They did a great job in Rosgard and Callion, and thanks to them, the Academy City has begun to recover. Even if we face difficulties in the future, we can solve our problems ourselves. We are now a fantastic team, so we need to work together and consult each other on any matter, even small ones. Everyone celebrates and drinks fresh sugarcane juice. They bring out a celebration barrel and everyone drinks from it. Then everyone talks to Makoto and thanks him for being with them during those wonderful days. Despite all the suffering, they managed to reach where they are now, thanks to Makoto, their young leader. Mio brings some sweets, and when Makoto tastes them, he finds them very delicious. Mio has become very skilled in cooking, and she cries tears of joy because she has become good at everything. Meanwhile, Lime and his strong friend are playing, and Lime says, has the sugarcane juice made you this drunk? His friend replies, shut up, my friend. Sugarcane juice doesn't make you drunk unless it's fermented, and I don't like alcohol. After the big party ends and things finally calm down, Shiki thanks to Mo for making the sugarcane juice, saying it was very delicious. They all laugh together. Makoto then tells them that they fought hard and diligently. This was a sign of teamwork because he wouldn't have been able to achieve anything like this alone. He thanks them all from the bottom of his heart. Tomo taught him a lot about dealing with others. As for Mio, she reminded him of the kitchen, cooking, delicious food, grilled kofta, and sweets. Shiki continued teaching at the academy, and thanks to him, a new store opened. The business was booming, with people coming and buying from this store from all over the world. This success was because the 3 of them were with him. No matter how much he thanks them or gives them, it won't be enough. But he wants to grant them the family name Misumi as a badge of honor if they don't mind. They all accept this honor, swear loyalty to their capital and their store, and pledge that together they will always achieve victory and bring happiness. Thus, our 25 episodes conclude. This marks the end of the 2nd season of Makoto. Stay tuned for the 3rd season. Make sure to subscribe to the channel and activate the notification bell to receive all the new and exciting updates.